principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience and I don't want you to go through the same. So please follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe. Do the right thing and save a life.
We are in the season of sharing, connection, and renewal of faith. That is why Samsung is giving you the perfect gift so you can reach out to those you love.
It's difficult, and a lot of the times, even radio presenters, people who sit on radio and talk, for a longer period, and people think that they can just do the voiceover. They come and they struggle. Because looking at the number of commercials I've done so far, if it was TV, I don't think I could have eaten my wache at that corner and taking my trotro and all that.
Ever listen to an ad and then gnashed your teeth?
Oh yeah, especially with the voices. You hear someone, you're like, oh, what day? You can tell that this is a green, someone so green to the field. I remember I did something for NIB. And then the guy who brought a job to us called my boss and said, Kofi, now when I'm on your voice now, Kofi with them in person. No one already voice is even as I'm passing your money with GTV.
Hey.
GhanaWeb in fear edunumienu na fino ye ho efa etiri sema eda so GhanaWeb then now and later na ye de niema pi na egugu akwan mu se de be ya ye mfi hyiade ebedi mu didi mu akote na emu baako ene road safety campaign e de asi enu se kan kwanhia a ekoso wo mamu no ye bobo ho dawro se ne be ya eso ebete ene ye ne opanyin baako a waje din pa e wo nwumtuo mu gospel musician ya sapon ene ebetwetwe nkomo ofa akwaba
ya eja
na pom tise
yeho adom pomu ye
enanu nya nkwanhia esi da ben na ekwan ben na fa so e bae
last year October na me free Accra High Kumasi nti etra Sankara barrier no in fact na previous day no na makoye program kakra nti na mabre nti na mada but me team ni me hu se car no a call left na barrage na unexpected a try a koto amene bi mu in fact a try say a someone sort team hu ya na se car no da amene ni mu street e wo road na kwa ni ncho na accident this year nkofo bibiri di make ba car no na omo try say omo yi Africa no ame me nana me first born wa akola be 2 years ana sapon no ono so otika ni omo be yi ni bi na omo tese akola bi obu eda bushi ho isu ata ye de na ye nim be bi ayina omo ko fa no nyame da oma ono we mpra but maami tiwa me singa no ne wisdom teeth na etui na be hihye ne kon wantie ma ne kon no eswele serious na me third born Jordan ono so koto car na se ma car no to no so be 15 minutes anza mo fe mankofo abitima ba be yi no na idru ya na your hospital ambulance rush no de no call Kofano hospital na on admit omu nyina egu me na me ho odin kakra nti me de omu ma me kofi na ye ma me tiwa me ba no Jordan na Joyce lady o kan ye group no omu nyina de omu da hospital check kakra sana ye omu be fi nti up to now you know kase nyina tiwa ne me ba nya omu gusu a omu no mu chese aka tiwa kwa de aka seji ba kwa enso mu omu ye ba ko omu je asan ka ba ko nti sana eko happen very terrible accident.
Na ose na wote echire na out front and we need to and say yes na nipa na no twika no ose denesi
in fact omo na omo because o teko ni kakra ben dine nipa gina timi de na mtie en say driver no ene yes ha mistake omo ne driver ba ko na oba ese so o driver no ayi overtaking indine je say yes ya kwa say omo be crash ndi we no hu sa na wo yi car na fa nchen ene ade ndi oti oyi ye osi ya na gravels no bi ho osi so according to omo na omu gina ho no na car na start say someone to because onim say obi betima you overtaking at IHC ndi na one de onam ne kwae na wo ko ndi omo che say we ha driver ba ko na ofiri say yi ba no na o cause accident we nyina nso
I see. Ebra akwanhia ne si ye no omo a ebeto so no sei na ahokeka no ACF isanse yinim se kan kwanhia sisi a ebi mu o ha mo beboa se ye befa mo akọ hospital Ebi nso afi na omo ba betwa sini na omo dey ascend say dey sini o. Say na an canity.
In fact, to be frank, Kofono ya dey my surprise me because nipa dimika ba match say utimu say nipa ba ho no na omunya sympathy my pa say omu ye adwuma. To be frank, omu ye adwuma pa. Especially me ba na auto car na se no. A car no to no so no omu frefre we dimika no kukuru na ko se ho no ben krum we dimika no ko within a short time na nipa bo nipa no doso ansa na omu timi push car ne free me ba no so because tundra mood
tundra to afra so
tundra just utim say American spec ni bi wa utim say enye agro fa omo ntide bia me ko indiva me da krumo for asipa je say omo boy enye agro omo boy omo boy ejina car say nam kwa nso be nyina bi egu car ma car no kwa ye kokwa ba ko omo jina no chance yesterday ebinu tutu cars ni di ekinti ba ko no ese wo kwanso e de ekona na di udi echi na fast no mu yie va omo yade omo yade
minim se we ni ebredi kan a BBC ato a we ni bredi kan
we ni bredi
na we pie bi soda na wo hu bi
medical bi echi a unexpected ni ya ni say start ekobush na me di echi me cook was na me drive ma car no ko hwi dua bi mu ma omo prepare ni pa omo ye fo omo nyina opia serious ba ko kwa de ne minim bia na but obi enwu obenim nti me driver na me ne nam e fe no so jama me ni minu ne ko ba bia car no bushi we ru aye no ko sisa omo nyina de omo be gu me car no mu ni car bi so gina ya de omo ko hospital me pie bi so da
se yehwe nipa dodo a enya kan kwanhia na omo efiri mu ana so omo hwere omo nkwa ekọ animu pa wo hwa nansen akra wo de toto covid yi ho a nipa na ewu esan kan kwanhia no edoso sene covid-19 wodi wani eto forma den na ususu se edi we se nyina eba den na yenye niye.
One thing is drivers no na say omunya hwie kasa che omu because most of the drivers ni bibiri yen tempe ase wo pre no wo pentem se wo ko ena baby a wo ko no say even car no wo ko normal speed no kwa udura any one hour kwa na de wo no wo ko over speed any one hour kwa na de wo ko normal speed na ba beto eho efa no every drivers no omo ahwe ya omo nye wo kwa no so ena ebinum nso drive na omo drive no wa bokra na o de kaka ena car nso yenyina yenim se they were car city just twinkle of an eye na accident eba ena ebinum nso so dia omo ema accident ne ba se nani kumukra na o drive because minimum kophobia me no mo di nkomo mo kaso na me dey see ani me da kra metimi kaka enye no kure andi nkophobia wo suban bi wo mu a eno na ese omutimi jai na accident no so ti because accident bi ebisi bia na what the cause enye car na fitin ya na da entisa
wo hwa ya bo kan kwanhia ho dewro sene esese ye bokodru
kan kwanhia ho dewro no dia me ni kroni isa enya dia ye se de isa aya dia ebi na wo kan say this year omo ye covid no kra no accident e kum so enso se wunye obi owo ho ana omo wunu nko obi sori a nka obi tumi hu say driver we ya ye ne na mo no ma sa problem be ba drivers no attitude e no omo cause accident enye car no keke cause accident bi ebisi bia obo overtaking wrong overtaking obi beye no na obi susu nam ne kwaso no akwiti say ye die so o trust enti kasachire ne de isa say omuma entimi amanfo pa ti say in fact road accident ho campaign na say able drivers kokopa de I say yes so common to say bibi to say salt. Say the nchene ye common for baby obi who say I say because drivers na so serious. Ebi no just the car na go tren mu kra no. Afi kwa na bi a wage lances. Afi na wo enti esa road accident no campaign na omo ye no one the esa kra because me accident and me who say you are there say ye pa anya sa omo kunkrofo keke me say senye nyankopon ene gina mechi a bibia because ye car na ye over repair we are in the way I see here you know
ammo akra
ammo say you know the car is almost friend and BBB. I'm saying no, na your car. I'm saying me no they always say, you know, Muntimi and street in Vanya car. It to can on him. So it's like say that is in here because I more. I will radio so papers, television, so what you say, and no one now say come on, Kuma.
A no aban asudi da aban so anything na wodi wani eto forma aban ye ne fam de na wo ye ekosi empempenso a ye yesusu senka o yana
de me hu ni say government de kra no de o ye ni isa imagine say ye beto aba hwe kwan a wo fa so ye campaign kasa mo ma obia bibia ko nipa so mu yi I think the road safety campaign no, it deserves a lot of attention because say we accident that who the way it here. So but any effort e kwan no susa drivers no who say kwan ni susa baby a obi share obi any kwan no wo take em go speed obi di be sound ho no because on American highway American na omu road ebi ni cars ni biko 8 biko 6 kwan no so mo hu say why ye kwan susa and now bo unexpected no ko pie ka bi so obi po bi ase asisi ho bo hu anaka bi dia ko hase che say ese government ni man ni ko road accident too much too much
yeah say udi wofutu etwa to okra ma den na ususu den potin ena ubenya ananka ye de egu akwan mu na ma kan kwanhia na so ati
me de me feel nka government no enye na said say all the stations nya omoje licenses free omo ansa na otima operate think omo van kan omo measures ho say this year ubeye road accident ho ube ma amamfo hu hia say eni say esi enka omo measures omo de be ma omo oba anopa first thing can once because cars na enam sa 24 hours na radio stations e wa kra hankwa I say almost about ebu 100 kuma say ebu 100 takrade almost about 20 just the whole Ghana baby nti omo manyu mo say any TV stations omo beje lines ade we de omo nye ne tese de yebeto aba o omo ye no na enko ni because abofo e ka omo say e sa no omo life ti ade omo hu say be ha omo no they make sure say omo ye a whole serious campaign man kofu na drivers no so omo stations na omo tete the proto no money defense station omo nko omo ho na omo mu nyina hu say nipa na okuku omo no ye pe omo 4 years de omo to aba na enye restrictions bi mremu both side na drivers ni hu passengers obi ogot na kemo obe argument dis argument no o driver na tension e won kasa no so na fe omo enye straight say omo ni nkuvonga so obi ti utu obi kam no hu say okono no monsa binum timi gina na omo akotwa bi omo twa bi ya no bi ni nyina no enye sa ne mo we say government mo ni bre ho na the government be ye no because o kasa ye na ye beda kafi we timi we kafi obi ansi abonte obi ansi a bar critical say you read by meshes beginning to cast for first time one a buy you see in England will be a call them upia o problem I say a road accident and some meshes we neighbor because they were kasi a kum nipano Jesus
ofa ebeda se so ne twetwen komo e wo GhanaWeb TV so abusia aha na brebe ma yakwan ama de ye interview with gospel musician ya Saponu ABC ya kai wo say ye di ye 22nd anniversary say uhu bibi e wo wakwan so na ususu say sadi we say betimi de kan kwanhia ba yimpanyifo asutre anya sanso a say o filmi o video now they send here newswires@ghanaweb.com email newswires@ghanaweb.com and our social media, we are on all social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram is at the GhanaWeb. Otagiyenya yebedi hu juma ye nyina yensum na kan kwanhia eso emrase e wo man Ghana mu medin e de Benefo Boabin Abrantepa.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I'm the girl who is always there for people when they need help. I'm also the girl who goes through many phases of life, but will always do anything to help others. Well, those are not my words, and as you can see, I'm not a woman. These words sum up our personalities' life on this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. Afi Antonio shares her story of philanthropy with us, about the frustrations and whether or not it's worth it being a philanthropist in these parts of our world. Welcome to this week's edition of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We'll be back with more details.
I'm from the Volta region. My dad is from Tegbi and Uwe, and my mom is from Angloga. So I'm a full Voltarian. I have 2 other siblings after me. I was born and bred in Bema Camp. My dad was a soldier. He's retired now. So I was born in 1937. We grew up here in Accra, and I attended Kotoka Primary School. And I feathered when my dad retired from the army and we moved to Nungwa, his own house. I feathered at 48 Engineers, JSS, now JHS. And I continued at Nungwa Secondary School where I read visual arts. From there, I went to Takoradi Polytechnic, now a university. I read graphic designing there.
Afi says her former schoolmates remember her as the old schoolgirl due to the way she dressed while in school, but none of them knew why she used to dress that way.
I don't have very straight legs. I have kind of knock knees. Those who don't know knock knees, that's Alantakakra. So it was a challenge when I was going to Takoradi Polytechnic because I didn't know how I was going to dress. I didn't want people to see that. I felt it was a deficiency or something, and I felt people would laugh at me because I've had that experience before. So it was really challenging when I was going to Takoradi Polytechnic. I didn't know how I was going to dress to hide my legs. So I took my father's outfit, the old school bars with 4 pockets. So that was what I was wearing in Takoradi Poly till I completed school, and I earned the name Old School Girl. So everyone on campus, when you go and you ask for Philo, Afi, nobody knows that. If you say Old School Girl, yeah, that's me. And I remember when we were going for orientation, when we went like fresh, some of the girls later when we became friends were like, they thought I had some mental challenge when they saw me because of the way I was dressed. But they realized, oh, I was okay, but that was how I wanted to dress.
In school, Afi got the opportunity to intern with GBC and fell in love with the media, so she never quite practiced the graphic designing she studied in school. With the help of the late Kofi Bakna, she got the opportunity to do her national service at the OM Studios and has had several media stints thereafter.
I worked with Solid Multimedia, Ezekiel Tete, who is popularly known as Step. He was also working at OM Studios. So when I finished my national service, he called on me and said he wanted to start his company. So since I'll be out there looking for jobs anyway, if I would want to join him and work with him, although he won't be able to be paying me, but he will sort my transport out and all that. So I told my dad about it, and he said, okay, if that's what I want to do, that's fine. So I started Solid Multimedia with Step, and I worked for him, I think, about 5 years, and then I moved on to other places, but still in the media. I worked for J. Foley, Jeremy, 2131, Raku's Production. So I stayed in the media basically. So I moved from one place to the other. I went to Prime FM. I did a little of radio. I was their front desk executive as well. So I worked for so many people, and I still had relationship with Solid, that Step. So I once a while go to him when I need something. He helps me out.
Gradually, she found a new passion of becoming a model, but she couldn't venture into modeling on runways due to her insecurities about her legs.
At that time, you know, models are supposed to be perfect. They're supposed to look a certain way. So I was wondering, okay, and I said, okay, then I can be a photo model. So I will be able to, you know, pose, and the camera guy will take good angles of me that won't really show that I have legs that are not too straight. So I spoke to Step, and Step said, yeah, it's not a bad idea. So Step was the first person to like do a photo shoot for me as a photo model. He's really done a lot for me. He was the first person to put me on the runway. He advised me to join a modeling agency since I want to be a model. At least even if I just want to be a photo model, I need to know everything about modeling. So he put me on the runway for the first time, and I enjoyed it. I didn't mind whether I had straight legs or crooked legs, or it was fun. At that time, I spoke to Bulldog. I spoke to Bulldog. He was a friend as well. So I told him I want him to manage me as a photo model. So when Steve took the photos, I showed it to him, and he was like, oh yeah, it's nice. So then there was High Five. So I posted my pictures on High Five and all that. I was getting good feedback, and I'm like, okay, this is going somewhere.
Through modeling, Afi gained a lot of followers on social media and decided to use her newfound fame to help people, and through this, the Afi Antonio Foundation was born.
I had a TV show then, my own TV show called Celebrity Delivery, where I connect people to their mentors, their celebs, and they hang out together. They ask them all the questions they want to ask, and they hang out. Like if it's a gym, they go to the gym, they gym together, we go to the restaurant, they eat, and they ask questions and all that. So there was this girl who was disabled. She sent me a message on our Facebook platform saying she looks up to Nana Aba Namwaso, and she would like to meet her and be like her. So I was like, okay, I'll try reaching out to Nana Aba, and then I'll get back to him. And she was a single mother, so I was curious. and I asked her where the child's father is. I gave her my number and I took hers as well. So we're chatting on WhatsApp. And she told me her story that the guy who impregnated her left her because she refused to abort the baby. I was interested in her story, so she told me more about it. And I was like, how can I help this girl? I called her and I told her, will she be okay if I share her story on my Facebook and see if through that Nanaba Namwa will even see it, because I will lace the fact that she wants to see Nanaba in it. So she was reluctant at first. Like, she was like, what if the guy sees it and comes at her? And I'm like, she shouldn't worry if the guy calls her or anything. She should just direct the guy to me. I'll deal with the guy for her. So she finally agreed I could share her story. I shared her story and it went viral. Nanaba Namwa saw the story and she wanted to meet her. So she went to see Nanaba Namwa, and Nanaba made it possible for her to do some sort of like attachment kind of at GH1, which she really enjoyed because she wanted to be like there. So Nanaba made it possible for her. So that's how I started. So I started helping people with my social media, and I realized that it was something good. So I said, okay, someone told me, so why don't I just register a foundation if this is what I really want to do? So I decided to register my foundation on my birthday 3 years ago. My foundation is 3 years this year. So I registered my foundation and I continued the good work using my social media platforms.
The path Afi's life has taken is not the path she has always wanted to go. Being the daughter of an army officer, Afi had dreams of following in her father's footsteps, but that didn't materialize, and her father tells us why.
She went for the exams, she passed the exams. Like she talked about the knock knees, I think, when she was at Tested Military Hospital, she said some 2 lady officers were standing behind her and they were talking about the knock knees. And it's like they were not going to select her. She called me. I have been mentioning a certain officer's name, Colonel Damwa. Colonel Damwa was once a paymaster, my boss, when he was a cashier, Ghana Armed Forces cashier. I worked with him. We were so close. He left the pay service and went to PA, Personnel Administration, where they recruit soldiers and then take care of these military cadets. And he was with them at S7 that time. She mentioned it, that there's a soldier there with the name tag, Damwa. And I said, talk to him. Tell him that you are W. Antonio's daughter. She spoke to him and I called her, come and stand there. Join these people tomorrow. Go to Bemakam for your exams. So she wrote the exam. She passed and they went for medical exams. She got to a point when they got to the dental. She called me and said there were 2 doctors in the room. One, after examining her teeth, said she should go around to the other departments and come back. And then it's like her teeth was crowded and they wouldn't be able to take her. Unfortunately, is it braces? I did one for her when she was at Nungwa Secondary School. I think she wasn't feeling comfortable with it because you cannot eat meat and that kind of thing. She threw it away. How can that thing get out from your mouth and get missing? I
removed it and I put it somewhere.
Now you needed it. You see, you needed it. It could have corrected that thing for you. Now, so she suggested to the doctor, can't I be taking it then I'll go in for it? They said even it was going to cost her so much. Is it 20-something thousand? And even still, this Colonel Damwa did his best. I told him, he went to see the doctors. He told me the doctors drew some diagram on a paper. that in fact the way the thief is, in fact, if it were to be other rank, that is those that start from the scratch, but commissioning, if they see that kind of thing, they'll be in trouble. And so she missed that one. She was determined to be in the security services. She wanted to go to immigration. It didn't work. Customs, it didn't work. So she gave up. So when she started this, I realized that that's her passion. And so, and I realized that it was God-given passion. And so she had it corrected, and she can now laugh without closing the mouth.
Before I only smile. Never see my teeth.
So how did Afi feel when she was disqualified because of her teeth?
I felt bad. I really felt bad. I'm like, but this shouldn't be the reason for, you know, not taking someone. And I can correct it whilst I'm in the army, whilst I'm being trained. So when I asked him that, can't I be in the army whilst I'm correcting it? He said, no, I have to go and correct it and reapply. I'm like, wow, just my teeth. And it wasn't that bad, though. It wasn't that bad. It was like some are in and some are out. Yeah, it was zigzag, kind of. It wasn't that bad. So I'm like, so then when I went to Kolebu, amazingly, the doctor that failed me was understudying the doctor who was going to work on my teeth. Can you imagine? So when I went there, I saw Dr. Salifu. He said, Dr. Salifu, do you remember me? Oh, no. I said, I'm the lady you failed during the army. Yes. Hey, so you still want to be an officer, eh? Oh, okay. So they started calling me young officer when I go there. I'm like, yeah, so I'm coming to correct it. But when I was done, I didn't feel like going back again. I'm like, the spirit of being in the army just left me. So I just forgot about it. But I think every stage in life prepares you for the next. Because if I hadn't corrected it because of this issue, I wouldn't be in front of camera. I can't be on TV and do all that I do now, being a photo model and all that. So it's kind of propelled me to my next level.
Yes, the desire to become an army officer died, but her new desire to help people has kept her going.
So because I had already started this before I registered my foundation, it made it very easier for people to trust me, because anything I say I'm going to do, I make sure I do it, and I account back to them. Whatever monies I take, I let them know the monies I've received and all that I've done with the money. So most of them reach out to me through my Facebook, or someone will tell them, oh, I know this lady, Afi Antonio, she helps people, so contact her if you need someone to raise funds for you, for all. So that's how I get to meet the people. I don't go searching for them. Currently, I've done a lot of projects. Sometimes I forget some of the projects that I've worked on. So Afi Antonio Foundation, the main focus is women empowerment, education, and health.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Through the Afi Antonio Foundation, she has raised funds for children suffering from hydrocephalus, women with fibroid, and individuals seeking to start businesses to take care of their families, among others. She shares a few of the projects she has undertaken.
The Blue Eyes Girl, the little girl called Chota with Waardenburg syndrome. So her condition gives colored eyes and pigmentation of the skin and hearing impairments, like she can't hear and she can't talk. So the mom reached out to me and said she knows I help people, so if I could help raise funds for their daughter to send her to SA, because South Africa, the surgery can't be done here in Ghana. So I'm like, okay. The money needed then, I think it's 3 years ago, if I'm right, the money needed was $57,000. That was a lot of money. We were able to raise part of the money, and it took over a year to even do that. We raised part of the money, and we did the surgery for only 1 year. So we are hoping that we raise the rest of the money so that she'll go back to have the second year, the implant, and then have therapy over there. So now what we are doing to raise funds is we are no more begging people for money. She's now a model. I've trained her to be a model, a photo model. So this year she turned 5 years. We had a photo shoot and we adored her as a photo model. So anyone who sells kids, clothing, shoes, whatever, you can use her to advertise your product and pay something small, and that money will go, you know, we'll save that money, which will be used for her second cochlear implant surgery in South Africa. There's a little girl called Perpetual, whose father, someone told me about the father. The father was on a program on GH1. They were celebrating mothers, and he was celebrated as well because he's taking care of her daughter, who is 9 years, physically challenged. Her legs couldn't form very well because the mom tried aborting her, but the abortion didn't work and it affected the legs. So she crawls on the floor. And because of that, the man is unable to work. Like, he does just small works around his area, and he was living in someone's uncompleted garage, and the person was taking it back because the person said he wanted to continue the building, so they had to move. And the unfortunate bit was that the woman left the marriage. She said the man couldn't take care of her, so she left and left the child with the man. So the man had to be the one taking care of the child. He will carry her to school, and when they close, he'll go and carry her back. So because of that, he's unable to work to earn money and all that. So I decided to help them. They needed a place to stay. We found one uncompleted building B like that, and we needed to complete it for him. So I raised funds and we completed the house. Just recently they had lights because I had to pay for their meter. It took almost like over 5 months for the meter to be installed after paying. So he said anytime they put the lights on, they remember like all the good things I've done for them.
Some beneficiaries of the Afi Antonio Foundation had this to say.
I've been working with Afi since 2018. So I think it's, I think the first time we started formally working together was 2018, but we've been together, we've known each other quite some time now for over 20 years. So it's not like it's just business. It's more or less like family friendship. And that's how come we've been together for all this while. Afi is a good person, I would say. She's like a sister to me, and then she's somebody with a drive. That's what I would say, because I don't know what pushes her. I feel I'm a strong woman, but what she does, it takes drive. If not, I don't know how she's been able to do this all day long. She keeps pushing, even though things are hard. She keeps pushing, and I always like, I feel umbre, because when I confronted her with my daughter's issue, she said, why not? We'll do it. It got to a time I felt that it was just too much asking people for help. It was too much asking people for help, but she kept saying that, no, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. So I think she needs a lot of help.
Afi, she has been helping my daughter, a lot.
I mean, my daughter Nanaya and the other girls. Afi has been done a lot for them. Actually, I know Afi. I think I saw a picture on Facebook. That was 4 years ago. Nanaya and her mom. So I contacted the photographer, and he gave me Afi's number. Yeah. So I chat with Afi and I told her that I want Yakoba to take part. And she said, okay, that was how the whole thing started. And she's like a sister to me. Afi, she's so good. I mean, to me and my daughter. So now she's even part of the family. Yeah. Afi is now part of my family now. But I really love her like my sister.
Afi has also been working with children with autism, setting some of them up in modeling.
I didn't set out to, do anything on autism. It just happened along the way. A mother posted a photo of her daughter on Facebook saying that she needs someone to help her to be a model. So someone commented with my name because the person knows I'm a model. I saw the post and I said, okay, what can I do to help this girl? I had then booked a photo shoot session with Kweku David. So I quickly called Kweku David and asked him if he was okay for me to bring the girl along for my photo shoot. He said, oh yeah, he doesn't mind. So we took the photos, it went viral, other mothers saw it, and they also started contacting me that they want their children to be models just like Nanaya. So that's how it all started. And then BBC saw the photos. They didn't believe that these girls had autism because the way they are able to pose and all that, they were surprised. So they contacted me, they came down, filmed our photo session, how I'm able to direct them to pose and all that. So yeah, as I'm talking now, GhanaWeb TV has also, contacted me. They are filming some of my models. They want to do a little story on them as well.
The Afi Antonio Foundation is hoping to hold the first edition of Mr. and Miss Autism in a few months, but that hasn't been easy. She recalls how a hotel manager asked for sex when she went to seek sponsorship for the project.
You won't believe that I went to one hotel. I'm searching for a venue for the event. And there's this one hotel, I won't mention the name of the hotel. I sent a proposal I went there to do a follow-up. The marketing manager was able to ask for sex, just because I need your venue. At the end of the day, I'm going to promote your place for you in return. And you want to sleep with me too, like seriously. Sometimes these things happen and you sit and you ask yourself, you don't get it. Look, so yesterday a friend called me and he was like, you don't look cheerful. And I'm like, Charlie, I'm down. It's been difficult finding sponsors for the autism Mr. and Miss Autism Ghana. So he asked me to send my proposal and the budget so he will see if he can talk to some people. So I've had a lot of lows, but at the end of the day, I keep encouraging myself.
She also recounts how a member of parliament also tried to prevent her team from donating some lamps to children in his constituency.
There was this time we're going to one particular constituency, and I managed to trace the MP in that constituency. I booked an appointment to go and see him at Parliament House. I went there, I told him what we are doing and if he would want to support, because we were going to his constituency. And he was like, well, if he has anything for his people, he will go and give it to them himself. He doesn't see why he should give it to a third person or a second person. And I'm like, oh, Honorable, maybe you've not thought of this. We are already doing this, so why don't you just let us do it? We'll tell them it's from you. He still insisted that he would do that if he wants to himself and he wouldn't use any other person. I'm like, okay. So what he actually told me is the trick here. He told me that with his constituency, they've started erecting poles. So he's sure in the next 3 years, his people will have lights. But there's this village behind his constituency. He doesn't know when they will have light. So we should rather send it there. And he gave me 40 cedis for my transportation. Anytime I remember that encounter, I'm like, wow, you know, it's very heartbreaking for an MP to say that, like, I'm going to help your people and I just need your support, just something small, and this is what you tell me that I should go and give it to someone else. But we still went to his constituency because that was they had reached out to us that they needed the lamps, and we had already gone there to do our research and they knew we were coming, so we couldn't give it to any other person.
Sometimes the people she helps tend to stab her in the back, and this discourages her from continuing her good works.
If I tell you what Perpetual's father did, you'll be surprised. He went on Kofi TV without telling me, and this is someone I'm already. And if I'm helping you, I make sure I help you for a very long time. Like I just don't do it one time and I leave you. So Perpetual and the father has been with me over 2 years. That I've been helping gradually, because finishing a building is not that easy. We do it in bits, and when they need some money, the father will call me, oh auntie, today then I'll send them something small. Sometimes me myself, I don't have money, but I'll try and send 50 cedis, 100 cedis. So he calls once in a while. So I was there and someone called me that I should watch, I should go on Facebook, Kofi's TV. Is that not Perpetual's father on Kofi TV? I'm like, wow. I went and I was watching it. And the part that killed me was that, oh, sister, be a friend of fee, wabua and pa, baby, or be an yamishano, or not to cement my. That was all he said about me. And I'm like, who is Afi? Like, at least even if you say, oh, Afi Antonio Foundation has been holding us down till now, that is even okay. You don't need to mention all that we've done. But if you say Afi, who is Afi? Like, and they put his number out there for people to send him money. So you see, after watching that, I called him and I'm like, so Mr. Saba, why did you do that? I don't have a problem you trying to find extra help. I don't have a problem with that. So you live all the way at Wager, somewhere in Wager, and I don't have a car. You came to my house, people came to my house, Boche, I would do to Wager almost every week or something, just to help you people for over 2 years, and this is how you want to pay me back. Like, so I told him, okay, I hope that the help he needs from Kofi TV, he's gotten it, and I can't continue their project because he can't come back to me because he's already gone back to another person, and we are all using social media. So imagine people who know that I've been helping you and now you are on Kofi TV, then you come back to me again. Even what you said that I did for you, people will think that the monies I took to help you, maybe I've squandered the money.
Afi had these words for persons seeking to go into charitable works.
Whether it's worth it or not depends on the individual, the mind you have behind what you are doing. If you are going in just because maybe it's you want to be famous with what you are doing, or you want to make some quick money out of it and all that, that's the wrong way to go about it. But with me, when it comes to me, it has to do with the passion that I have of helping people. I love to see people happy. You know, sometimes someone needs just one CD, and you've changed the person's world. And looking at me, one CD is nothing to me. Excuse me to say, one CD, I don't see it as anything. But if you are able to, I'm able to give just one CD for someone and the person's life changes, and you know, the way the person is happy, I don't know how to express it, you know. The person will bless you, like, oh, God bless you. And in my head, I'm like, this is nothing. What is one CD? I don't see it as like my bibia, but the way the person will call you, thank you for what you did for me, God bless you. See, and I think the God bless you takes me out of a lot of things, I can say that. So for me, it's not about making anything out of it, but the fact that I'm able to touch lives. When I'm gone, let's say tomorrow I'm no more, what will people say about me? What I have to tell people, you know, sometimes the people you even help will stab you at the back. And if you are not doing because of the passion and because of God, and you are looking at what human being will say or do to you, you will stop at a point. You know, my autism models, some of the parents are saying I'm using them to make money for myself, and they are also saying that I'm using them for fame. So because of that, I've stopped working with some of them because of what their parents are saying. And their parents are now managing them and all. And so what I have to say to anyone who wants to toe this line is, it's not easy. If you don't have the passion, you don't have the passion for what you are doing, I'm telling you, some of these things will break you and you stop at a point.
Afi Antonio, founder of the Afi Antonio Foundation story, brings us to the end of this week's edition of The Untold right here on GhanaWeb TV. If you want to support Afi Antonio in all that she's doing, link up with her on social media. On all social media platforms is at Afi Antonio. We trust that you've been inspired like we always do on this show, and we hope that you join us again another time. Do remember to join us on all social media sites at The GhanaWeb, and visit us on www.ghanaweb.com for all news on entertainment, business, what have you. Stay glued to our YouTube channel for more content. My name, as always, is Eche Atisu.
We are here in the heart of Accra, specifically at Kantamanto. And our guests today on the show are the Kanta designers. Well, that's what they call themselves. A group of young, hard-working men whose hustle is to recycle second-hand clothing by making beautiful designs on them. They take their turn on this edition of People and Places. My name is Wanda Mihagan. Welcome aboard. We have two gentlemen doing the same business. Let's just get into the conversation. Boss, good morning.
Morning.
It's saying. You're saying.
You're Malik.
Hanaute.
Debbie. If we be a baby, no.
Into power coin fan.
The poor, me day inside. But I say, me feel a compano. Never.
Hana wono. How many years and a month now?
Me buy. Yes, I said Monday. I'm sure I said more. I'm say 5 months. By me bass, me back 8 years.
Into back no. Before I be share design way as you know. Now where you then?
I'm like Monsieur driving. Monsieur driving.
It's now you're driving.
But I say you're driving now. So license now I don't know. Now maybe you was Monsieur no school kakra.
School venture.
You go school takra.
Into see a design in those.
No see by me design one design on me, but I'm a bias. No, madam, for your designs. No, chimney more design.
But then the man will call chooses said, obey start here a business way.
And who said, Italiano, we are here coffee. No man for me, I am Go am ya na ma hye bi na ma hye ne chi ma hye ne nike because we are friends ya pese hu say ada we ne na ma me say me design me
Nti mo friend is saying
tie and die
okay na mo ya ne saying
okay say top no white nti your design ope ebi ope tiger spider nti spider na e bu ni say na we have to so no was one we do one spider na we also ope rainbow color want you so fin say na by designs bebre o your designs na bia ope designs
Inkofa na omo beto no omo na mu choose designs na mo ana mo yema omo
bu o de banana choose ni design bu o so nyena na design mo efema no a o next time obese yamba
Inkofa ben sa na ya mo beto
ye wo etufo a mo de ntare ne ba na ya mo
omo de plain shirt no
eba ba ho se bi no de bibele aba no
okay
nti we ni pa ba ko dia ye yema no a no a main iska
okay but enyese mo ana moko ekoto shirt na ebe ye koto
bu a yetu se bi koto shirt ye nyi skin bi na ya ko yenso ya koto shirt no ni ya baby ni yenso ya to mi
nye egu ha no ahin
we odos o 100 nyema nya 100
okay
by bu a yembo ya bubo yemfense be 80 and 70
okay nti say no omo de bramo na mu design ebia na mu de mom ahin na mu je
okay ye ji on 5 cedis
for one
5 cedis
okay
oni ye be design ya color ni nya 5 cedis
but shirt no mo ankasa mo koto market wa saying
ye koto shirt no market so a 5 cedis
okay
ne yenso ye be ya nti ye to shirt no market ne ye be ya ne ye to na mo anye na ye to mo 15 cedis
Apume
nyame adu
Matisa wona oye boss wa wona o training omo
me training
na na we decided say business we start now there
business ne dey we to kind of do some coffee bi here intime no share no na me pick your omo sa intime pick your omo sa no na mba na so more than 43 bi wa omo no mu jenjira ba ko no share chen ba ko baba na ne bad man intime ba na so me say international ma ko business bi
he fan now okay keep going
wo mu di wo mu festival a me ko ba ko madam for no na me hwede wo mu ye na nti me ba na me say o me international ye say adwuma nti ya ka sa me friend da say edu no mu nya fin no say edu ndo betumi akọchine me be to no mu ton akra ya no be me ko do ra no na no ko kasa sa no sia na e bisa say e binya top we na de ayo no so e no me kire me sibi aye na ya bobo no no me start to me kire me designers be bre e no me kire me sibi aye me se color we binya say me di yellow na me da flat blue no me nya green green.
And one ya within colors ni frafra.
Me and I am the colors in frafra me nya colors.
Now we nya different colors. Inti we will start here dabe.
Me starting che ba me ya o se me nya bebi a me ata no aso mo me adwuma okwan we no so no ma be se no eno ase me adwuma 200 pieces on me se no.
Why mo?
Railways for no on me se 200 pieces on me se no ma atale no ya de ya tubu ni lo na be ja ko tubu no asama 150 pieces.
Okay so o ma be say na
say me ye wi a no ma be do say ma me ata o mo ba no so no ma be de o ma be kabum
na say o mo say me hata wa bobo ni say we say o pe baby fufu
me ano ye ni baby a ye no a say o mo ba so e mo settlement baby mo ntia say no ma be
settlement ye de
say e mo muska 5 cedis and I say 10 cedis baby mo ntia say no ma be say no nti ande ni baby a e be no a say nti obi store ni na ma be sele a me ye wo say me ye 150 pieces no a say
ana che say ebi moje we for no
ebi moje
but say o moje a na no che say enye ade papa no mo you because say almost say be say railway na say no say e be asem
because mommy we no train na enye dwuma biem ina we so moba no so ye moba no wo atatale no so pe wi an bo so awo bo se mama ata o moba no so kula
moba no so na rail ni so na mo
moba no so obetumi atu eni pa hwo te kala sin pe bia ye moba no so na ata no ba mo se o mo te ase se ata no ma fit
na se o mo se o mo te ase a eno ani se ma pe drying line bia na bibi a mo be hata
me pacho ano so enya bibia be den je be hata no ti me ba papa we na me na be kasa no ma wo kasa se me yo mo ba nti se nti o ma me hata no am so o mo ma me ndepe
na menya no yata no apema me ata wa abio na msuo ma tinto mama mkwan se menye na mkoto kale sama be me se am best start ejuma no.
I see. Inti ejuma no o ya eho onfaso.
Won faso. To mam 200 pieces a maybe na mkita be 6 million.
Shirt nkwa na ya moye.
Ya sai ni kes kan ba we no and one fan kes amba. Shirt nkwa na me be da me be ye ni nyina fine.
Nkwa na we.
Wo me small boy wa me ni ejuma. No, I say, Mom, so
to me, a day 200.
Me to me, let me attend sin.
And they'll buy my pound. And then say what on BB.
And then menton she. I fancy some chassis.
I see.
I fancy some chassis. Now, top on so, and that's 100%. Yeah, only 50%. I can't remember. And back where we say
100% say 50%.
50%. What the year any to say top on we top now, sha. When say ocean now much 50% on the China, what the year any intuition about 100% on the China, the year a bay and a colors no do gusa, a bit me show no, I don't say fair.
And not just a fabric knit type and okay.
And not just a colors in the bare fair, but the topper and your quarter one or the year or your pet any.
I have with me a customer of one of the guys who make these design shirts. Let's just speak to him. What's your name?
I'm Eric.
Okay. Eric, what do you do for a living?
Like, me, I'm a foreigner. So, like, I don't have any job in Ghana here. This is my job. So, like, I used to go Kanta buy the top, plain white. So, I would take the top to these guys. So, whenever I reach there, any design I like, they do for me.
So you tell them the design to do?
Yeah. So like, you see this one. If I need this kind of design, so I will say I need this kind of design.
How long have you been doing this for?
Like six months plus now.
And when did you come to Ghana? From which country?
I'm from Sierra Leone.
Okay. When did you come to Ghana?
2019.
2019. That's about 2.5 or 3 years now. Okay. And why did you come to Ghana?
Oh, like me, absolutely. You know, in my life, I want to do something better for myself.
And that's why you came to Ghana?
Yeah, but like, it's not Ghana I want to stay, right? Just like I want to get some money so like I can pay my way to go another country. Like I want to go Spain, that's my target.
Okay.
But presently I'm here, I don't have a job, so this is my job I'm doing. So like I can get my transport.
You want to go to Spain for what?
Oh, here is Africa. You know, this time right, Africa is no good. Yeah. So like, there is nothing like white man country. So if you are staying in white man country, like for now, example, I'm doing this kind of job. But like if I'm living in a white man country, I can't do this kind of job. Like,
so what would you possibly be doing there?
Oh, absolutely. I was expecting that I'll be working on factory. So that would be better for me than selling all those things. Like,
but what were you doing in Sierra Leone before you came to Ghana?
I was a student.
You're a student?
Yeah.
What were you studying?
Absolutely. I'm an art student.
Art student, yeah. Okay. Since you started this, how profitable is it? Do you get a lot of money from it?
Just a little bit. It's not enough, but a little bit.
I said it's different colors.
No, different colors.
Colors no. Yeah, money fihi.
Colors in your koto.
Motor name wa himfa.
Yeah, turn wa okay shi. But I don't say yan chose as in your colors. Because motor colors. Na colors so no boy.
Saying
20 Ghana. Baku a me. Where yellow. Where 20 Ghana.
Where yellow. But say you look yellow.
By the good cinema. Rubber near from.
Okay.
Yeah, two color na. Ebini.
Into she is your good.
You na me de drew kakra guma color name.
Say ne be.
Say yeah
honey. Okay.
Nti edu kakra guma na ehwa wusi a empa because wusi so a manfa omu ye de nchini nsuo na esi nchini nsuo ni semina ejen na edusi nti ana ema atano ayepa me down wo hwe me down ya me ana me ye sama shamade
okay
me che me ana me che na ache unse mesia wo hwe me che na mesia na ma shamade okay yesra abense wo hwe na ombo en unse wiem na ye wo so ombo en You say one district, one dam here we see. Men about one dozen.
Mama would dam you.
One factory, ye beer company. And home about for some in.
Into your mama factory.
Yes, Rabban said. Boy,
I'm fan design.
Design beer remain by design beer.
You're dancing. Mamma, unya kiss fan casa. Let's sing.
What's a
also your design.
what's a
The bane I was starting.
I don't put your medium into me, starting and chair.
Now, Usia Fee, why ho?
What you may see from master, I a friend fresh.
Uncle school, dear.
What you may call school?
Mama Quine.
What are they be?
Inside the night, no one could school.
What you made me free of me was saying. See, and I'm Missy Casa, and to my shortest caca, interference and measures coming down.
Now, oh, yeah, now they need caca.
Okay.
Inti, oh, yeah, a day, what's in your sense?
What your dear, once I will know your jiba could be 5 cities. It been more by 100 pieces, 200, but only 10, I don't know, normal bar, into a yarn.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back from the break. I just got myself a white plain t-shirt inside here at Cantamanto. I'm going to give it to the tie-dye designers to get myself a beautifully designed t-shirt. Come along. So I'm here to speak to another of these designers. They call themselves the Kanta designers, and I have my shirt with him. Bosu, I brought a juma. It's saying, you're saying, Ahana, we are juma, Hana, what's it? Now, what started business way? How long ago?
They say 4 months.
4 months. Now, then I was starting.
You sure phones and everything.
It's one I'll start saying. Okay. The white shirts, the person design a mommy. What about you saying?
The mom can see that already.
So, yes, I'm designing a modified.
Since we be an
so, into what any 10 cities. And then I'll do me 10 cities.
Send me a boss, no sign.
Oh, your boss.
I sign first summer.
Okay. So, we are speaking to Babana. He will be designing my shirts for me while we have a conversation. It's a patch of everything else started. Into my shirts, no. I don't know who answer now who started.
I say soon I'm going to draw.
A draw answer.
I finished with that. So now we like what is sense in us over share. I'm not calling you.
Oh, okay. Design now, baby. Your friend is saying. Spider. Eh, then I'll be do Kanta. Ufin away.
From Côte d'Ivoire.
Côte d'Ivoire. Just all you're Ghanaian.
You're Ghanaian, but I'm not Papa Côte d'Ivoire.
Ah.
I say Ghana life now. Because I'm the same man in China. The bar.
Ah, it's what you want to mention. I see. It's a business now, you know. What the boy Nana? And I'll go school.
Go
school. Where you school?
David.
One go school.
Go school.
Echo see level man.
Form 1.
Form 1. SS1. And now JHS1. And now J. And then now J.
And we didn't get cancer. I'm not born near the Kakra.
Nti wo jay no answer na be start we no. Na we den.
No no hwe me de me bia mo fi.
Na wo fi. Na ona na show. Okay. Nti ye pese hu design na we no. O ye ne sen. O be ye ne sen. O betimi a kire yen. Emu papa.
Me say different styles be brave. Na person me we.
Say no any say coaching. Okay, so whilst he does this, he's going to start designing my shirts for me, but he wants to. It's going to take a while, so we are going to leave him to do his thing. We'll be back to continue the conversation with him. But let's go to another of his colleagues and get him to share his experience and how business is going for him so far. So let's speak to this young man who's already designing one of such shirts. Your friend was saying? Mustafa. So how long have you been doing this?
5 months.
So you started in which month?
December when I started.
Is this where you stay?
Yeah.
This where you stay? This where you sleep?
I did a canter inside. I did a canter inside. The bed where I did.
Okay. And how long have you been staying here in Kanta?
Like 3 years.
3 years. Yeah. Where did you come from?
I come from Nkoko.
What were you doing at Nkoko before you came here?
At the time we were doing Nkoko, I was doing scraps at Nkoko, but I come across change them. I did do time and die. Say business when I was so.
And then now can for topa.
Oh, business with the call guy in Tinama start to me.
If he obi na share we ya na one I was starting say we.
Obi na na mjina ni nchene msu ya. We kala na yo isu share de on e isu de ba yo ni isu de isu share de wa ya no
difference in name.
Isu share de no omo ye no we are center one. Eno omno omo no kala no. Sianom de aye.
Na COVID by no. We say 5 months ni. Affect your business.
Corona ni there. And affect business no ekosu. Ekosu.
Na never ton bibia yet.
Oh, my market and selling me start for from.
There.
Oh, my ton be 50 pieces.
50 pieces. Then you are show.
Oh, scar me.
So we are back. He's done with the first part of the shirt and he's designing the second one. Into shirt now you say no. Uton mama 10 cedis. Into you find say oh yeah be 20 ya. It means a day bia we 200 cedis.
I borrow say one 2 years be 100 pieces. Maybe 300 pieces. They do am 2 years be 700 Ghana na 800 Ghana
a day. Na sika no dey. Because as I have show Anna.
Yes, I'm not sure. Mama, I'm not papa. I'm not sure.
But say 800 cedis. Sika wo. Into what they then we save it now. We save it. Into say abe ahina we save. Can go.
They say like with them.
So say 4 months now starting. Into be ahina we save.
We them say
2000. Why must I ya omo beto shirts ni?
We don't be more to do, be more like Kobe bless so bad at
Be more cute. Who own them corona who shirts around?
You feel good.
You feel good.
You feel so.
So we've been speaking to Babana. He has just told us his story and how he's been going about his business for 4 months now. He says business is good, but sometimes, of course, it has its downsides. Babana, who will be able to echato? And so that's it. We wrap up. My shirt, beautifully designed. I'm still waiting for it to dry, because if I wear it now, my dress will be a mess. But that's how we wrap up this edition of People and Places. We came to the streets and we spoke to some of the boys here, the young boys who are, instead of whiling away time, using their time to design these beautiful clothes. They are making some money and that's how they are living, and they want people to help them improve on their skills. Thank you for joining us in this edition of People and Places. My name is Wandami Hagan. See you next time.
Episode. On today's episode, we're asking if GFA President Ket Okreku has been an improvement on the leadership of the embattled former GFA President Kwesi Nyantechi, because it's been close to 2 years since he took over from the Normalizations Committee as the GFA President. Let us know what you think by stating your opinion in the comment section. My name is Joel Leshend, and we go for a quick break. When we come back, I'll introduce my guest to you. Then we start the discussions. Welcome back from that short break. You're still watching GhanaWeb TV, and it is the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Today, joining me for the discussion, I have Shaban. He's known everywhere. I know you see him on your screens during the Ghana Premier League coverage on Star Times. I also have Bra OJ. He's a staunch Kotoko fan, so he will be here to also tell us when we start the analysis on the Ghana Premier League on who can win the league and the possible teams who will be relegated. But today we're asking if Ket Okreku has been an improvement on the leadership of the embattled former GFA President Kwesi Nyantechi or not. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here.
Good morning.
On GhanaWeb TV.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, OJ, what do you remember about Kwesi Nyantechi?
Well, Nyantechi's administration wasn't the bad one until the number 12 came in. Then some of the things I remember him was the 2006 World Cup. Yes, at least. He took Ghana there for the first time, so that is what I always recall when his name comes to mind.
Okay, let me come to Shaban. What do you remember about Kwesi Nyantechi?
Well, I think it's the 2009 Under-20 World Cup, because it was the first World Cup to be won by an African country on an African soil, and I think that is one thing that I remember very well about the former FA boss Kwesi Nyantechi.
But the two of you are speaking about the national teams. You've said nothing about the Ghana Premier League, because before he came, we had Hasselhoff and Kotoko playing in the maiden edition of the CAF Confederations Cup final, which has beat Kotoko in Kumasi to win that trophy. You spoke about the national team, but you don't remember him for our league.
Well, I think that He has his positive and also the negative. Okay. And with Kwesi Nyantakyi, I can tell you that his administration, what really affected him most was how he managed the Ghana Premier League. He didn't pay attention to the league. His focus was only on the national teams. And one thing, that is why it makes him that person who helped the national team, because he paid attention to the national team and he branded it very well. But with the Premier League, he didn't pay much attention. I can remember 2008 he had the Glow Premier League sponsorship. We had the Xylophone, that was the last sponsorship before the number 9, and then the number 12, and then
I think at a point we had Rice Master also.
Yeah, that's for the national team. Yeah, okay. That's for the. So we have the Glow Premier League, we have the Xylophone sponsorship, and we have the Super Sports. Yeah. That is under his administration. But in all, he took over when our our club teams were doing very well. From 1956, we started playing the Premier League. From 1997, we saw Ash Gold in the CAF Champions League final.
Before that, they played in several semi-finals.
King Faisal. We saw Kotoko winning the Champions League we saw Kotoko winning the Champions League 83. Heart of Folk winning the Champions League in 2000. And then in 2005, we saw both teams in the final. December 2005, he took over as the next FA president. Now, taking over from 2005 to 2018, we didn't see any changes in our.
Okay, we will come back to that. But OJ, you don't remember him in terms of the promotion and the improvement of the Ghana Premier League?
Just as he was saying, Nyantakyi only focused how his name could go, like
international with the national teams.
If you could remember, at the point in time he was contesting for a position at
FIFA. He became a FIFA executive council.
So everything he does, like he wanted to go out there, not paying attention to the localists. Though he did some good stuff with the localists, but then I think it wasn't enough. Yeah, because then the number 12 came out as a result of what was going on locally.
A lot of allegations and all that.
You understand? And then I think officiating wasn't the best.
Okay, so watching GhanaWeb TV is the Friday's debate. Today we're asking if GFA President Kurt Okraku has been an improvement on the leadership of Kwesi Nyantakyi. It's been close to 2 years since Kurt took over. Shaban, we are not comparing the two presidents because one had close to 13 years and the current one has been in office for at least about a year and a half. But we know the things that brought the number 12 expose and the time when people started losing interest in Ghana football because there were several allegations against him, hooliganism and all that. Has Kurt Okraku been an improvement on Kwesi Nyantakyi or not?
Well, you could clearly see that Kurt wants to do something. A former journalist, a football administrator, and so we expect to see more from him. As a matter of fact, the FA Cup committee, he was the chairman, and we saw what he did with it.
I think it was a final between Mediama and Bizebeche.
And then even Hatofuk and Kotoko at Temali. He was the chairman.
1-3-0.
Yes.
The famous hat-trick from
Ahmed Adams.
Sadiq Adams. And that was the end of his career. And so, clearly, you can't, it's early days yet, but you must see glimpses of positive. And I think that Kurt's administration is showing something. But for me, as an ardent local league follower, my expectations is to see the progress of the clubs or the progress of the Ghana football. Especially when in about 13 good solid years, we struggled in the Premier League. We've not seen any positive. We are struggling. Things are not going well. Clubs cannot finance themselves. We are having issues with infrastructure
and all that, TV coverage. At a point in Yantechi's administration, we didn't even have TV coverage.
Yeah,
I remember,
and we played the league without a headline sponsor.
Headline sponsors. Even this time around, we are playing without headline. Kurt took over 24th of October 2019. He started the truncated league. Unfortunately for him, we started the league, we started something. The league was truncated due to the COVID-19. This time around, we have 14 more matches to go. I think that I am assessing him based on the performance or based on what we are seeing in the Ghana Premier League. And for the national teams, it's already branded. The national teams are branded themselves. For an FA president or FA administration, what can be assessed most is the league. You go to the Algerian league, it's successful. Egypt league is successful, and then all the commendations goes to the FA. But when the national teams are doing well, the Ghana national team is doing well, the government takes the glory
because at the end of the day, he's the one who is financing.
Yes.
Okay. So, OJ, has Kurt been an improvement on question Yantechi, or there are things that you think that Yantechi did which was wrong, and now Kurt is also repeating the same mistakes?
Kurt is doing well so far, so good. Yes. Okay. As you said earlier, you can't compare a whole 13 years.
We are not comparing
to a 1.5 administration of Kurt. But then let's look at something here. Before he was voted into power, he brought a manifesto. That is the game changer.
He said a lot of things.
So if I want to assess Kurt, I will use those things to assess him. Man, one, he talked about transparency and then accountability. These are stuff we are seeing him doing. Okay. I think a while ago, he brought out the salaries they take. There was this noise all over that they are taking huge money, but at least we can count on that and then assess them. Say let's say they are taking this, they are taking that.
So at the end of the day, we don't need to speculate anymore about the salaries they are taking.
I'm not saying that, but then we will know they are taking this. So if let's say something is not going over financially, we will know that this is what has been added to the account. I hope you are getting me. Yeah. And then let's also look at refereeing. I think now this season referees have been paid I think 2 weeks or a month. Unlike formerly when they pile up their remunerations and then things. Then we also talk about the secretariat. During Nyanji's administration, Nyanji had all the power, but then looking at case administration, the secretary, Prosperado. Prosperado is also having some form of power, which he also chose the referees manager and the squad team. Yes, so I think it's been doing also far so good. But then internationally, you can't assess him because as you said, government will take the glory. But then you wouldn't say you shouldn't do more at the international level too. The women's league is going on, so I think Kurt is doing fine. Yeah.
All right. So they are giving their general analysis about Kurt Okraku's reign so far as GFA president. But we'll go for a quick break. When we come, we will discuss his posture with the media and how the administration is handling issues like hooliganism in our football. You're still watching the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll continue the discussions.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Alright, so welcome back from the break. It's still GhanaWeb TV and it's the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. We're talking about issues regarding the Ghana Football Association president leadership. And as I've been saying, we are not trying to compare his reign with that of Yantechi, because the embattled former GFA president had close to 13 years to be in office. But we are asking if Kurt has been an improvement on the leadership of Kwesi Nyantechi. They've spoken about their general impression about Kurt so far. But I want to ask, are you impressed about his posture towards the media? Because Nyantechi was tagged as that, in quotes, arrogant boss who literally didn't care about what the media was saying, I think, at the latter part of his reign as the GFA president.
Well, I think that Kurt has really improved on the previous FA president in terms of communication. Okay. I think one of the things that is helping this administration very well is how they respond to issues.
Yes.
Because the previous administration, they didn't have that problem so much, but they wait for issues to go out,
escalate before.
Yes, people speculate, and at a point they don't even respond to it. And for the media, when we start talking about an issue and you don't respond, we will keep on hitting it. And for the media, we have influence on the public, and whatever we say, the public accepts it. So Kurt realized those things. He knew that if he doesn't come out quickly to respond to issues, it is going to affect him too.
Is it because he has been a journalist before?
Yes, he knows the impact of journalism on the public, and that is why he is quick to responding to issues. And I think that they have had issues. I remember one of their congress, some of the medias were not allowed to shoot and all that. But I think that they were all basic rules that the media must follow. I think they are learning. Look, the Women's Premier League, it has improved. A lot of information on the Women's Premier League. The official page of Northern Zone, official page of Southern Zone, informations are being posted. The Premier League too. You go to the FA official website, there are videos or highlights of some games, which at a point, main games, top games under Nyantechi's administration, we didn't even have videos we didn't have, except of Haas Kotoko games, not to talk of Karela, King Faisal games. By this time, we have King Faisal Ashgood highlights, week 19. And that is positive. So I think that the FA Division 1, we have information, top scorers. In the previous administrations had for you to even know the top scorer in the Division 1. But Division 1, by this time, you know that Andy Kumi Francis joined Kotoko, scoring 7 for Unistar Soccer Academy. And that is also helping. So in all angles, in all aspects, you see a sort of communication directly from the association to the public, and how they also respond. Lawyer Prosper Arisinado to the General Secretary is doing well, even though he's not the head of communication. We have Mr. Hart, Mr. Henry Asante Chum, but they are all working collectively to help. And the FA president also goes on most platforms to also, but in the previous administrations had to even get Nyantechi, because you go to Switzerland, you go to CAF and all that, you will even have
okay. So he has touched on his engagement with the media. Sometimes Kurt is criticized for some of the things that he says in his interview with the media. The first one was when he said he cannot appoint his enemies. It brought a whole lot of controversies. And the recent one, I am not the IGP to arrest hooligans at our match venue. Generally, are you impressed with how he engaged with the media and the sort of responses that he provides?
Joe, you and I know this man knows a lot about the media and then journalism as a whole. Yeah. Yes, and then he wouldn't go out there to say anything that would tarnish his image or reputation. Yes, he has a communication team which is headed by Henry Asante. So anything he says or anything that goes out there has been properly arranged. Yes, he's saying it's not the IGP to arrest hooligans. I think
was that a good statement for him too?
Not it being a good statement, but then
how would you have taken it if it came from Nyantechi?
What? That is a tough question.
No, but that is a tough question. But you are saying that it's not a big deal.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yes.
Saying
then I'm asking because remember The question is whether he has been an improvement on Yantechi's leadership, especially the latter part that it was him who decided who occupies the position of vice president and all that. So I'm saying that Yantechi, after the 2014 FIFA World Cup, when he was asked about the government white paper, he said he was at something like toilet paper. And it became a big issue in Ghana. Now, a GFA president is asked about hooliganism and all that. And he says that I'm not a IGP to go and arrest people. And you are saying we shouldn't make a big deal out of it. And I'm asking you, would it have been okay with you if that statement came from Yantechi?
You see, the media gives so much pressure, and then when you don't take your time to address issues, you might say things.
No, you are still not answering my question.
No, hold on.
I'm saying that I'll let you proceed.
I understand the question
but I want to draw the line between this. Would it have been okay for you if that particular statement was made by Yantechi?
I wouldn't have taken any offense to, but
are you sure?
It would have It would have depended on how and then when the question was asked.
No, what do you mean by how? Because
how in a sense that some journalists can provoke you whilst answering questions.
Yeah, but if I'm interviewing you and I'm provoking you, it depends on how you respond.
It doesn't mean I understand that it doesn't mean I have to say anything just like that.
So you are saying that it is not a big deal for Kurt to make such a statement, and you would have reacted the same if it has come from
of course yes, Yantechi. Of course yes, because sometimes, as I said earlier, the media gives so much pressure, and then when you don't take your time, you say things that you need not to say. Regarding the issue about he appointing those yes, of course, Joe, I can't assume office and then appoint people I do not know to work with.
So
we are all humans.
It's always been about people.
No. I feel comfortable working with people like people around me.
Must you always feel comfortable working with?
That is why the media is there to talk about anything that we are not doing well.
Yes, but I'm saying that so if Mo Shaban can do the work and he's not my friend, so because he's not my friend.
Let's not go there.
It's two things.
No. I am asking you the question.
The question is those around him are doing the work or they are not doing the work.
No, I'm asking you that.
It's two things. It's either it's two things. You are not my friend. It's different from you are my enemy. So you might not be my friend, but you can do the job. I will appoint you. You are my enemy. It's another thing.
How do you brand someone as an enemy, or do you literally do that because he campaigned against you during the election?
Probably based on what the person was saying during the campaign.
But it's election. It's election. All is fair. I want to win. So if I can do the job and I campaign against you, do you have to say that maybe you won't give me the job because I'm your enemy? Wouldn't have been better?
In as much as you want to win, that no mean go out there and then say things that wouldn't favor me and then would rather tarnish my image.
So
I wouldn't assume of it and then appoint you to come and then help me work.
Even though I can do the job better than any of your team members.
I asked the question, what are they doing that is not right? I mean, those that get appointed.
Okay. And well, as it stands now, we don't know the people he labeled as his enemies. So we cannot make a conclusion.
Yeah, because when you look at Atanichum, for instance, Henry Atanichum, he's doing a fantastic job.
Okay.
Lawyer Prosperity is doing a fantastic job. So I don't see the essence of people saying or Ghanaians saying he should have chosen people or appointed people outside this.
Maybe they wanted George Fee.
You understand?
Okay. So with regards to, you mentioned the General Secretary's name. Now we heard that under Kurt's tenure, the only thing they know how to do is we've banned this match venue. We've done that. In respect to how he's handling hooliganism, would it have been better under Yantechi, or was it better under Yantechi? Because this season, the number of cases that we've recorded, I think
I are more than
even when we are playing behind closed doors.
Yes, even when we are playing with our
fans are not allowed to enter. You see, this issue is a worrying issue, and then it demands time to talk about these things. You see, Kate and the administration have been doing very well regarding this issue, and then that's the only way they can do to stop this. Yes, when anything of that sort.
Let me ask you a question. So, if you come here and you misbehave, and the police allow you to go and they say we ban GhanaWeb from using their office premises for 1 month, how does that solve the problem?
I didn't get the question. I come here to misbehave.
Yeah, you come here to misbehave, and maybe the National Media Commission or the NCS.
I come here asking who? Asking
you come here as a guest.
Okay.
To misbehave. Then they say that they won't punish you, but they are punishing GhanaWeb. Is that way? Is that a way to solve the problem?
But how do you know those that misbehave are not the fans of the clubs?
Oh, what shoes?
They want to support the teams.
Because look, the Wamanafu incident. None of the fans who I saw in the video and they were beating the referee, none of them was wearing a replica jersey of Wamanafu. So how do you identify that these people are fans of Wamanafu?
I wouldn't go to a stadium with the intention of going to misbehave, and then like I'll put on an attire that will identify me that I'm from this club or this club.
So how do you identify that these are my fans?
Yes. No Heart of Folk supporter.
Okay.
We'll go to, I think, event.
How do you?
They didn't misbehave.
Well, I think that with this issue,
yeah,
hooligans, that specific thing started way back because we started playing the league in 1956. We've had issues,
a lot of cases about it.
A lot.
Under Kurt's administration.
Look, don't look at OJ, look at me.
Under Kurt's administration, we've had issues, and one unfortunate aspect is that we are playing behind closed doors. That makes it more
very
dangerous.
Dangerous, yeah.
One, to handle the case of hooliganism in our football, we need to tackle officiating. You know why I'm saying that?
We'll come to that yes.
You see, the fans have perceptions that after the Anas expose, the perception is that any referee who does a mistake, has taken something from the other club. So,
I'm not cutting you. I have to go for a quick break. When I come, we are running. We will have to wrap up the discussion on the referee's performance under this leadership, and then the issues about the Ghana Premier League and all that. You're still watching the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. Has Kurt Okraku been an improvement on the leadership of Kwesi Nyantakyi? We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll continue the discussions.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back from the break. It's still the GhanaWeb Fridays debate. We're talking about the leadership of Kurt Okraku. We're doing a bit comparison if it has been an improvement on that of Kwesi Nyantakyi. Before we went for the break, Shaban, you were talking about referees being one of the main reasons why it's been difficult for us to fight hooligans.
Yes, and as I'm speaking, you saw videos how they're circulating, how referees were awarding penalties, and it's not 1, 2, it's about 3 or 4 videos, and most clubs are beginning to show that. And I don't know what is wrong with the referees. Now clubs are beginning to show take coverage of their own matches. So when when you misbehave, everybody would see. 2, education on the fans. The FA have not tackled that. The clubs have not also done that. You need to educate your fans that look, you don't understand the rules of, even though you've been watching football, you don't know the rules of the game. The rules of the game is different. There are a lot of changes in the rules. So take your time. When there is defeat, irrespective of the FA banning the referee, still the scoreline stands. Yeah. So it's about education. The FA have not tackled the issue in terms of using the security personnel in Division 1, in some of the Division 1 venues. Before the start of the game, you could clearly feel the tension at the match venue. What do? You bring a lot of security men. You go to some of the Division 1 venues, you see 10 policemen. How can they stand at 50, 70, 80 supporters? It is difficult. Even in the Premier League, we saw Elmina Sharks against Medium FC. We saw some fans coming on the field to harass the officiating officials because the security are few. And probably the FA might think that we are playing behind closed doors. We only need few security. Meanwhile, the game itself is emotional. People follow the game with all their heart, with all their passion. The tension starts at 1, 2. And then one thing, yesterday I was listening to the communications director of the Ghana Football Association. He stated clearly that the match commissioners and then the referees, sometimes what happens at the match venue, they don't record it. I don't know if they are being sorted out after the game, that please don't release it out. Probably because sometimes the media are the people who comes out to release such information. The game between Ebusua Dwarfs and Brekum Chelsea. I received the call. Mo, come and see. The coach of Ebusua Dwarfs, look, come and see what is happening.
According to him, he was beaten like a thief.
Yes, he was beaten like a thief. Yet, it's a Premier League match. Where are the security? So we need to improve on the security. If at match venue, if it's about 50, 70 security personnel, surround them on the field of play so that we can probably enjoy our game.
Okay. I'll come to you. How do we solve this issue of hooliganism with regards to referees? Then we try and wrap up.
I think education is key, as most
education. We've been talking about, because football, there is this simple rule: you either lose, you draw, or you win.
I understand.
And when we talk about education, it is not as if we don't have bad referees in Europe. Because if you can remember that 2009 Champions League game between FC Barcelona and Chelsea,
yes.
If the game had happened in Ghana, it was between us and Kotoko, it would have been bloody.
A war.
Yes, but at the end of the day, the Chelsea fans, the only thing that they did was to insult him. Nobody tried to assault the referee. So it is not just about education, telling people what do we do outside
when education. I say education, I don't mean educating them on this three things that you mentioned. Yeah. Either you win, you draw, you lose. No, I mean educating them on the decision of the referee. Like let's say when
issues about handball,
penalty, and then the likes. Not everyone that has football attacks understand those issues and then laws. You understand? So when I say education, that is what I mean. And then number 2, I think money or salaries of the referees also counts. Yes, Joe, I'm going to a match venue, and then let's say I receive 100 cedis after this game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that is what they receive, but then I'm giving an example. I receive 100 cedis after this game, and then the home team tells me after the match they will give me 1,000 cedis.
Okay, like, so because your salary is bad, is it a justification?
It's not a justification, but then it could be an influence
for you to compromise the game.
I'm not saying it's a justification, but then it could be an influence. So when they are paid higher and then they are paid on time, Joe, some of these things would happen.
If somebody wants to take a bribe, irrespective of the salary,
I understand.
So
why then, let's say out of 100%,
okay,
if they are paid on time and then they are paid well, I mean about 80-70% wouldn't go into a match with some of this mentality that I'm going to take this, I'm going to take that.
All right, briefly before we wrap up, now there's been talks about introduction of VAR. Will it solve our problems?
I do not think VAR will solve our problems, because
So
even out there, they are still facing challenges.
Okay. And so you think that VAR will come, people will still beat referees?
As I heard earlier, the hooliganism issue needs education. You see, the VAR wouldn't solve our problems entirely, but then somehow it will help. And then this VAR wouldn't take effect right away. I think
it will start next season.
I'm not even sure it's next season. I think 2 seasons after. Yes.
Okay.
Because this VAR, people were also saying that we don't have the equipment. And then let me say this: the VAR comes in 2 forms. There is the one they use
in
out
Europe.
there in Europe, yes, where there's a room where, and then there's a one that they use in the form of OB van.
Okay.
Yes, so I think that is what they'll be using here mostly.
Okay.
So like, let's say you cannot go to venues where there are no infrastructure. Let's say a match venue.
People cry and shut down the dressing room.
Dressing room now cook where's anymore. I mean, so the OB vans will help. But I do not think it will be any moment from now. I think next 2 seasons or so, because more education needs to go into this VR thing.
All right, so we've been talking about the leadership of Ket Okreku. We have few minutes to wrap up. Now, top 4 or who wins the Ghana Premier League, and then the 3 teams who will be going to relegation. Personally, Inter-Allies, I don't want them to. I would love to see them stay in the Ghana Premier League, because at the end of the day, they are able to pay their players. So it's better to have these people in the league than have.
Also, they don't know why they are not getting results, because sometimes when I watch Inter-Allies, like, I feel happy. They play the boys by then. In the end, I don't know why they don't get the results.
All right, so in the words of Alhaji Bruce, or see them go na.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, the top clubs, now it's just 2 points separating 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and the 5th place teams. This week we are going to see some interesting games. First of all, we'll have to cross the Ofin River, and
maybe they would ask Kotoko how they did it.
So I want to know from your perspective, what are the dynamics going into this weekend's round of fixtures? Quick one, then I'll move to OJ.
Well, going into the this weekend's fixture is a decider. Last week was a decider for relegation. I think Inter-Allies have confirmed their spots in the relegation zone. They are not likely to play the 2021-2022 season, because after 20 games they've just amassed 16 points. And you look at the 17th on the league log, which is King Faisal, 19 points, and then you have the 16th on the league log, which is Liberty, have 21 points. Then you have 15th on the league log, which is 11 Wonders, 22 points. It means that one of them will join. One is either 11 Wonders or Liberty Professionals will join King Faisal and Inter-Allies. And looking at how 11 Wonders are playing, it's not likely that they might continue to play. They have their best player joining her to Folk, Salif Ibrahim. Probably that has also affected the team so well, and they have issues regarding their coach Ignacio Sefo. So yesterday he was sacked from the training grounds. It means that
so now he's been asked to step aside for 3 games.
For 3 games, and he's not likely to come. You can testify. Show me on records a coach that have been asked to step aside and then came back.
It
never happened.
It's even in our culture as Ghanaians. The moment you'll be asked to go on leave
or step aside.
Go on leave. Step aside small.
It means it is over. It is over for you. So for Inter-Allies, I can confirm they are gone. King Faisal, 11 Wonders, Liberty are working extra harder, and then in their last 2 home games, they have won all those games. So it means that they are ready, and next win will just cement or push them away from the relegation, so where 11 Wonders is likely, because the last game of 11 Wonders against Liberty was an home game for them. They lost at Obuasi. Their next game is a away game, which is not likely they are going to get the points. And then the top 4 battle and who wins the league. You have Asante Kotoko 35, Olympics 34, Hearts 33, Mediama 33. Then you have Dreams FC 30. You have Karela 32. The battle is very tough. Karela in the not performing their last 2 games in the second round have moved them from the first spot to the fifth position on the league log. It means that winning 2 would push you, losing 2 would push you. Now, you look at the gap between the first and the 10th, it's just about 8 points, because even the one on the 10th position has 23 points, and then the first have 35 points. The points gap is
how competitive.
It is not competitive. We've not, this year is the worst, probably based on points build up, because the clubs are not doing well to amass more points in this year's league. So I think that for the league decider it's difficult. By the top 4, you can clearly see that Hearts Kotoko, Karela, and Mediama could make it to Olympics. If they fail to win about 2 games, it's possible that Olympics might move from the top 4, because Mediama is pushing so well with the quality of players. They can make it. Hartlepool is pushing, Kotoko is pushing, and then Karela United is also pushing. So this weekend will decide if Hartlepool would want to win the league or they wouldn't win. And Kotoko Mediama is also another decider. So let's see what happens. Probably all of them can get one point, and then still the next game will decide which team moves ahead.
All right. So I'll end with you. What are the chances of Hartlepool, especially in breaking their 10 years trophy jays?
It will be difficult, but then looking at their form, anything can happen. Yes, with the new players and then with the new coach, I think the spirit, the euphoria
around the team is.
But the new coach itself is not performing.
He's not performing, but then looking at the performance back, like there has been an improvement. Yes, because
but he has played 4 games.
But Papic did exactly what he
did.
He
has
Papic
played
won
6-1. He has lost 1.
Yes, but Papic also won.
Papic won 6-1, but then why is not there?
All right, we will talk about Papic. All right. So thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining me on this episode of the Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. The conversation does not end here. Let me hear from you in the comment section. Has Ket Okreku been an improvement on the leadership of Kwesi Iantechi? My name is Joel Leshen, and it has been an honor to serve you here with the hottest debate show, GhanaWeb Fridays debate, here on GhanaWeb TV. The art of being a good guest is to say bye-bye. Until we meet again, it's bye for now.
It's the end of another business week, and as usual, we come your way again with an exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, where we chronicle trending business headlines as well as an engaging interview with an entrepreneur. My name is Desmond Frimpong. Let's settle for the details. Now, Ghanaian moms can heave a sigh of relief because it's a go-to platform where they can share the experiences, journeys, and challenges with motherhood. I'm talking about the Talkative Mom app, which has all the resources to help build the mother and child relationship. My colleague Mauli Ahlomega has the full story.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Today my guest will be the founder of a digital platform, and this platform is helping women with resources as they journey on in their motherhood. I'll be speaking to Eno Kwegwin, and she's the founder of the Talkative Moms app, and we'll be talking all things Talkative Moms. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. And so welcome back. We'll be delving right straight into the conversation with the founder of the Talkative Mom app, Eno Kwegwin. Hi.
Hi, Mauli.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Thank you very much for welcoming us.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So let's get straight into it. What is the Talkative Mom app?
All right, so essentially, Talkative Mom app is a parenting platform. So it was built for the Ghanaian parents. Eventually, we would like to expand into Africa, but now that we started, it's mainly for Ghanaians. Okay. And it's supposed to be a one-stop shop where you find everything and anything you would need on your journey. Okay. So if you have some questions, you can enter it into Mom Plug, which is the first feature. Okay, because the app has 4 features. The first feature is Mom Plug. Okay. Mom Plug is where you can enter questions like home remedies for my infant's cold, and then you get your answers. Or your baby is starting solids, you want some answers, you get them. And then that brings us to the second feature, which is the marketplace. So I decided, why would we stop at just answering questions? Why don't we recommend credible vendors who you can buy from directly from the app? So that's how marketplace came about. So let's say you want some what's it called, products, and let's say you're looking for Tom Brown. You want a credible Tom Brown vendor. You'd find that in the marketplace. Okay. Then the third feature is a blog. So that's actually how everything started. It started with a blog. So the blog has my blog posts, but the other benefit is blog posts from experts. So you get pediatricians blogging, gynecologists, speech and language therapists, clinical psychologists. We have a host of experts on there sharing blog posts to educate people. And then the last bit is the listings. So the listings came about because I noticed that a lot of people didn't know where to start from when their children want to start school. Okay. So I said, okay, let me list all the good schools that I know, with their fees, with information on them, the location, and you can click on it directly from the app and it will take you there. You can also call directly from the app. Restaurants, hospitals, pediatricians, all of them are in listings. So it's just a one-stop shop where you can find everything you need. Yeah.
Speaking of one-stop shop, was there a specific inspiration? Because you started from a blog all back in 2017. Yes. Was there something very specific that inspired you to develop this? Yeah.
So I noticed that every woman that gets pregnant in Ghana, at least most women, they download a pregnancy tracker or an app that will guide them throughout their journey. And there was none like that in Ghana, which was incredible. It's been so long, we're in 2020, and we still had no parenting app in Ghana. And since this was already something I was in, and I love to share information and resources, I decided, why don't we evolve into an app where you can get everything you need? Because I felt that the blog was limiting. All I was doing was sharing information. Why don't we take it to the next step by having people find resources that they need and calling from the app, finding the location on the app. These are things that mothers used to send to me. And another thing was that back to the questions I was getting, a lot of DMs like, oh, where do you buy this? I had to show him figures. I had to show him how my platform on Instagram was growing. I had to show him the kind of questions I was getting. I realized there is a gap here, and I feel we can fill it. Okay. So if we don't do it, someone else will. So why don't we just start it? And because I had sort of become like a trusted platform where people would get answers to their questions, I said, let me be the one to do this, and then hopefully we can grow from there as a country. So my husband decided, okay, I'll build it for you. He has a team actually, so it's actually a team of 3. Okay. Right now, funny enough, he's gotten too busy. Yeah, because he has a full-time job. Okay. So now it's the team. So we have a developer and a design guy who are currently working on an app. And one thing about apps is that you know that every time it's being updated. So we are working on the phase 2, which will be launching, I'm sure, in a few days actually. Okay. Yeah, so it's a Ghanaian-owned app.
Did you do any survey before you went to him? And how did he take it initially that you want to develop such an app?
Yeah, so my background is marketing, okay? And so for me, how I knew this could turn into a business was because already my blog, I had added another feature to it, which was a shop. Okay. So people were already buying from me, the demand was there. And so I had to show him figures, and he would see the number of orders I was getting, and I said, why stop here? Why not collaborate with all the vendors that I know? And funny enough, the vendors on the app are people I know personally or I've worked with. Wow. So I decided, okay, I would show him the figures. Another thing I did was I do a lot of giveaways on my page, and businesses. The last time I did a giveaway, which was Christmas, I had 30-something businesses who were reaching out. Actually, it was over, but I had to actually stop it because the demand was, yeah. So I knew that businesses trusted me. I knew people trusted my opinion, and so seeing all that, he was like, you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's do this since it's something you really want. So yeah, right now as we speak, I have 130+ businesses on the and counting because there are still more people that we have to verify because I have to make sure that we don't have scammers on the app and people can get value for their money.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
Humor, we've got you covered.
Me from TV3 incident to you see me na me face a plan. Me who say be for me who say as I plan here. Because I say a back from my TV3 buy ya boom. Yeah. Na ko YouTube ya me patcho. O patcho say. O patcho. Obiabo.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Obviously, you have some challenges. What are some challenges that you've had so far since this app has been rolled out?
Okay, so the thing about Ghanaians is that people want that that personal touch. Okay. So going on a website or going on an app, buying, not being able to ask the questions they want before purchasing, they want to be able to make sure that they are talking to the person they are buying from. They can ask questions like, hey, this color, is this going to come exactly like the picture shown? Things like that, even if it's there. So what I decided to do was, on the app, there's no payment platform. So what happens is that when people select a product and they are checking out, they fill in their details and then it sends a message straight to the vendor. Now you are able to talk to the vendor before making payments. And so, these were some of the things that I had to address on the app. And then, just getting people to download because, again, technology in Ghana, it's there, but we are still a little bit behind. And so, that was one of the things. But slowly but surely, it's growing. Yeah.
So on the downloads, how many people have downloaded this app? And what's the feedback and then the engagements like? How's the entire app looking like right now? Okay,
so right now we have definitely 2,000 plus because we started with almost 2,000 and something downloads. Okay. And the feedback has been great. You would even see reviews on the App Store because it's on iOS and Android. So when you go, you'll be able to read reviews even before you download the app. And there's a lot of engagement because on the listings feature, you get to rate and review any facility. So if it's a hospital and you had a bad experience, you can review, you can leave a comment. So people have done that, and that has guided other people to select this hospital or select this pediatrician, that sort of thing. So I've seen that even with the blog posts as well, people are enjoying the blog posts because I'm getting that sort of feedback, and people are purchasing products on the app. So slowly we are picking. It's doing well.
So I realized you ranked number 2 on the app brain in 24 hours of your launch. How did that make you feel, and especially for a Ghanaian company?
I was over the moon. I had no idea it could even happen. Even my husband, who's a tech person, was shocked because we were in the top 100 apps that had been downloaded. We were above what's this dating app? I've forgotten the name. Sorry, I've forgotten. But we're above that dating app, and we were number 2 in the US and the UK, parenting apps. So it was an honor to experience that. Yeah, it was exciting.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm sure every app comes with its own security and all of that. How safe is this app, and how assured that people can use this app without their data or nothing stolen or?
Okay, so we have terms and conditions that you would have to read through before you even sign up on the app. And in the terms and conditions, you see all that we've put in place to protect your data. Secondly, like I mentioned, with regards to vendors, we vet them before we accept them. These are vendors that I said I already know, I've worked with, I've bought things from, I trust them. So you know that you are safe. Thirdly, we don't have a payment platform on the app, and so your card details are not taking. These are all things that would eventually add to the app, but for now, this isn't part of it. So for now, everything is secure, and definitely in the future, it will continue to be secure because we are serious about it, about growing it. Yeah.
You mentioned the phase 2. What's your intended? How's the phase 2 going to look like, and what's your intended target in terms of engagement for the app? Okay,
so the phase 2 is going to have exciting features like people being able to comment on blog posts. For now, that is not available. So you can comment, you can like, you can also, vendors can also run a sale. So we're going to be running a lot of going to run sales in May for Mother's Day. So you can get things half off, 10% off, 20% off, things like that. And larger businesses can partner with us and run ads on the first page of the app. So there's a lot that is in store. We are hoping to add things like post notifications and people being able to, right now we've connected the map to Google, but we want to be able to do it in such a way that you don't leave the app ever. So everything is done directly in the app, and eventually expand into larger markets like other African countries like Nigeria and all those places. So that's our goal. Yeah.
Any final words for us on the Talkative Mom?
So all I'll say is go download the Talkative Mom app on Android and iOS. It's very easy to use. You get all the information. It's free. There's been nothing like this out there. You get expert advice, and basically your journey is going to be super easy. That's what I would have wanted back then, and so we decided to build something like that for the Ghanaian parents. And so parenting never got even more easier than this, so please go download. That's it. Yeah.
All right, so go and download the Talkative Mom app right there. I've been speaking to Eno Quigrin. She's the founder of the Talkative Mom app, and we've been talking all things that help women to journey on in their motherhood. My name is Malia Holomeka, and this is this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
That's really an amazing app there. We are going straight to our tech segment to engage our tech enthusiast, Jefferson, for him to help us with some cool tools that will help us navigate this tech world.
Hi, my name is Jefferson Seniaja from After Music. This week on TechBits, we're going to continue with our iPhone series. We continue with looking for simple things to do with our iPhone. Like I mentioned last week, we're always thinking about just making phone calls and sending messages. But there's quite a lot that the iPhone can offer that we haven't considered yet. This series is going to point out things that we haven't noticed yet and things that we can use it for. So let's get on to this episode. So we're back on an iPhone. And what I want us to learn today is how to take a screenshot. Now, normally when you're taking a screenshot on your devices, you just press your lock button and your volume up. But sometimes it can seem a bit difficult. An easier way is to tap the back. Now, you can easily do that from your settings. So we can just go straight to our settings. Okay, and we scroll all the way down to accessibility. And we scroll all the way down to touch. And in under touch, we scroll all the way down to back tap. Double or triple tap at the back of your iPhone to perform multiple actions. So at the back here, you can say double tap, and you can choose whichever option that you want. So you can say, okay, now I want to double tap to call for Siri, double tap to take a screenshot, double tap to even volume up and volume down. You can even double tap to shake, double tap to just mute. If you're in a meeting and you want to lock your phone on that, you can just go lock screen by double tapping, or just screenshot for what we are trying to achieve. So screenshot and double tap. So that's it. There's even a triple tap if you want to lock your screen. So it's a whole lot of option that you can do. That's settings, accessibility, touch, and back tap. All right, so that's it. So, I hope you found that useful. I hope you found something more than just another phone, because an iPhone has quite a lot that it offers, making money quite worthwhile. So, I would encourage everyone to give it a try and let's see how it goes. That's it for this week. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Now let's kickstart the trending business stories for the week. We start with the story of the GIPs, where the government of Ghana has assured that the $2.7 billion investment inflows reported by the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, the GIPC, for the year 2020 will be put to good use. Addressing the press in Accra, Minister of Information, Kojo Oponkroma, said the said amount will bolster the Ghanaian economy.
The key thing that the GIPC is at this stage leading government to do is to ensure that all of these investments, in terms of their equity compositions and then their logistics compositions, are onboarded fully so that the jobs and opportunities associated with them can be fully realized by the Ghanaian people. So, for example, it's estimated that a total of 27,000 jobs expected to be generated from the 279 projects, with operations at full capacity. About 22,000 of those jobs are expected to be for Ghanaians, while about 1,064 of those jobs, that's just about 5%, expected to be taken up by expatriates or non-Ghanaians. And these investments were mostly coming from China, about 751 million, the UK, about 240 million, South Africa, about another 240 million, Australia, another 240 million, Netherlands, 238 million US dollars thereabout. So what the GIPC is doing at this stage is to ensure that all of these investments are fully realized on the ground so that the jobs and opportunities associated with them are occasioned. And we think it's important that we update the Ghanaian public on all of them.
Now let's move to some power stories, because GRICO says Greater Accra alone consumes 25% of the total power generated in the country. This was made known to the media during a tour by the GRICO board, Jonathan Amwakoba, at the Pokwasi BPS. Addressing the media on that particular day, Mr. Amwakoba said Accra consumes most of the power generated in the country, hence the building of the Pokwasi BPS is a step in the right direction.
There was the need to build this box supply point, and when the MEDA compact started, they were very generous to us, and they decided to help us to build this box supply point, which is the fourth, but in actual fact, the fifth that we are building, to take some of the load from 100 megawatts. But as we speak now, the load is in excess of 800 megawatts, which is more than a quarter of what is generated for the whole of Ghana. Accra alone is consuming more than 25% of the load that is being, of the energy that is being generated for the whole of Ghana.
Let's do some cocoa board story, because over the week there is some fears being allayed because China has started exporting cocoa beans. But the Ghana Cocoa Board has expressed worry over reports of China's resolve to produce and export cocoa beans. The industrial Asian nation is reported to have produced its first batch of cocoa beans in the town of Zinglong in South China, and according to reports, subsequently exported to Belgium, weighing 500 kg and worth about $3,600. But the public affairs manager for the Ghana Cocoa Board, Fifi Boafo, in an interaction with City Business News, monitored by GhanaWeb described the development as rather worrying for the future of Ghana's cocoa industry. He continued, the concerns has to do with the fact that will China be able to produce in large quantities and be commercially viable? I ask because if you look at the production in general, it grows in places where you have, for example, between 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south of the equator, where the climate temperatures ranges between 18 to 32 degrees Celsius, with rainfall of about 1,500 millimeters to about 2,000 mm. China and the specific place we are talking about does not have that geographical location, the Cocoa Board Public Affairs Manager added. Meanwhile, Ghana and Ivory Coast account for almost 70% of global supply for cocoa beans. Now, let's do some Airtel to story because government has finally acquired all the shares in Airtel to go for $1. That's according to the Communication and Digitalization Minister, Esla Owusu Ekufu. According to her, the current state of the company and the circumstances under which the shareholders decided to exit the market led to the acquisition of the company at the said amount. The move is to offer the government, the new shareholders, some financial space to reinvest into the company to bring it out of the challenges it is bedeviled with. In addition to this, government has renegotiated many of the loan facilities the company had entered into and been able to achieve a high level of debt forgiveness. To further better the balance sheet of the company, the former shareholders and government agreed to equally share a $100 million facility acquired for Standard Bank. The facility remains one of the largest debts of the company's books. According to the minister in charge, she said, we work closely with the Ministry of Finance in all the negotiations. So far, they understand what it entails now. The shareholders of Airtel Tigo are not passing the shareholder loans which they've advanced to the company. That's one of the main items hurting the balance sheet of the company. 100% of all loans have been forgiven, more or less. They are not seeking repayment of those loans. Those are the words of Esla Owusu. Now, there's some great news for the SME sector because the Bank of Ghana said it has tagged along with the Singaporean government to roll out, to adopt business borders aimed at helping SMEs leverage technology. This was said by the first Deputy Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Maxwell Opoku, whilst he was addressing the press at the launch of the 5th Ghana CEO Summit. According to the Deputy Governor, measures are being worked out to accelerate the digital transformation and oversee expansion of local SMEs.
I must state that the bank is aware of the importance of businesses, particularly SMEs, in the Ghanaian economy and is working with the Monetary Authority of Singapore on a business sans borders project to enable SMEs in Ghana leverage digital technology to improve on their businesses as well as give them access to explore global market opportunities. In conclusion, I would like to assure CEOs that Bank of Ghana is very much aware of the changing times in our business environment and is continuing to monitor the evolution of new trends and will put in policy measures to ensure that we align with these new trends. We stand ready to continue to provide and build upon the requisite infrastructure needed for development and ensure smooth business operation, and we will make sure the policy environment for businesses is enhanced and fine-tuned in a post-COVID environment.
GRA is ready to automate its revenue collection online. It has served notice of ceasing the acceptance of personal and corporate checks to payment of taxes and custom duties effective June 1, 2021. According to the GRA, in circumstances where it's necessary for checks to be issued for payment spread over a number of months, such checks must be supported by a bank guarantee. The statement signed by the Commissioner General of the GRA, Amishadai Owusu Ansa, said effective July 1, 2020, all payments for taxes and duties shall be made directly to GRA accounts with the various banks through the various means such as cash, bank drafts, bank transfer, ACH, SWIFT, cards, Momo, and other electronic means. So a very final story. Well, despite coronavirus surging on, there's quite an impressive news for Ghana in terms of growth of the economy. The Ghanaian economy expanded slightly by 0.4% in the year 2021. The economy contracted in the second and third quarters of 2020 by 3.2% and 1.1% respectively, following an expansion of 4.9% in the first quarter due to the ramifications of the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the provisional results figures, the agric sector drove the annual GDP with a growth rate of 7.4%, while the service sector recorded a positive growth of 1.5%. Industry contracted at a rate of 3.6%. For the agriculture sector, the fishing sub-sector recorded the highest year-on-year growth rate of 14.4%, while the forestry and logging sub-sectors recorded the lowest with a contraction of 9.2%. The information and communications sub-sector recorded the highest year-on-year GDP growth rate of 22.5% in the service sector, while the hotel and restaurant activities subsector recorded the lowest with a concentration of 34.8%. With regards to the industry, the electricity subsector recorded the highest year-on-year annual GDP growth rate of 7.9% for 2020, whilst the mining and quarrying subsector recorded the lowest with a contraction of 11.0%. That's it for today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. I hope you enjoyed today's program. But for more news, head on to www.ghanaweb.com. You can also get interactive with us on social media, being Facebook, Instagram, and on Twitter. Our handle is the GhanaWeb. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, the GhanaWeb TV. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Desmond Frimpong. Thank you so much for watching.
I am here once again with another interesting edition of Talkatainment. My name is Elsie, and as usual, I'm here to bring you something fun. My guest for today is a very dope Ghanaian rapper who is loved by many, especially the youth. But recently, people are of the view that he is a bit biased towards women in his songs, and we'll find out why after this short break. This is Talkatainment. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Tulenke is our guest for today. Tulenke. Did I mention your name properly?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But why I saw in an interview you once did that it was your mom that gave you that name.
Yeah, my uncle rather.
Yeah. It was rather your
uncle.
What necessitated it?
said I was stubborn, so it came from the word a tumor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's how the name came about. Yeah.
So he calls you that. So your family also.
Yeah, they'll call me Tulenke. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So tell us, how was like lately?
Oh, it's not bad. We did inside. Yeah.
It's kinda by.
Oh, it's kinda. Yeah. I would say by necessary. Yeah.
When you move to your girl. Back me.
Everyone say, "Hey, man, mum there." That's the funny thing, yeah.
So you picked humor out of it.
I see. That's the only thing you picked out of it.
And
I see.
Is that what you say? Cheating.
Was girls not per crowd and boys no?
Yeah. Recently, in most of your songs, people say that you have made women victims of attack in the kind of songs you make recently. How do you react to that?
Oh, I don't think it's true because I'm an artist. You know, I pick my vibes from things that happen. I'm inspired by the things that happen around me. So if there's an issue, I feel let me address the issue. I started with child abuse. Now, little boys were the victims. Why didn't they talk about that? You understand? So it got to a time. Was it the Ghanaians abroad coming to Ghana, year of return, the year. So there was some rumor going around that people, the people coming from abroad will come and take our girls. So boys then for DG. It was on Twitter before I even made the song. So it was just something I heard, and I was just trying to,
But there are a number of songs that I personally have listened to, and
which one?
Oh, I've listened to the one you released on Val's Day, I Clay, and the one the 50. Yeah, they are all like
It reached that time to the girls they bill the boys too much, and the boys to say they no go pay. So I'm just I'm in support. That's all.
So you're like a spokesperson for the guys.
Yeah.
But at a point though in your songs, like you sound a bit I said, "Obi a win your broken heart."
Oh, you mean to win your broken heart?
Hey, are they?
Oh, I mean girls there. You know girls, so Charlie. I don't go take my heart to put something and not say.
That's it. Like I can sense that some sort of you hold something against. Are they Obi a you?
Oh no.
Tell us.
No, I just fear women. That's all. Yeah.
But you have sisters.
I do.
So why?
I don't know. Every boy for no say girl there. You understand? And some up to now some boys don't know. So I'm just reminding them.
Just say you want to spoil everybody's mind.
Oh yeah, sorry for this.
Why?
Moody is sicker too much, so I for make the boys know make them.
Girl be do sika.
Oh, me the girls in do musica.
Aden, almost me do sika.
Oh nah, no be so. Already musica there for tear man for inside.
And which is?
Oh, Nkola around. Yeah. But I know you know, she already 12 years since. Yeah.
But you personally, how many hearts have you broken?
Me? I'm not a heartbreaker. I'm not sure say you go there plus me and say it will be a misunderstanding, but me, I don't break hearts. Yeah. I'll let you understand I'm leaving you. I'll make sure you understand. We both understand before I leave you. So there are no heartbreaks whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah.
Your song, Proud Fat Boys.
Yeah.
Did you make enough from it, taking into consideration the sort of mileage it has received, the sort of popularity and all that?
No, I wouldn't say I made a lot because I was on the come up at that time. Everything was new. I didn't know the right deals to take, the right contract to sign and all that. So right now, the more you grow in the industry, the more you realize, oh, well, I have to pick this move, I have to pick that move, I have to pick this move. So I felt if I drop that song right now at this stage, I feel I'll make more from it because I was new. Yeah.
But what was the concept behind that particular song? Is it that you were tired of love songs?
I wanted to change the game. You get me? Can go up to someone talks about someone's music is all about dogs. If you search on YouTube, the person is making like how 500,000 views or more. But Ghana, if it's not love or money, it's the same old thing. And I thought, it's getting more. Let me just change the scene. Let me talk about something else. Let me move to the girls and see what happens. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That brings us back to this particular discussion. Your song, Your Girlfriend. It's a true life story, right?
No, it's not.
It's not?
No.
So what inspired it?
True life story, yeah, because we got to a time. I was in a group with my guys and keep sending screenshots. Hey, Charlie, take my woman in phone, so and so, this, that. So I felt, hey, the girls in full, so the boys for DG. They should read their chats. If you love me, you let me see what's going on. Hey, you bow. When the relationship stage gets to that level, that's when the boy, if you watch movies, they give their keys to the girls and the girls also give up. You've gotten to that level. So if you think you're on that level with a girl or the girl's on that level with you, she'll give you her phone. If a girl starts by saying, play, hey, my privacy, your phone, you know that she's hiding something. It be something a day. Hey, my phone password no day talk. My phone password no day. I don't mind.
You choke.
Oh yeah. I have nothing to hide. Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Can we have a look?
I'm on phone today. You quench. Make you put charge on them. Then see. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You did a remix on that particular song with Fowls and Ice Springs.
Yeah.
Is there any reason why it was Fowls and Ice Springs you chose?
I was planning on doing a Nigerian version, South African version, and the UK version. But it was taking time, and I had to drop new projects. Because even the Fowls and Ice Springs feature, I came, I think 5 to 6 months after the original release. And normally you don't wait on remixes like that. So I felt, oh, let me just do the Ghana and Niger version. Yeah. So that was the plan. Yeah.
But why Fowls and why Ice Springs?
Fowls said he wanted to jump on the song. Ice Springs too. Yeah. Yeah. So I just pushed to give them fast. Yeah.
Your child abuse song, or let me say a project.
Yeah.
Did you feel it has achieved its purpose as you wanted it to?
It hasn't. Like I keep saying, if you are naive, that song, I wasn't under any label. I didn't have a manager. So it was, okay, let's try this. It was just, we were trying stuff. I think a year or two after, I think, is it non-profit, what do they call them? Non-governmental NGO organization moved to me and they were like, I think what you did here was a good initiative. You want us to do this, do that, do this, do that. But time was fast spent, you get me? So if I'd met them earlier, I'll be like, okay, dropping the song. It was even like recently, that's why I got to know that a song like that can go for, there's a category in the VGM is like, can take that song, like a whole lot. The more you grow in the industry, the more you learn about those things. So I just dropped the songs, made the streams, play shows, and that was it. So I felt it didn't really make that impact I was expecting. Yeah.
But do you really think it's too late to do such a thing?
It's too late. Charlie, that's only like 3 years or 4 years.
But the child abuse thing is still prevalent.
So if someone moves to me,
why would not you move to any of the government agencies or non-private NGOs?
Yeah.
Have you thought of that?
I have. We've tried, honestly. I keep saying, it's the links though, it's the links. If you have the right links, you can talk to the right people. Yeah.
To what extent did Sarkodie's Bibiba influence your career?
Oh, it really put me on a different level because before that, people thought I only sing. Not even rap, they thought it was just, oh, I do vibes and all. So when they even saw me on that song, like, they had to like, hey, what's the link to do on that song? So for the rap side, because I'm a rapper, you get me, it really put me on a different level, but yeah.
And beyond all the mileage you have received so far, have you sort of gained in terms of monetary, profit? Have you made money from it?
From it?
Yes, from the influence.
From that song?
From the exposure you have gotten?
Oh yeah, I have. Then came along features and shows, yeah.
You also went on the UK, I think you did a concert.
No, I didn't.
You were not there?
No, that was before Bibiba. That was trumpet.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I think the Bibiba, he took some of the rappers to UK. Or
the only thing there with them was VGMA.
Really?
Because we were in a group. Anything that happens, they tell us.
What do you think you are doing wrong in terms of your career?
Maybe I'm not connecting enough. I'm a laid back person, but you know, to be an artist, you can't be laid back. People fake some kind of lifestyle. You have to fake lavish. You have to fake happy all the time. Some people can't. So I'm still adjusting. I feel, if I was, let's say, like Shatta, I would move faster. Again, some people are naturally calm, but they also move faster. But the right way to move in Ghana is to be hyperactive. That's what I think. Yeah.
So when do you plan on switching from your shell?
I'm still there in the process.
How long are you going to be in the process?
I'm in the process, so that's what I'm doing. So I'm switching. Maybe I'll switch. Who knows? Yeah.
Have you agreed that you have a different personality from your songs?
Yeah.
Do you get that?
Who said I'm an F-boy? Who said?
I never mentioned that you're an F-boy.
Who said Familia is broke?
Ooh. But can you attest to the fact that, or do you get people approaching you?
You get what I'm saying? Who said Kwesiata is broke?
I don't get you.
But they keep saying they're on the street. It's the song you start with. It's the brand you pick up. Who said Shatta Wale is a villain? Shatta Wale is a loving guy, but people will figure Shatta be this, Shatta be that. They understand. Who says Stonebwoy is a soft guy? You get me? So it's the brand. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
On this note, let's take a quick breather. When we come back, we give you more. This is Talkatainment. Stay tuned.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
This year, you near Tinto Bailey, a Monday, a block you Tuesday. Slake with Mutiati and Kankani Money, I promise him a bone street. Bombay Jumani, a giant or dampen and Kawenya Coin toothpick. This year, no long talk. Oh, my area could fear your trap in next page. Vows day way, mini gear plans name on D-Day no go smooth. Upon the boom for a day, Jamari in 10 family home, coat. Girls go they come, girls go they go. So from a World Cup, a war out. So then, my chubby girl, and I'm a tough friend, and hope no me, I let go.
Hey! Mashakio. I'm not really paying attention to all the lyrics, but just why? What did we do to you?
It was just a vibe. Nothing really. No.
So you don't mean what you're saying?
I don't. Oh, nah.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah.
Say wake up in Kwan.
Wake up, you want too much. Price that goes through too much. Yeah.
All right. You mentioned what you're not doing right about your career.
Yeah.
Let's move to the good things. What do you feel that you are doing right about
Okay, I'm that type of artist. If I join a label, then no go stress for my top. Cause without me getting a manager and everything, that type of artist. If I drop a 1 second video of a song, I normally drop a freestyle before the song comes out. It's already trending on social media. The problem is, getting the songs to the DJs, promoting it like mass promo. So if I join a label, I get a manager right now. That side will be easy. That's a good thing I'm doing. Look, what I did right now is like 30 seconds, but it's jaw dropping. That's the whole thing. So that's the aim. Before this, we knew, Charlie, there's no money to do this, to give to a DJ. So let's make sure the 30-second video will do and put on Instagram, get people talking. Yeah. So ever since my songs or the first line or first 16 go bust your brain. I'm that good. Yeah. Yeah.
What's your darkest moment ever since you started your music career?
Oh, the way, darkest moment.
Yeah.
Do I even have one?
You should.
Yeah. I'm that type of person. I don't keep, bad energy inside, so I don't remember. I'm sure I have a lot of them, but I don't remember. Yeah.
You haven't encountered any backstage experiences?
Well, down there plenty.
Tell us some.
Sometimes the reason why we stick to business, we are like strictly business, even though we are friends or not. People think, oh, to link is right now, you figure you blow. Now you are saying I will pay you the money after the show, you won't complain. Sometimes, and go all the way to Kumasi, because you know the people, we've worked for a while. We'll be like, okay, you just perform, giving you half of the money. When you're done, we'll pay the rest. I remember sometime I went to Kumasi, because it has happened so many times. I was like, this time around, if you don't pay the full amount, you don't go perform. So I was backstage, I was the last performer. They were screaming, to link, where's to link, where's to link? So the guy was like, see, the people are waiting for you. If you don't do it for me, can do it for the people. I was like, see, give me the money and tell say, they do all about the money or blah, blah. So okay, you will finish now. Now we finish, the guy say, the network is slow, so tomorrow. And my acting manager was like, now it's like, what you go show me what you go do? If I say I don't go give you the money, what you go do about them? I felt so stupid, like, so 1 second you were acting like you need it so much and you're going to pay, but now because I'm done playing, that's how cold some promoters can be. When they are done with you, they know the best. Yeah, when they are done with you, they know the best.
So did he eventually pay the money?
Yeah, he did, sure.
How long did it take?
Oh wow. We even delayed. We had another show somewhere. He delayed himself, yeah. He said it to my manager's face. If you say no again, what we go do? Yeah, I understand. And we kept quiet.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what is your greatest achievement so far in your career?
Greatest achievement. I have people who appreciate my work, who share my stuff. That alone, because I know people who are doing what I do. I don't get a chance to climb stages, to be on TV. Blowing up, it'll be a different blessing on its own, because I started with a lot of people, and I know people who are even better than me, who are still underground, you get me? So blowing up alone be one great achievement, yeah.
Okay. You wanted to be a barber?
When I talk this thing for? Yeah, when I was young, yeah.
How did that pan out?
Yeah, my PVX plus me, it's childhood fantasies. I just want to be this, you want to be that. Yeah. I wanted to be a soldier too. I wanted to be a goalkeeper. Now when I acted on this small, but yeah, at the end of the day, this is the true calling. Yeah.
Okay. Let's take a quick breather here as we go over to Abrantepa with the Discovery segment. We'll be right back.
I say where they come from, be easy. 10 years you for fight for yourself, but don't be greedy. See, mommy no get, poppy no get, uncle get, be your own. If brother no get, we sister no get, your auntie get, be your own. If you bed when you sick, them go talk, say you be lazy. Them go watch make you die, them go do your funeral so crazy. Ebusian do funu, ebusian e bad. Why me cousin? Sick of 10 Ghana, my uncle died. Into my family wondering. Me, I want to see the money. Me, I want to see the money.
Right, so that's Big Cross on the Talkatainment Discovery segment. My name is Abrantepa. Big Cross, Charlie.
Bro.
Welcome. What do you do?
I do music and at first I would say high life, but you see when you say high life, strictly Ghana. But when you say Afrobeat, the whole Africa, and high life comes under. So I do more of high life and a bit of hip hop, a bit of dancehall.
Okay. How did it start for you? How did you discover your talent?
Let's say back then in class 4. You see, anytime we day park, we play football, I would say like 5 minutes, then we Jamie. But when it comes to music and dance, nobody did. So from there, I just can't realize, okay, this is what I have to do more. So let me focus on that. So as I grew up, it has always been music.
When you pick a pen to write, what goes through your mind? What do you intend doing?
Well, I actually don't do like others do, like pick a pen and paper and then write. Mine is hear beats. If the beats calls for lyrics, definitely it will drop. So I don't really plan like, okay, I'm going to do a song about a girl, do a song about this. When I hear beats, you know, I've been through a lot already. Being a street boy, I've been through a whole lot of hustle. And I know what they happen for the streets. So when you hear a beat, you know, say, okay, Mogo.
Okay.
So that's basically.
So share with us your experience on the streets. What happens there? You said you've been through a lot.
Let me say, as I said earlier on class 4, I found myself on the street at the age of 10. And I've been on the streets since then till now. So you can understand, like, sleeping in places like UPS, when it was IPS, doing construction, like that pongpo kind of thing, pushing trucks. Like I've been through, when you say somebody's been through hell, yeah, I know how it feels like. So, you may not have an anchor, a bit trouble. Yeah, because being here and going to hell, I don't see the difference. You understand? Yeah, so definitely, if heaven did, yeah, man for days.
So the decision to do music, is it because of what you've been through and your inability to achieve a certain level of success on the other part of the world that has made you decide to do music? Or if you had the best of chances, you wouldn't be doing music at all?
No, like, you see, one of the best things in life is to know what you can do. That's one of the best things. And you see, even biblically, there is this saying, seek ye the kingdom first and its righteousness, and the rest shall be added. Seeking what is inside you and then doing it well with all your heart definitely will take you to places. If not for music, I wouldn't have been here talking to you. You got it? Yes. So when I realized this is what I can do, this is what I know. Even if my father was say Dangote, I will still do music because I know, yeah, this is what I can do and I can do it better.
How many songs do you have so far?
If I should tell you the number of songs I have, I would lie to you. Let's say over 200 recorded singles. I've done a lot of songs. Yes.
All these songs, what has happened to them?
I'm still pushing. You know, music is a business, and you know, just like somebody who venture into tomato selling, you definitely need some capital, and then some packaging and stuff. Yeah, so I believe having all these songs, all I need is to push myself more. Yeah, I believe with the pushing I am doing, even though I'm not doing like investing much of money because it's scanning you understand, yes. But with the little I'm doing, I believe soon.
Does it get frustrating at times?
No,
to me. You have the talent, but you are not getting to the height you wish.
To me, I believe this is life. Some people were born into a certain home where you wake up, you don't need to think. And a certain home where you wake up, what to chop safe. So I've accepted all these things, and I've come to accept that with the hard work or push, you will definitely get there. So I've never been frustrated like, why am I? I'm a human being. Sometimes I will think though, but frustration there. Because frustration, at the moment frustration sets in, only find if it's bad, you understand. Definitely, so frustration there.
That's a job, right? All right, your final words to your fans out there.
All right, this is B-Cross. My fans, you've supported B-Cross right from day one till today. What do I say? No play gang, kill we gang, keep supporting the movement. Yeah, forget everybody. What does it take to be your boyfriend? Make a try, my luck. I hope say you know be Gucci and Prada shoes I can buy double. My papa no be Dangote, but wahala no de, I de do well. Me yawdi ya me boss, mo go be a rat we am a konobo. Your bam bam make me pour down for you. I de pour down for you, baby. Oh yeah. B-Cross, Madu, GhanaWeb. Big up.
This is your friend, Abrantipa.
Yo.
Over to you, LC. We meet some other time with yet another discovery.
Thanks, Abrantipa, for that interesting one. Now let's continue with our chit-chatting with Tule Your name somehow sounds funny. I don't know, but
Yeah.
Okay, so did your parents agree to this whole music career of yours from the onset?
No. 90% of Ghanaian parents no go back. But when the money starts coming, when they see results, that's how it is in Ghana. So I knew that would happen. So my aim was to like, it has to work. Because if it doesn't work, it'll be like I told you so. You're a failure, you wasted your whole life and things. So I was just eager. Because every night, I remember when the studio was inside, mom can come and be like, hey, they waste time, then, this thing, they do nothing better. And since, yeah, I understand. But when they see results, then the support will start to come. Yeah.
So that has somehow served as an inspiration. It kind of pushed you to be better because you can't afford to fail.
It has, but it's not a good thing because some people, because they're under pressure, they do some things they're not supposed to do. Drop some kind of songs, sign some kind of contracts, you understand? And later they get stuck because maybe, see Shatawale, he came, he blew up, he went down for like close to 10 years and he came back. You think if he was under his dad, you know if he take that pressure, you understand? But he was away, he went to Jamaica, if you have parents who are supportive, okay, so you want to do this, I'll send you money to do this, I'll help you with this, it's smooth. But if every morning you wake up to see your parents complaining, either you quit or Charlie, you do something you regret. Yeah.
Your name, Osaibonsu?
Chief Osaibonsu.
Chief.
Yeah.
Osaibonsu.
Yeah.
Are you of royal lineage?
Yeah, my dad is a chief. Yeah.
From?
Swabe.
That's in?
Eastern region.
Eastern region.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Achem Swabe.
Yeah, Prince.
Yeah.
Okay. Your songs. We are going to be talking more about your song, but I want to use as basis. Ochame Kwame has released this book that he talks about the fact that sex before marriage shouldn't be encouraged. That's his opinion. Brother Sami also in a couple of interviews always, you know Brother Sami, the gospel musician, is seen talking about his sexual escapades with his wives. I don't know whether, with his wife, I don't know whether you've heard it. Okay. I don't want to go much into that. It's heavier than my mouth, I can say. But you in your songs too, I can hear a bit of vulgar words here and there.
Yeah.
Where is your stand? Where do you stand with regards to
sex before marriage is pivotal because I feel when people even find love through sex, can fantasize about a girl or fall so deep for a girl, but when you are done, you know, with everything, you feel So I keep saying it's difficult for men to have sex with someone and say, oh, I fall for this girl still. So I tell my friends that if you are with a girl and you guys have sex and the feeling is still like before, you have to marry that girl. So what our forefathers were doing there, I didn't even feel bad for them because you go friend don't say, Charlie, no, it was just a lust. You get me? Maybe you lust after the person, but you think it's love. So if I not come before then she say, yeah, you still the love man. You know what I'm saying is true. You don't go reply. I'm also interview. You know what I'm saying is true.
Before you ask me your question, the marriages at that time you can't compare it to now. There's a bit of a difference. No, not a bit. There's quite a huge difference.
Why you say that?
Because some of them don't even marry based on this whole love thingy. Betrothal. Yeah, you just be there and then this is your husband.
Okay, now I've gone too much. Let's say in the 60s, when if you love someone, you go and see their family. You can't even, link up with the person. The only time you guys are in a room is your after the wedding, the honeymoon. More boys go regret. I'm telling you. I'm sure our puppies too, more of them regret. That's why the whites, you can see, a 60-year-old couple, they are so in love. It's really nice. But our parents, like generally, like them be workmates. They just you see them being pegging each other or doing chopping laughter. Like it's weird. I mean, that's what I think. Yeah.
So your question. You said you were asking.
I'll be so what are they talking through?
Say
if you knock the girl first, I know if you really love her or not.
Yeah. Me, I don't know.
Oh, you know, pa.
I don't know.
You be smart girl, Yeah.
So how long can you stay without sex?
This whole year, no knock.
Hey.
Yeah. I'm a swine issue. Yeah, this whole year. I'll try. I'll do 6 months.
I don't believe you.
Oh, true.
Hey.
Oh, yeah. When I'm busy there, Charlie. I'm working on an album, Charlie. I want it to be very perfect, so.
But where's your girlfriend?
Who?
Your girlfriend.
I'm playing too, so which of them?
Hey!
Yeah.
I don't know them. Okay, there's serious
they are
one.
Around.
Yeah, there's one that you like.
Serious round. I said serious, sorry. Because it be like soccer. The player who's on form is the serious one.
But since they are many, do you let them know their stance?
Let them know
you're not the only one, so...
I'll treat you like the only one. Why should I do that?
Hey,
I have to let you feel special.
You are dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
You are the real fuck boy.
Yeah, I need this. Yeah.
Okay, so what is this one thing that your partner will do to you that you feel no amount of apology can solve? We are done.
Sure, Charlie. I haven't been cheated on yet. I keep saying that if I have a girl and she cheats on me, that's it. No matter what you do, even if it's the day before or the day after our marriage, I'll still cut you off. But I've seen boys where them are hard past me, where them are girls they cheat on them and they go back to them. I think it's love. So I would have said cheating, but what's worse than cheating? That's the truth. So I don't know. I wouldn't lie and say, but for now, if you cheat on me, there, no matter what.
No matter what, you break up.
Yeah.
But when you cheat on the person, would you expect her to forgive you?
Do you want us to be greedy? I don't know. So we for at least every man forget like 7 girls.
Hey.
Yeah. So okay, if we decide to we'll be on one girl, and the funny thing is the girls who keep saying you guys are not faithful. Okay, so the boys all say they will come out to one girl. The rest, what people go do? You understand? So you guys should understand. That's why if a boy cheats on a girl, normal story. If a girl cheats on the boy, it's serious. It be serious matter. You guys know it. You know it. You understand? Yeah. So that would work. I can cheat on you, but don't cheat on me.
Hey.
Yeah.
I can go through your phone.
Oh, sure. No problem.
And you allow that?
Yeah.
What if because I don't want you to go through my phone, I also not go through your phone?
If you tell me, because I respect your privacy, I know you're hiding something. No girl do that. Girls are very inquisitive. The word came from girls. So every girl, yes, I'm telling you, if a girl doesn't read your chats, that means there's something wrong. I'm telling you. Girls are jealous. Girls are very, very jealous.
What if a girl naturally is like that?
Naturally?
Yeah. And I don't think it's every girl who is...
Okay, don't read my chat, but read yours. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Me, they'll read yours. Well, yeah, they'll read yours. If I don't, that'll be your...
With password?
Yeah. For my face, if I do that thing, so when I take your phone, I'll go unlock. Yeah, I had a girl, I had this UK girl some time ago. I don't know when I met the first time I met her, it was them online dating. So the first time I met her, she just took her phone and that was an iPhone 6 or tampering. She did that thing for me, so I can take her phone at any time. I think we broke up, we met at the studio. She was also an artist. So I took her phone and I was trying to unlock it. It wasn't like, so your time passed. I'm with someone else. So she took my thumbprint off. That'll be the whole thing. Yeah, I understand. If we did do that thing, I have to know everything that is going on. I met this guy today. This guy said he likes me. I have to know everything. So if my boys say, hey, I saw your girl in a car with someone, I'll be like, oh, Electra that. So if I don't know, you bab, I go feel like I don't go get anything talk. Then the boys know something they go on. And if she explains later on, I can't be the same boys and come and explain that see so and so. You understand? That be the trust too. So all starts with the phone. Yeah.
I see. In your iClass song, there were like 3 lines that spoke about masturbation.
Yeah, Triape.
Yes, and then the Vaseline.
Yeah.
And I don't know, but I think it's either 2 or
Yeah.
And now that you are saying that you haven't been with a woman from the beginning of the year till now, how often do you masturbate?
I don't masturbate. And are you girl did it? What are they masturbating do? No.
But you said you haven't been with any girl.
Yeah, I'm busy with work. Cool.
So how do you deal with your sexual urges?
I don't. I have a wet dream or something. Yeah. If I get really horny, I'll have a wet dream, and I'm okay.
You are lying.
Yeah, God they control me. You understand? Yeah, God feels okay. Yeah. More about a crowd here. Then I'll be all.
It's a woman you so Vaseline.
Debbie. Me name him what that.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh no. Girl day pa. On the real no.
Girl day.
I go ling girl.
When you talk say this whole year, you know ling girl.
I haven't been in the mood. That's the
From
thing.
January.
I'm busy with work. Yeah. My mind's
so you're
boss.
always on your machine.
You know my place now. Anytime pass through. Every evening come and see. I'll be here. When you come, we'll talk. There you go. Serious. Always busy with work. You can ask the boys. Yeah.
Now make sure.
Oh yeah. It's my channel.
Apart from music, what do you do?
Music. I'm a businessman.
When you say business, what exactly?
Anything about money be a day inside. So I'm a businessman.
Anything about money?
Yeah.
Jack of all trades?
Yeah.
Master
of none. Yeah. I like money, so yeah.
But you can state you should have a specialization.
Okay, I'm not building on that. Yeah, but right now, I'm a businessman. Yeah.
So if I want to buy underwear,
yes,
you can provide.
Okay, I'm a middleman. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for helping me find a profession. Cause I'll link you. If I know it's 2 CDs, I'll go add my own. Yeah. Or it's 5 CDs. Then I add mine and I'll take 3 CDs. That's all.
So you can link me to someone who sells underwear.
Yeah.
You know people who sell ladies pants.
Right now, anything. Yeah. I get shares for black market too. So yeah. If one, yeah. So anything they want, replica of what was the Mona Lisa? I go feel link you. Yeah.
I want that thing so I go feel you.
Oh yeah. I'll see on a bachelor. Yeah.
Anyways, I'm sure you've heard this whole controversy surrounding the Grammy Awards thingy.
Yeah.
It's quite a big issue that I don't want us to really delve into, but just to ask you, what do you think that we are not doing right as an industry?
We are not investing enough. Because I don't know who has taken a Grammy who isn't under a renowned label or a competent label. Because Grammy, they take a lot of things into consideration. The record, the mixing and mastering of the record, the video quality, the features, the production, the producers, a lot of things. So some boy from a backyard of some boy and I think is it like more than 50% of Ghanaian artists are on their own, and that's not the way to go. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but that's not the way to. If you really want to make it, that's why you notice anytime Davido, Wizkid, Tiwa Savage, they move to the next level. Before you hear them take a BET or a Grammy or something, you notice they are signed, they get that endorsement deal, they get a contract from Universal or something. Now they open doors for them. That's the thing. So we are not investing enough and we are not projecting enough.
So when you woke up that morning and you realized that Wizkid and Burna Boy took the award, and then there's this whole argument on Twitter, attacks here and there, left, right, center, forward. As an artist, how did you feel?
I wouldn't say I was disappointed because they do it all the time. I'm surprised the big guns in the industry. It should be us. There's too much hate in the industry. I didn't like what happened at all. Seeing people throw shots to other people, then excuse me to say, Kwame Eugene, Willie Sebe Kontomre, blah blah blah. Look at the Nigerian, look at Rema. Rema do maybe he has like a 16-bar verse of like gibberish. He didn't see anything. But he'll be nominated for Grammy. Grammy's not about the lyrics. So I used to think it was about lyrics and composition. It's about the links, who you know, and your budget. So Ghanaians should stop that thing. And I see these local artists, blah blah blah. We should support each other. We should rather invest. And the hate is too much. The trolling. Kiddy says something. Human being they use, while the other people, their mates are making it. They use that thing to drag them. Like Ghana, anytime, if it's a good thing, crowd, I know they do drag you with it. It's not good. The hate be too much. And I sure give the top dogs what they were doing that day. I sure give them. Whoever started it, I sure give them one. Yeah.
So, Kojo Sheldon too was stating the fact that most of our music is based on noise because you know, in Ghana here, when you sing song, let's take into consideration Akwabwa. You know, he takes his time to write songs, record, sing. You know, every lyric is kind of like, you know, makes sense. But he's not as out there as he should be. But then someone comes out with this song with, I don't know, lyrics that do not make sense, and he's all over the place. So he says that until we learn to put together sensible lyrics, compose good songs, he doesn't think we are on our way to winning a Grammy. Do you agree with that assertion?
It's all about evolution and adaptation, because I don't know why people are keen and focused on lyrics all the time. I'm a lyricist. I used to be that type of person. Oh, this guy not talking it in Ishan. But let me tell you something. Someone who can write a lot and doesn't sell his music, and someone who doesn't say anything, not a single word. Person sells his music, a person is global. He is the better. One of the biggest songs in the world, not Africa, you get me? Followed by this new Azonto beat with the challenge going on. No lyrics, you understand? So be able to make music people will appreciate and stop, and I have to write and bring people to come and add code. No need. No need, yeah.
Okay, my final question is, I think lately a lot of senior artists who have somewhat managed young artists, groomed them into becoming, you know, big names in the industry that we can see now, are thinking that their young ones, because they have attained a level of fame, they somewhat don't regard them as they should. The likes of Samini, you know what recently happened with Samini and Stone, but I think it's still happening. You know, they are not on good terms because Samini thinks that Stone Boy is not regarding him as his godfather. I think similar thing has happened with Kewa and Yao Bek. There have been instances where people have left their label because they feel that they are not being treated well as they ought to be, all because of this father legend. I brought you up, I'm your boss. So when you get to a stage, what is your view on that?
So now, we don't know what the problem is, if it's from the managers, the label, or the artist. I keep saying, you know, managing an artist, it's like a marriage. Whatever will happen, few people, you know, live together and let's say pass away together. The divorces then since there are plenty. Until now, we are not blaming it on the men, or that we still don't know. Things happen. Human beings are not the same, you understand? So when you are signing an artist, you just have to pray you get someone who will tally with your ideas, who understands you. The whole thing is understanding the artist. I'm not sure an artist can just... Ghanaians, we are loyal. When it comes to loyalty, Ghanaians, we are loyal. We choose loyalty over sense. oh, you say make I go kill this guy, I go do because I'm loyal to him. So what they are saying, I know they believe, and the artists are also saying label control them too much, and they tell them what to do. They don't give them the chance to drop the songs they want. That's mostly the story. I would say before you sign a contract, before you not even sign a contract, you move to this label, you should know the style of music or the ideas. Someone was saying the way Aquaba was under Circle there, that's a good fit. Aquaba can never be under Links. Why would Aquaba go and be under Links? Kwame Eugene and Aquaba, they are different artists. Links, they like more commercial music. So you should know where you are going to. So instead of Aquaba going to Links, you just go to Success where it fits properly. So the thing is understanding. Mostly it's misunderstanding. Yeah.
Okay, so your final words. Okay, before that, what are you working on? What are you giving your fans?
Working on an album.
Yeah. When is it coming out?
Somewhere mid-year, June, July, thereabout. I'm not sure because it's not ready.
So what should they expect?
Oh, greatness, nothing but greatness. Yeah.
Are you going to be attacking us again?
Oh no. This time I
Are you sure?
I played the lover boy role.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You, Martin. Yeah. Then state your final words to your fans.
Yeah, my people keep supporting the boy, Charlie. I won't be here if it wasn't for you guys. So this year we are going to go bigger. We're going to do more stuff. So all I need from you is your support to share my stuff. That's all. Love you guys. Bless up.
Finally, we have come to an end of this edition of Talkatainment. I hope to see you another time with another interesting one. Till then, stay safe and be blessed. Bye.
Fuck boys, you know like cheap girls, but low key we dey stalk them a page. We go like run, but we dey fear. Screenshots go fit pie, so we base. Fuck boys, loud songs we dey play. We won't feel more bass for the room. We dey stress old girl, but she dey. Prepaid, it be we dey chill. Fuck boys, every day we no get, but we go like make you buy, make we chop. We go take one a money tier bet. If it's share Lukaku be the cause. Story day, so rush with the rush. But nothing with the gain. Phone top pet with your course. If you meet her, play with the bag. Fuck boys, you be fuck, we no care. We this. We this.
Probably Martin can educate us, allows for such a scenario where you have on one concession, you have both large scale mining and small scale mining. But history tells us that, working together with small scale miners, large scale mining companies, working together with small scale miners in partnership on a single concession can be problematic. Mining companies in the past have tried generously asking small-scale miners to work on parts of their concession, where probably based on the type of mineralization they think that would be okay for small-scale miners, but it has not worked well. And therefore, mining companies generally are quite skeptical about such a relationship. In a particular scenario years ago, the model was what we call live and let's live. And those who have the history would remember when the small-scale miners exhausted the ore which has been allocated to them by the mining firm, they practically ran on the mine of the large-scale mining companies. And therefore, it becomes quite a challenge for large-scale mining companies since that incident to actually cohabit with small-scale miners. But we also know that in the recent past, some mining companies have decided, based upon their own assessments of the concessions, they have their own business cases, to relinquish portions of their concessions for small-scale mining. We know the situation of Obuasi. I think Goldfields have also done some recently. So where the business case supports that, I'm sure mining companies will willingly relinquish. But of course, we always want to be sure that the safeguards are there. The safeguards prescribed by law, the responsibility for rehabilitation and so on and so forth are clearly understood. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. The Media Commission, you spoke about lack of sensitization. So what is your outfit doing to sensitize people, the people of Ghana, on the hazards of illegal small-scale mining?
April 2017, when the coalition was formed, we came out with a timetable. Phase 1 of the timetable involves town hall meetings. We combed around the countryside to the mining regions, specifically Upper East, where we had a town hall meeting. Of course, the traditional rulers, the queen mothers, the youth, security agents were very cooperative. Now we went to Wichao in the Upper West region. We went to Boli in the Savannah region. Then to Kenyase in the Hafo region. To Wasa Ekropong in the Western North region. Chebi in the Eastern region. And Dunkwa on Ofin in the Central region. So far, these are efforts that we put in place with regards to the sensitization exercise. And we believe that it was highly successful. Now, looking at the content analysis of newspapers since 2017, all of you can bear us out that our reporters did a lot of reportage on the mining sub. I'm not saying that previously nothing was done by the media on the mining subsector, but with effect from April 2017, since the coalition was formed. So these are efforts that we put in place. But then we should also ask ourselves, that's what happened. Because we were supposed to move into the second phase, which involves the touring of all the mining districts. But due to lack of funding support,
Small-scale mining in this country. So the floor is open. I think we are in 4 rows. So I see 2 people here. The lady, can you give her a mic?
all of a sudden, within the space of 3 months, 50 Chinese mining companies encompassed him, and he had to flee. My question is, why are Chinese miners allowed to mine with abandonment here in Ghana when we are not allowed to even have business in China? Explain this to me like I'm a 6-year-old. Thank you.
So her question is simple, and I'm sure you are listening. Why are Chinese, or in fact, in order not to be accused of being xenophobic, why are foreigners allowed to mine in the small-scale sector? Yes. Joy.
I speak not as a politician, but as someone who has worked within the mining industry right from 1994. And then in 1996, I was a board member of Anglo Gold Ashanti. What I want to say is that if today we have the likes of Erica Subontin,
can you ask your question?
Yes,
because
it's
we are opening within 10 minutes.
Yes, it's a question that I want to arrive at. The point that I want to make is that if we have Ghanaians mining the large-scale mining industry, nobody can tell me that we cannot mine responsibly the small-scale mining industry.
Yes, that's true.
The first thing that I would want to say is that we should not deceive Ghanaians. Whenever we see a Chinese mine mining on Ghana,
whenever we see a foreigner,
or a foreigner, this is a concession owner. We've never owned up any concession owner in Ghana. Who are they? They are the politicians. They are those that we do not want to mention. And we go about deceiving.
The president has challenged you to be bold.
Yes, that is why we want to be bold. And so if we really want the solution, let's start naming and shaming the concession owners. The poor Chinese man, the poor foreigner over there, the poor Togolese over there, he doesn't own that.
Yes, I agree with you.
We reduce the problem of the small-scale mining into two. First is the technical capacity building. And second is the financial capacity building. These are two. Our Chamber of Mines was talking about the fact that some of the mining, the large-scale mines, relegated some of the concession to the small-scale mining. It became a problem. Yes, it became a problem because when they gave out those concessions to these small-scale mining, help them financially or technically. Now, just as Erica Subontin mentioned over here, that mining is a science and engineering. It can kill us. It can create wealth. Just last year, if what I read is right, the gold that was mined from Ghana in 2020 was 140 million kilos. Calculate that with the current gold price of 56,000. Let me use that one. We are talking about $7.8 trillion. So where is the money? Where is that money? And how is that money helping Ghanaians? Multiply that by the small-scale mine, which is 0.35%. That is 49 million kilos of gold. Where is that money? And so we shouldn't deceive ourselves. Just last 4 years.
So what do
my
you
solution,
suggest?
my
What do you
solution,
suggest?
my solution
Yes.
is that we've given out this solution. But
Yes,
over
yes,
there
we
knows
want,
that
the whole
that
public
solution
wants
is
to
that
benefit from your solution.
let the government support the small-scale mines to operate as a business entity. And we made a presentation to say that we were willing to bring in $4 billion to help our own people for them to mine responsibly. And it was thrown overboard.
Okay.
And so this is the time, if we really want to solve it, let's
your
solve it.
suggestion is simply that Small-scale miners must operate a business model. Yes.
Honorable Minister, thank you for the opportunity given. Honorable Minister, I would like to start on the note of what? A proverb. And it says, before you know who you are and where you are going, you must know from where you come. The question we stakeholders must ask ourselves, where are we coming from? Where are we going? And for that matter, who are we? I think the answer lies in the books of books. And I quote, then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a human being. At the end of the day, we say dust to dust, earth to earth. As we are here, we are land. Technically speaking and spiritually speaking, we are land. We are dealing basically with two things: institutional culture and institutional structures.
Can you zero in
please,
on
I'll
small-scale
zero
mining?
in.
Can you zero in?
I'll zero in to a commandment. When Moses descended from Mount Sinai, he gave Israelis 11 commandments, but he gave 10 commandments, but there's an 11th commandment, and I'll quote that commandment in Exodus for us to be focused on what you are doing.
Okay.
The commandment, thou shalt inherit the holy earth as a faithful steward, conserving its resources and productivity from generation to generation. Thou shalt safeguard thy fields from soil erosion, thy living waters from drying up, thy mountains or thy forests from deforestation, and thy hills from overcrowding by the fields. If any shall fail in this stewardship of the land, thy fruitful fields shall become sterile stoning grounds, and thy descendants shall live in poverty or perish off the surface of the earth.
This is
good governance.
This is a prophetic
Are
revelation.
we practicing good governance?
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Okay, so I see that 4 people are in the queue. Can you make it snappy? Because I've been told that the time is up.
Okay.
We are out of time, yes.
Okay. The good news is we have 4 amazing presentations that would really flesh out all the issues from this preliminary discussion.
Very
So
well.
please save your questions. The responses and your closing remarks. Okay, thank you very much.
We cannot.
All right.
We cannot. Apart from that person, we cannot take any other person.
Thank you for the privilege, sir. My contribution is towards exploration being the cardinal requirement for a successful small-scale mining. I'm Raymond Kujau, the Vice President of Accra Mining Network. And that is nailed by this Chamber of Mines. We have a geological survey that needs money to do the exploration, but we have a bogus law that takes their hand and they can generate the funds to do the exploration themselves. Why do I say that? I think I have gotten your attention because you are a lawyer yourself. But the law that established the Geological Survey Authority ties the Geological Survey Authority's hand. When they even look for money to do the exploration, everything goes back to either the Minerals Commission or the Petroleum Commission. We need to look at that so that the Geological Survey is well resourced to be able to do the exploration. And this model is what is practiced in Australia. And that's just mine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are just about 2 or 3 questions. But I'll give you, the 2 of you, I'll give you an opportunity to answer directly to those questions. The first one, the acting director, acting chief executive of the Minerals Commission. The first question was, why do we allow? We know that small-scale mining is an exclusive activity reserved for Ghanaians. We know that. So why is there this prevalence of on small-scale mining sites of foreigners with careless abandon? Minerals Commission.
We are not enforcing our law. Let me put this on record. We at Minerals Commission have data on every illegal site where mining activities is carried out in Ghana. I'm saying that, yes, I'm telling you, and I'm coming to that. I'm saying Minerals Commission has the records, full records of every area where mining activities are being carried out illegally. Now, how do we get that data? Our district officers go around virtually every day. They map up all the areas, we know the locations, we know the GS and all the districts, we have all that. I'm just about sending them even now to the regional ministers. Now, this is what happens. The moment we pick the site, the first person to be informed is the district chief executive. Every district chief executive in Ghana where illegal mining activity is going on is aware of this. Yes, that's what we do. That's our job. Sometimes yes, that's our job. Yes.
I agree with you on that.
That's one. Every DC is informed by the DC chief of, and then I'm copied at the head office. Sometimes we send reminders. Then the next thing he does is that he goes to the DC, he goes to the district police commander and says, I have found 50 Chinese or Ghanaians or whatever nationality doing illegal activities here. Can you help me to go and arrest them? I'm not here for blame gaming, but you see, that's where my job ends. My duty as Minerals Commission is that I've gone around, I've seen some illegal side, I've informed the security agencies that help me to go and arrest them. Some of them do it, some of them don't do anything. There are instances where my officers have been told, Madam Fo, we cannot do anything, you can go and arrest them if you want to arrest them. I don't have I wish I have the power to go and arrest all those Chinese and put them in jail. That's one. And then two, where arrests are made and the people walk free. Where arrests are made and the people walk free. And then they come back to the site. My district officer becomes a laughing stock. And these days they are armed. They are well armed. So a Minerals Commission district officer at Takwa, at Bibiani, who has no arms, he has no power to carry arms, has found an illegal site, he has informed the police, he has informed the district chief executive, and he does nothing. You can't blame us. That is not to say we don't have a fair share of the blame game. For instance, I don't understand why it should take a small-scale miner 6 months, 3 months to get a license. We should be able to do that in a week or two. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. I, we have been told that if you want to regulate small-scale mining and make illegal small-scale mining unattractive, you must run small-scale mining as a business. So it must have a model. You are the head of the technical committee. What are you doing to transition small-scale miners into a business model that will be sustainable and rewarding?
Thank you very much. I guess government has been pursuing this agenda for quite a while. Understanding that, on the one hand, it ought to be run as a business. On the other hand, there are Ghanaians who cannot simply get involved in mining if you want to run small-scale mining strictly as a business case. And that's where government has come in to try to support in terms of exploration, even in terms of support in cash and kind, in terms of equipment to be able to carry out activity and so on. Unfortunately, this hasn't worked very well. So there is a proposal to bring on board a new concept of community mining, getting communities involved as much as possible in what is promoted by the Minerals Commission local office in terms of technical capacity and all that. But then there is a need to get private sector involvement in terms of funding, because funding is critical to be able to run any mine. It's not like selling a few things on a table. As has been said by the Chamber and others, mining requires technical capacity. It requires a lot of capital, even if done on an artisanal basis. So government is welcoming all Ghanaians interested in the mining business, not to get in it illegally, but talk to Minerals Commission. Mr. AC, you can see he's very passionate. He's interested in meeting people who are willing to get into the sector and do the right thing. And he is ready to partner those who don't have the technical capacity with those who have the technical capacity to to be able to run it as a business in the formal sector so that you do it responsibly, but at the same time contribute your quota to national development.
Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard from our panelists, our discussants. Obviously, there is more to say, but time is very limited. But the conversation continues. After this discussion, there's going to be another panel. And that panel will answer to those questions. I see them saying that a chief wants to stop. But, Chief, there will be a next panel. There will be a next panel. And the question...
The President of the National Assembly. Your responses to using of funds disappoint me a lot. Almost everybody is talking about no funds, no funds, no funds. Are you telling us that you don't charge a small scale mining operators? Don't they pay something? The big mining companies don't they pay money to government? And what percentage of it is something that is reserved for being the geological exploration here and there? The next issue is that I want to remind all of you that even though the mineral is vested in His Excellency the President, the land belongs to SUS. And in all your regulatory policies, no chief is involved in enforcing the laws. We are happy about that. And from time to time, we blame the man for getting involved in the activity here and there. And that's why it's about the involvement of politicians. I am happy the gentleman from Minerals Commission is talking about reporting to the various district chief executives. Precisely when the party chairman is involved, the constituency, the regional, what happens? Ministers are involved. And then my last point is, when you refer to small-scale mining, which people are you referring to? What about the Ghanaians who go to Minerals Commission, the Ministry, and other areas, Forestry Commission, to ask to do exploration in the forest reserves? Do they come under the small-scale mining? If they don't, they go there to do exploration. Are they doing exploration? They are destroying the environment. And as long as we have these people destroying the environment, the village boys and girls will also go to the land and do what is not expected of them to do. Thank you very much. No. The matter is established. Mr. Chair, this was supposed to have just been a discussion of experiences and challenges and successes. My parents, my fathers and mothers, the next 4 presentations are going to actually detail the various issues from all that has been discussed. That is where we'll get to the heart of the matter. So, Mr. Chair, it falls to you to just wrap up and close so that we'll get into the meat and potatoes. Thank you.
I think that the interesting and good thing is that a lot of excitement has been generated in this consultative forum. And I see many people want to talk because this issue touches and concerns everybody, no matter where you are. Even if you are living in Accra, mind you, the fish that you might buy might have ingested articles that contain mercury. You are not at the mining site, but you will be eating fish that is contaminated, and that can compromise your health. So it affects all of us. All of us are involved. I have said, as a former minister and as a former member of parliament, I have said time and again that the performance Forest Commission, Minerals Commission, the performance of DCEs must have one KPI, key performance indicator, the ability of the DCE to root out illegal small-scale mining. Because there is no land in this country that is not owned. And no DCE or regional minister can tell me that he doesn't know of the prevalence of illegal small-scale mining in his region or district. So why do we have it? Is it because of the political interference? Is it because, like JOY says, the concessions are for politicians? Why do we have it? Why is it impossible? Yes, Nana, you have surface rights. And so when the land is granted, you are entitled to rent on the land. That's what the Constitution says. That's why, and royalties when the mineral is obtained. So surface rent and royalties for the minerals. And so until the mineral comes out of the ground, you don't get that royalty. But the land where it is granted, you get surface rights. And I know, as a matter of fact, because royalty payments have delayed unnecessarily, sometimes the chiefs, because they have to perform their chiefly responsibilities, are compromised. So please, this is a discussion. And we have been challenged to be bold, to say it as it is, to get a solution. Somebody came out here and quoted the Bible. I agree entirely with him. We must respect the environment. It is only when we respect the environment that we will know that it is unacceptable to despoil it, because our existence is premised on the environment. We shouldn't let greed, avarice, cut short our pursuit of happiness. If we do so, all of us will suffer the consequences. The discussion has just opened, and I thank you so very much for your attention, and I urge you to give the discussions an applause, a hand of clap.
Our chairperson, the Honorable Yusuf Hussaini, a former Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. And so a group photograph in front while we reconfigure the set for the next panel. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, coming up, 4 amazing presentations which will speak to various topical issues from this preliminary discussion. I please ask that you note down your questions, and when it's time for interaction, just shoot straight to the issues, no embellishment, so that we can make the most of the time we have here. The next session will be for 20 minutes. It will have a presentation and 10 minutes for interaction with you, our audience. Let's take this up. Let's take this off, just the middle. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome up for the next session the Honorable Henry Kwabena Kokofu is the Executive Director of the EPA and the Chair for this plenary, the Reverend Dr. Joyce I, a former CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Mines. They are yours for the applause, please. Madam Chair, your opening remarks, and then the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. And dignitaries, ministers, former ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, heads of political parties. We have this rare opportunity to find solutions to what we all know to be problems facing us. And my desire is that we will focus on finding the solutions so that we'll be able to manage this beautiful country well, using the resources that we have been given. Because the time is short, I will be a quiet chair and allow the speaker to tell us some of the ways in which we can deal with environmental issues. You can see the presentations on mining and preservation of the environment. I'm sorry, I would rather we use protection, because preservation gives the impression that we're not going to touch it. But protection is what we're going to talk about, because we will touch the environment, but we can manage the environment very well. Honorable Henry Kwabena Kukufu, Executive Director of EPA, the floor is entirely yours. I know our moderator is very strict, so please keep to your time before he comes to tell you to stop talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. We are from EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, and it is an agency created by Act of Parliament, Act 490 of 1994. And the operational law or regulations has to do with the Environmental Assessment Regulations of 1999, LI 1652, Regulation 3.1 going to Regulation 4. We just did a small thing looking at the general theme, and we said at EPA we are going to look at protecting and safeguarding the environment in the area of small-scale mining in Ghana, the role of Environmental Protection Agency. So, Madam Lady, I think we are right there, as you wanted it. Yes. There are a lot that we know by way of going through the outline, introduction and few definitions. You look at the legal regimes that are violated by illegal mining activities, the adverse impacts of illegal mining, human resource, environment, and the socio-economic. Then we get to the challenges of regulating small-scale mining, then strategies to address challenges, and then conclusion. And if I got the remarks by my chair lady right, she's more interested in how we're going to mitigate and do away with the illegal mining. So some of these things are there already that we do know, that Ghana, we are rich globally, and now we are being told that we are the first gold producers in Africa. We've overtaken South Africa. And the question is, do we have anything to show, except that our environment has been degraded? And so we are. Move on. We will interchange artisanal small-scale mining with the small-scale mining proper, because it has been the case as it is. We want to, as a small exercise, define environment, what it is. What are we saying when we talk about environment? It's understood as the whole set of natural or biophysical and man-made or socio-cultural systems in which man and other organisms live, work, and interact. And the source is Ghana EIA Procedures 1995. Again, you say in Ghana here, we use the environment to include natural resources, socio-cultural and economic conditions and the institutional conditions in which decisions are made. That's the SE of GPRS 2004. The biophysical environment connotes the renewables and the non-renewables. And here, talking about gold mining, we're talking about non-renewable natural resource. And it's finite. It's something that cannot regenerate itself. So the exploitation of it comes in its wake, the disturbance of the natural ecosystem, where the renewables do suffer. And if they suffer to a point where they cannot self-regenerate, that is where we talk about degradation. And then we need man's intervention to restore it to normalcy. Standing accused today is the small-scale mining industry. And so what does Mineral and Mining Act talks about small-scale mining? It says operation means mining over an area of land in accordance with the number of blocks, which is 25 acres and has a duration of 5 years and renewable upon satisfactory performance during the first term. That's basically what the law says about small-scale mining activity. And it's interesting to note that artisanal small-scale mining started as far back as 15th century. And it was the Europeans that introduced
to accompany the national football team on their first visit to England. On that trip, he traveled first class on the SS Apapa and brought back lots of gifts to the family on his return to Kumasi. Beyond his heavy responsibilities at the court of Asantehene, Balfour had a circle of close friends who enjoyed the good life to the full. They socialized at weekends and on public holidays with garden parties, dances, and black tie events. Whitehall Scotch whiskey, Cuban cigars, West Indian calypso, and the Gold Coast High Life, E.T. Mensah & Co., were the order of the day. The friends were a mixture of entrepreneurs, businessmen, senior colonial officials, and administrators. They included Mr. Collingwood William, who I remember very, very well, Mr. Kobina Annan, Mr. A. Akolache, Mr. K. Dakwa, and several other prominent personalities in Kumasi. Few could match Balfour when it came to dancing to the great drums of the Fontonfrom on Akweside at Maisha. Yet, he was on the floor of the Hotel the Kingsway in his black tie outfit, dancing the foxtrot during revelers nights. And here was a modern man. I mention these activities to illustrate the point that before entering politics, the life of Balfour Couture transcended traditional boundaries onto modern, evolving lifestyles. No wonder the spillage of his activities into the emerging politics of the day. Balfour Couture, like many other legendary Ashanti heroes and heroines, had to make some sacrifices to save the Ashanti nation. These included the loss of his stool and position as a chairman. It came as a bombshell on the fateful day of 12 January 1961, when Asantehene Otumfuo Osajima Prempeh II announced to the world that Balfour, who was languishing in political prison, had been destooled and his Butuakwana Pia chairman stool abolished. Many were those who wondered how such a big blow could be dealt someone who had all his life fought to maintain the dignity and sustenance of the golden stool of Asante. But Otumfuo, the Asantehene, knew that Balfour would save the golden stool at all costs. This was at a time when Nkrumah had declared that chiefs would, and I'll quote, run away and leave their sandals behind, unquote. And when the CPP government had threatened to break up Asante Mine. So if the stooling Balfour was a decision that would avoid such a confrontation to save Asante Mine, then why not? The good news was that the Butuako Anapia chairman stool was reinstated, and Bafo Akoto was reinstalled as the occupant of the stool after the overthrow of the Nkrumah regime in February 1966. The status and privileges of the stool and its occupant were also elevated. Bafo's office was accorded a special privilege reserved for very senior officers in Asante. These included permitting him to swear the oath of allegiance with a Mpomponcio sword instead of the Asheshiba sword. It can be said of Bafo, therefore, that he exemplified the concept of sacrifice, which is replete in Asante history with a legend like Nana Chebua Kodu of Kumau, who sacrificed his very life to save the Asante nation. Another lesson exhibited by Bafo was that, in line with his deep knowledge of Akan custom, when his stool was abolished, he never contested it, although he could have done so, like he did with the Preventive Detention Act. In Akan custom, deference is accorded the elderly and the occupants of higher office. Now let's come to Bafo in politics. And I ask the question, who is a statesman? According to Cambridge Dictionary, a statesman is, and I quote, an experienced politician, especially one who is respected for making good judgment, unquote. Bafo's involvement in politics was short. His political career was mainly from 1954 to 1957. But it is said that the strength and greatness of a leader are not measured by the longevity of the time during which they are at the pinnacle of power. It is the impact of their office that matters. The legacy of Bafo Akoto as a politician, and for that matter, a statesman, finds expression in the very constitution in which our country is being governed today. Notable amongst them is Article 3.1, which provides that, and I quote, Parliament shall have no power to enact a law establishing a one-party state, unquote. I should emphasize, ladies and gentlemen, that among the prime purposes of Bafo Akoto in politics was to help prevent dictatorship in Ghana. He was anxious that if people who love freedom sat on the fence, Ghana would one day become a one-party state, an anxiety which eventually materialized. Had he and his ideological allies like J.B. Dankwa and K. Buzia and others not persisted the way they did, the negative impact of the one-party state, as was introduced in 1958, would have been much graver. Bafo and his colleagues, who now constitute the ancestry of the United Party tradition, were of the considered view that one-party rule for Ghana, in the light of our traditions, was a step backwards from the wisdom of our ancestors, and that where one head constitutes a council, there can only be folly and disorder. As Dr. Buzia observed, and I quote, the case for monolithic one-party rule cannot be based on our tradition. It should also be noted that the traditional systems provided alternatives from which to choose, and hence, whether of families or tribes or chiefdoms, could be changed by those whom they represented. If we care to learn from our past, we shall find pointers to the solution of our contemporary problems of government, central as well as local. We had foundations for a democratic system of government, unquote. On the invitation of some Ashanti youth, and with the support of Asante Man, Bafo Akoto founded and led a political movement, the National Liberation Movement, which eventually became a very formidable alternative political party to the then Convention People's Party, and which was joined subsequently by stalwarts like J.B. Dankwa and K.A. Buzia. In the 50s, Balfour considered the actions and inaction of government as deceitful and detrimental to the cocoa farmers whose sweat constituted the backbone of the country's economy at the time. One of the major issues after the 1954 elections had to do with cocoa producer pricing and the tax deductions from cocoa. Nkrumah had promised that cocoa producer price would be doubled to £5 per ton, but eventually the government pegged it at 72 shillings, which was £3, 12 shillings. This enraged cocoa farmers. Their sharp agitation found favor with Balfour Koto, who himself at the time was one of the biggest cocoa farmers in the country. The farmers looked up to him to protect their interests. At the same time, the youth in Ashanti were getting increasingly concerned with the propaganda which was being waged by the CPP against traditional authority, targeting chiefs in particular. They were anxiously looking for someone in authority to lead them to halt the undermining of the traditional order. The rising concerns of both the cocoa farmers and the youth in Ashanti in particular conspired to pile political pressure on the prominent Balfour Koto to provide leadership. So it was that on the 7th September 1954, he led a large crowd of supporters to slaughter a sheep in the sacred river Subin, which runs through the center of Kumasi, to symbolize the birth of the National Liberation Movement. This was followed by a huge rally at the nearby Prince of Wales Park near Kejetia, which was attended by hundreds and hundreds of people, with many coming from beyond the boundaries of Ashanti, which at the time included the current Bono East and Ahafo regions. It was Balfour Koto who recruited to the NLM many young professionals, including Messieurs Victor Owusu, Joe Appiah, and R. Amponsa. The last of these, Mr. Amponsa, became the General Secretary of the National Liberation Movement. Balfour funded the initial activities of the NLM, and that is significant, from his own personal resources, until financial support arrived from other sources. Indeed, the late Honorable C.K. Tedam, a founding member of the Northern People's Party, observed in his tribute to Balfour, and I quote, "Between 1954 and 1956, he worked hard to bring the opposition parties in Ghana together to fight for the decentralization of administrative and political powers. The Northern People's Party was given vehicles and other logistics to assist us in our campaign in the North," unquote. In sharp contrast to the CPP, whose leader, Kwame Nkrumah, had threatened to annihilate the chieftaincy institution, the NLM aligned itself with traditional authorities. Little wonder that the NLM had a strong alliance with the Northern People's Party, which also had traditional rulers as its core base. The NLM fought to ensure checks and balances in governance and to put some restraint on central government. It is gladdening that later constitutions of Ghana appear to have embraced all these ideas proffered by Balfour and his colleagues. It was the NLM, together with the Northern People's Party, that formed the foundation of the United Party, from which the ruling New Patriotic Party is rooted. In 1956 elections, the last elections which ushered in Ghana's independence on 6th of March 1957, 6 political parties were represented in the National Assembly. And these were the Convention's People's Party, which has 66 seats, the Northern People's Party, which has 14 seats, the National Liberation Movement, which has 13 seats, Togoland Congress Party, 2 seats, and one seat each for Federation of Youth Organization and the Muslim Association Party. It is significant to note that of the 31 seats belonging to the 5 opposition parties represented in the first post-independence parliament as the National Assembly, 27 were shared almost in equal measure between NPP, the Northern People's Party, and the National Liberation Movement. These two parties formed the core of the drive to form the United Party. They were joined by 3 other parties in parliament, plus the Anglo Youth Organization, the Ga Adangbe Shifimo Pe, and other local organizations. As founder and leader of the NLM, it fell on Bafo Akoto, in consultation with its executives, to choose the leader of the 13 members of his party in the new parliament. Dr. K. Ebuzia was selected to lead the NLM members in parliament. Subsequently, Bafo led the discussions which made Dr. Buzia leader of the 31-member minority in parliament. Thus, Bafo was indeed the power behind the minority parties in the first parliament after independence. His higher obligation to the Golden Stool prevented him from offering himself for a parliamentary seat. In exercising his power, he worked closely with the leader of the Northern People's Party, Chief Dombo, who himself was in parliament. He also worked with the leaders of the other minority parties in parliament. So if you talk of the ancestry of the modern New Patriotic Party of the Fourth Republic, Bafo Osei Akoto stands very tall indeed. In 1957, the government enacted the Avoidance of Discrimination Act, and the act said, an act to prohibit organizations using or engage in tribal, regional, racial, or religious propaganda to the detriment of any other community, or securing the election of persons on account of their tribal, regional, or religious affiliations, and for other purposes connected therein, unquote. Leaders of the opposition parties realized that the prime aim of the law was to disband all political parties except the CPP and introduce a one-party rule in Ghana. Before the law could come into effect on the 31st of March, 1957, in his capacity as a founder of the NLM, Bafo chaired negotiations which convened the leadership of the other opposition parties to come together to form one party to be called the United Party. Given his strategic role in founding and leading the NLM, and in playing such a critical part in the negotiations for the formation of the United Party, the precursor of the NPP, it is surprising that Bafo Akoto does not even get a mention in contemporary discussions on the history of our political tradition. And I'm glad to see the regional chairman of the NPP here so that they can take the message back, the explanation back to the party. There is a gaping hole in contemporary discourse on his enormous contribution. That void must be filled by recognizing the strategic contribution he made in the political development of our tradition and of our dear nation. The guiding principle of the NLM was in tandem with a phrase in what became the national pledge upon Ghana's independence, that is to resist oppressor's rule. The NLM indeed sought to resist oppression and suppression and to ensure true freedom for the Ghanaian. The NLM advocated federalism, a concept that was informed by the time-tested Asante or Akan political system that permitted each state or mine to enjoy some amount of autonomy in economic and political terms. Federalism, as was advocated by Bafo, anchored on the belief that every part of the nation would contribute into the national treasury according to its means, and that the total national cake would be shared in such a way that each region will receive according to its needs. In 1956, the NLM and its allied parties, led by Bafo, accepted a proposal by the colonial government for general elections before independence instead of the request for a federal constitution. This was a situation that was very difficult for Bafo, who had been in the forefront of the federal system of government. His prime motive, so he had to think deeply into the future, and he convinced his colleagues to accept the offer. His prime motive for the NLM and other opposition parties was to get a voice in the new parliament. Although the call for federalism did not materialize, it yielded some useful results as it led to the devolution of powers to the regional authorities at independence. This arrangement did not last, as the CPP rode a coach and horses through it soon after independence. It was that concept that had become the basis of the current decentralization in Ghana, also known as local government, in which we have metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, which are coordinated by the regional coordinating councils. At the time that the CPP government was nursing an ambition to monopolize power in Ghana, it was men like Bafo Osayakoto who stood up against the emerging dictatorship, and he suffered for it. Mr. Chairman, I know time is well spent, so I'll go to the conclusions of my presentation. In conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the life and works of Bafo Osayakoto entreat us all to cultivate the virtue of courage to banish elements that may jeopardize the progress of the nation. He did not wait for any sophisticated weapons to accomplish all these legacies. What he possessed were bravery, oratorical and rhetorical competence, which underpins the importance of language in governance and cultural transmission. Everyone is endowed with some skills, ideas, or knowledge with which they can achieve something remarkable. That he challenged the dictatorial tendencies of the times points to the innate quest of all individuals, regardless of their academic achievements, to fight for human dignity. In our time, too, there are many areas that threaten our very lives and survival and the well-being of posterity. These include corruption of all forms, environmental degradation, including the menacing galamsey, the fast eroding values, including discipline, care for humanity, and neighborliness, which our forefathers bequeathed to us. Let us think and act in ways that would inure to the greater good of society, so that someday, when we are no more like Bafo, society will consider it apt to continue our good works. As a traditional ruler, Bafo Osayakoto, the senior Ochame of Asantehene, played an instrumental role in helping to deepen chieftaincy and culture. Even his going into politics was to a large extent driven by his resolve to help sustain the legitimacy of Ghana's traditional institutions. He succeeded in resisting the efforts to reduce the prestige and authority of the Ghanaian chief. By Akan tradition, an Ochame is someone who is endowed with skills of oratory, wit, and mastery of the language. To a very large extent, he must also be knowledgeable about the history of the state. And one must be at the apex of these traits to be the Ochame of Asantehene. These therefore point out the place and person of Bafo Osayakoto in terms of traditional leadership. His Excellency Busumuru Kofi Annan, the late Secretary General of the UN, in his tribute to Bafo, admonished, and I quote, "The greatest tribute we can pay to his memory is for each and every one of us to do all we can to preserve for posterity, as he did, the best in our traditions, cultures, and societies, thereby enriching all humankind," unquote. In the area of politics, Bafo Osayakoto was one of the leading founders. It was the NLM, the party founded by him, which together formed the United Party. Bafo helped to lay the foundation for multi-party democracy in Ghana, As a generational thinker and futuristic person, he accepted in 1956 the proposal for general election in the hope that even if his party did not form government, he would have representatives who would offer alternative ideas for national development and to ensure that Ghana remained a multi-party democracy. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your attention. I thank you all.
Honorable Dr. Owusu Afriye Akuto, Speaker and son of Bafo Ose Akuto, the man we are celebrating. Ladies and gentlemen, all too soon we are coming to the end of the program. Let me acknowledge the presence of Dr. Ajua Chibudako, representing the JB Damkwa Institute, Accra. Doc, let's see you where you are. That is Doc, yes. We also have Honorable Fred Obmiousu, Municipal Chief Executive Tafo. Honorable is here with us. The former MP for Menchia North, Honorable Collins Ousu-Amankwa, is here with us. And then we have our landlady, in the person of the Municipal Chief Executive of Oforikrom, Honorable Gloria Tima Gambra. Is here. She is our landlady. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, our elders have said that I went some, but didn't say some is abominable. To which me kobi na man can be there yechi. Anytime soon, I'll be inviting the representative of the Otumfuo to briefly address us. Before he comes, shall we have a brief musical interlude from Ejakonimo and the Adademu Agroma. Let's have Ejakonimo and his team. Agufoma. Adademu Agufoma and Ejakonimo. Brief musical interlude.
For you, mini, we are not Grogu. Odakusumu, Yeniawo, Odakusumu, Yeniawo, Ewasimai, Obama Tapitana, Ewasimai. Jaminebu, uye mbine jaminebu, ene ukwana kurasa obabe. Jaminebu, aebobu, jaminebu, aebukwana kurasa. Niwe kwa mine mjumasi na mbeba mine mjumasi. Jume ipana bomia masasi ya jitata. Jamina
for AJ Fusu Pichiakwa, the 2-4 Anantahini. He is representing your 2-4 the state to the second.
Distinguished Chairman, my own grandson, my brother, and my father as well, Dr. Kwame Pieni, a very senior royal of the Ananta family, in whom we have so much regard. The Honorable Sir Justice Dennis Ejei, representing the Chief Justice of the Republic, the Honorable Aaron Maikokwe, former Speaker of Parliament of Ghana, the Learned and Honorable Godfred Yabo Adama, Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. Maxwell Opoku Ajima, Director of Legal Education and Ghana School of Law, Honorable Dr. Owusu Afriyie, son of the illustrious son of our celebrated statesman and the 2-4 chairman Penny Bafo Akoto, management and staff of the Ghana School of Law, and organizers of this event, my Lords Justices of the courts present here, and indeed the judicial secretaries that came with them, Dean of the Faculty of Law of KNUST, Professor Mrs. Aporekansa, my own sister, past and present leadership of the bar, members of the bar, our city mayor, Honorable Sensible MP, party chairman Utumi, my schoolmates. Yes, my schoolmate from Pepper College. I've also seen Honorable Reku, my very good friend. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, I bring you warm felicitations from His Majesty the King of Ashanti, His Majesty Osei Tutu II, whose senior linguist is being celebrated today. His Majesty would have loved to be here in person, given the special relationship that existed between himself and not just Bafo Akoto, but his entire family. But as you may know, today is a special sacred day of an Okude, coming 2 days after his 22nd year anniversary celebrations of his ascension to the Golden Stool last Monday. This symbolic Okude requires his personal presence at the palace today, and hence his inability to be with us today. The symbolic and historic exploits of Bafo Akoto, His Majesty's linguist, which remain a subject of legal discourse to date, is simply a human rights issue. It is worthy of note that to date, such issues remain seemingly present with us. The challenges he faced in his time are gone, but we are all equally confronted with similar challenges of our time. Society, as dynamic as it is, has evolved with its own set of challenges for our generation. We have heard various speakers on this subject, and I do not intend to bore you any further. All I will say is that the situation presents us with a continuous challenge of evolving solutions to deal with these matters as we go along. It is only then and then, when we have evolved solutions in our own generations to resolve such human rights issues, that we can say that we've paid a glowing and proper tribute to Bafo Akoto and the principles he stood for. In this endeavor, and on behalf of His Majesty, we wish ourselves a fruitful deliberations and contemplations in our various homes as we set out each day in an effort to find solutions to human rights issues that confront us today. Thank you very much for your attention and for your time.
Now, let me also acknowledge these dignitaries among us. Honorable Richmond Legend MC Kwada So is here. We also have Dr. Ohene Badanso, Chief Executive Officer of Fanochi Teaching Hospital with us. Mr. Pabna Kesben Group of Companies is also here. Mr. Akomiasa Jima MC Yasukwa is also here, Honorable. Honorable Martina Pia Nyantechi Tepa MC is also here. And then Nana Ochiteria DC Achima Kwamuma is here with us. Finally, we have the Honorable MC for Swami. Honorable, if you are here, let's see. There. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the end of the program. Shall we have the chairman's closing remarks? Mr. Chairman.
Days at Hotel the Kingsway on Saturdays, Bafo and his whole time. Otumfo's representative has reminded us that every generation has to find their own way of keeping freedom, the light of freedom. The Right Honorable former Speaker, and join all you law students that you fight for the human rights of the others. The Attorney General reminded us that the law is above everybody, so all of us must be under the law. The Chief Justice reminded us that this should not be just a mere annual ritual, but we should go and live it. So all of us, in our little ways, should pursue the path that we have for today, so that none of us will be deemed as a spectator. All of us should be there. And I'll end by quoting for us what name owner socialist. And I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. And I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. And I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me. And there was no one left to speak for me. End quote. The families of these people suffered. Their education suffered. So today, it was not just a legal business, not a control rate. This is real life. And I thank Otumfo and the law school for organizing it, and I hope they continue to organize. And for all of us as citizens of this country, and Chairman Wontumi, you and all of us have to fight to make sure that Bafwa Koto receives the national recognition that he deserves. And I will build this international civic education institute in his name, where people come and do research on human rights, where we all come and study how we train people to treat all citizens as members of this Ghana Adishaman, Dabafo, and Dr. J.B. Dampa fought for. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Wanda Victor Kuto, you are the incoming SRC president. Please get ready. You'll be given the vote of thanks. I wish to acknowledge Honorable Yaudanso DC Bosman Frehu. Honorable is here with us. And my own mother, Honorable Sewa Dechi, MC Yetuso is here. Honorable Rebecca Yeboah, DC Achima Gobieja North, is also here. One thing that resonates with every student is the difficulty that you have when you sit in an exam hall and you find it difficult to write something that you even get wrong. In Tree, they call it creating area. The man who said it is here. Chairman Wontumi is here. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we have Wanda Victor Kuto? He is the incoming SRC president to give the vote of thanks. Then Fauzia Tijani must prepare for the closing prayer.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, with your permission, I want to stand on the already existing protocol in order to give the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Almighty God for bringing us this safely and for having a successful program. Next, I would like to thank the chairman for today's occasion. Mr. Chairman, through your message, we have come to terms with the fact that the 1992 Constitution is a vindication of Ri Akoto. Also, thank you very much, Justice Dennis Ige, representing the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Your message is crystal clear that there's a need for us to perform our duties as citizens. and that duties and rights are not mutually exclusive and are inseparable. Next, respectfully, I also want to thank the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice. The Honorable Minister, we thank you so much for averting our mind to the decision in Liverpool v. Anderson, the dissenting view of Lord Acton. Indeed, if the main characters of this case have been held high in UK, why can't we also hold Balfour Akoto high in Ghana? Also, respectfully, I want to thank the former Speaker of the Republic of Ghana, the Right Honorable Aaron Mike Okwege, Professor, for honoring our invitation and for his educative message. Thank you very much to him. Nana, respectfully, we thank you and want you to respectfully extend our thank you to the Otumfuo II for adding the traditional color to this program. Next, respectfully, I want to thank our innovative acting director of legal education at Ghana School of Law, Mr. Masro Opoku Ajimai. Sir, we are grateful for your continuous support of legal education in Ghana, and I want to respectfully assure you that the Reed Akoto Memorial Lectures will continue to be high on the SRC activities going forward. Also, respectfully, I also want to thank the main speaker, Honorable Dr. Osu Afiye, the Minister for Food and Agriculture. Honorable, respectfully, we are grateful for your informative message. Indeed, the political life of Balfour Akoto has helped stop dictatorship in Ghana. And I must add that the ghost of Balfour Akoto is alive in the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. Respectfully, I want to thank management, the staff, and the SRC of the Ghana School of Law for organizing such a wonderful program. This is evidence that together to the bar. Finally, I want to thank fellow students and non-students present here and those following us online. God bless the family of Balfour Akoto. God bless the Ghana School of Law, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Incoming President of the SRC. Ladies and gentlemen, in view of the unpleasant outcome of Ria Akoto, the framers of the 1992 Constitution have broadened the frontiers of human rights in Ghana such that a chapter on human rights is not only entrenched but open-ended and has also been made explicit and enforceable by the law courts. The decision of Balfour not to sleep on his rights but to test the constitutionality of the PDA by invoking the interpretational powers of the Supreme Court was legendary. The life and works of Balfour Akoto entreat us all to cultivate the virtue of courage to punish elements that may jeopardize the progress of this nation. He did not wait for any sophisticated weapon to accomplish all these legacies. What he possessed were bravery, rhetorical and rhetorical competence, which underpins the importance of language in governance and cultural transmission. My name is Chinubu Akodia.
a proud descendant of legendary Bem Chubwakodia. On that note, we invite Fauzia Tijani, incoming SRC Vice President, to give us the closing prayer, after which we would wait. The dignitaries will be taking a picture, just one shot, and then we shall rise and depart.
Shall we please be up standing? Thank you, God, for a successful program. We know that you have blessed us and hence this success. May you keep blessing us as we go out of this hall and apply what we have learned to our profession and our various endeavors. Grant that we do this fully aware that it is not for ourselves that we learn, but for the service of other people. May you guide us and protect us as we leave this place to our various destinations. In God's name I pray. Amen.
We shall sit, please. Please, let's remain seated. Let's remain seated. Let's remain seated.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational. But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Between January and February this year, over 500 Ghanaians have been killed in road accidents alone. This tells you the gravity of the problem regarding safety on our roads. As part of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign, we are here to speak with the Director in charge of Education, Research and Training at the Motor Traffic and Transport Department under the Ghana Police Service. He's in the person of Superintendent Alexander Obeng. Mr. Obeng, thank you for speaking with us and for this entire partnership. But basically tell us, what at all does the MTTD do? What's the institution about?
All right. Thank you for the opportunity that has been established so strong between GhanaWeb as part of your 22-year anniversary in existence and Motor Traffic and Transport Department of Ghana Police Service, which has been here since 1952 as a result of the road safety problem that our forebears envisaged in terms of vehicle ownership, vehicle use by motorists and vehicle occupants and pedestrians, which enjoin every country, including the then Gold Coast and now Ghana, to come up with countermeasures, including safer road safety management systems, safer roads, safer vehicles, safer road users, and come up with certain health care measures and some sort of enforcement, which always results in passing of road traffic laws and regulations, which was done. And when that law was passed in 1952, Road Traffic Ordinance number 55, it imposed a public health and public safety responsibilities on Ghana, and the then administration handed same to the Interior Ministry and to the Ghana Police Force now service to collaborate with other stakeholders, now even with GhanaWeb, among other myriad of stakeholders, including National Road Safety Authority, the then Road Safety Committee, now Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, then VELD, among others, in order to ensure that public health and safety measures are improved upon, so that there will be maximized mobility with less risk of injury or death.
Sure.
And over time, we've been able to evolve from 1952 with the clear mandate to ensure that we enforce the road laws, ensure that vehicle owners are forthcoming with their responsibility towards vehicle maintenance and servicing and who to give to. We enforce to ensure that those who are handed with vehicles ensure that their vehicles are registered, their vehicles are given licenses to be on the road, like roadworthy, and they are also issued with valid insurance certificates and are embossed with vehicle registration numbers, and the drivers are trained and issued with appropriate, valid, authentic driver licenses, and we are out there to ensure that drivers comply with the best practice in terms of using their licenses to drive, in terms of their speeding behaviors, where to stop, how to follow, where to overtake, what to do when your vehicle get broken down, are all issues among others that we ensure that drivers are forthcoming, and even in terms of vehicle occupants, we ensure that they are on their restraint devices like seat belts, and those riders, both the driver and the rider, are also on their crash helmets, and all that it takes to also ensure that pedestrians also walk along the road on the left and then cross the road appropriately at safe crossing point are some of the responsibilities that are imposed on us, which we do every day. And also, in addition of ensuring that people comply, we detect an increased sense of apprehension among those who violate same. And those who violate them are arrested, processed and put before court of competent jurisdictions. And at the end of the day, for example, as I have on my data, those that are convicted, same are published. And I can say that from January to November, February this year, 423 Ghanaians have been put before motor courts for various offences. In the process, the court has been able to adjudicate to finality and convicted 362 offenders, and 2 have been jailed, and the remaining, the court imposed court fines, summing up to 205,190 Ghana cedis, and same have been paid into the state coffers by these convicts.
This amount is for which people? Which people have paid this amount?
Those who were the 362
who were convicted.
Yes, who were convicted. The court, the conviction somewhere were sentenced to prison. 2. The rest, fines were imposed on them, and I've given to that. And I'm saying that this is part of our what we do. We go beyond that. We use this same to sensitize the general public and share data on accidents, because we respond to accident scenes and investigate and produce appropriate information to appropriate entities, including the courts and the insurance entities. And we do it on a daily basis. And we also collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure that our work remains beneficial in terms of information sharing and capacity building, training, sensitization, publicity, so that where crashes are occurring, for example, we don't keep it in our books. We, on our feet, for example, this year, we will not wait till the end of the quarter. We will, as and when, cumulatively, will make the occurrences that are impacting on public health and safety available for people to also take safe remedial measures as individuals and as groups to protect themselves before the worst happens. Therefore, I'm not surprised that between January and February, what happened and what we shared, the general public and our publics are positively responding to it, and has also become part of our public discourse in terms of what to do in order to avert the seemingly increasing crash incidents and associated high deaths and morbidity, and then damage to property report that we've shared. So these, among other responsibilities or tasks that are imposed on us, and we do it to the best of our ability, given the available resources and the efforts on our part.
Okay. About that, you put out some statistics for just January and February, and it was very scary. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the first quarter, and we have about 517 people getting killed in road accidents. I mean, with everything that your department has been doing so far, why is it that this year alone, before the first quarter even draws to a close, we've recorded this high number of casualties?
I think, first of all, we should be very careful when we begin to use the word surprise, because when you look into the current recommended steps from 2020 to 2030 within the strategic development goals. That is called Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, particularly Goal 3.6 and 11.2, which relates to public health and safety road crashes. And you look at the solution toolbox principle, which has to do with the safe system approach, which seeks to Vision Zero, that we should apply system so that human, environment, or road infrastructure and vehicles should interact in a way that will ensure high level of safety. And the principle that is espouses, one is that we should ensure that we pursue a commitment to proactive improvement of roads and vehicles so that the entire road safety system is made safer than just locations or situations where crash or crashes last occurred. So if you are not careful and you begin to say, oh, currently the crashes are surging, you will be making a mistake. And if you look at the wide spectrum, and you look at what happened last year, you should have noted a trend. And you ask yourself, what have we done as a society? Because last year, from January to December, compared with the same period the year before, which was 2019, you saw that all indicators were surging. So crashes have increased by 7.27.
7.27.
Yes. And vehicles that were involved in the crashes have increased by 10.37%. And persons that have been injured also increased by 13.45%. And persons that have been killed are also increased by 13.35%. And when you look at January to February, as you already said, you see that crashes that are reported that increased by about 7%. As now, it's now the rate is now 11.21%.
For just January.
Yes, so that now from last year we've seen it is moving, and you see that vehicles have also increased by 9.04%. Vehicles involved, and now we have persons that have been injured increasing by 7.25%, and persons that have been killed increased by 31.55%.
Wow,
and so if you look at it this way, you will see that it seems to be undulating increases. However, it is increasing since last year. Since 2019,
rise.
It seems to be an increasing trend. And if it's in an overview, it is increasing this year. And that's what I'm saying. Therefore, what are we doing it right? And that is where the discourse should be. Can it be business as usual? And therefore, we have to look at our solution toolbox and see what is wrong elsewhere. Or is it that we have been slow in our responses and countermeasures? That's why the system has caught up with us, and we seem not to have our way clear.
From where you sit, when you put into perspective all these things, what has your observation been?
My observation has been that when you look at the principle that is underlying our road safety management, which seem to be off the track.
When you say off the track, how do you mean?
I mean, see, if you are operating a road safety system that will not recognize or anticipate and accommodate human errors and prevent consequent death or serious injury, you are bound to fail. I'm emphasizing again. If you are operating a road safety management system in this world, in any country, that will or that has its transport system does not anticipate and accommodate human errors, it will be difficult to promote safety. And that is what we are confronted with. That our safe system approach has failed. We are not keeping to the principle that has been so documented and handed to members countries of United Nations.
Okay.
And that is why we should get back to the basis, so that, for example, for how long shall we sit down without preventing headlong collision involving high occupancy buses, articulated trucks, people running into broken down vehicles on our West African transit routes or international routes that traverse Ghana? The one from Elubu through Accra to Aflao, the one from Kwame Nkrumah Circle through Sawam, Nkoko, Kumasi, Swami Runabout, Offenso, Tachimai, Kintampo, Yipala, Tamale, Boga, and then Paga. For how long shall we see this corridor that so support our developmental efforts, enhance communication among Ghanaians and our foreign nationals and compatriots, and so allow it to be single carriage? For how long? For example, when we wake up and hear, and it has been a routine in our lifetime, that one collision, because a tire will burst, because one driver will unlawfully overtake at night, may be driving fatigued, his vehicle might have broken down, and because it's loaded, cannot be pushed off, and it serves as trap, and people run into them and crash. How long shall we continue to go to such scenes and collect 65 dead bodies with half burnt, sometimes on the N1, sometimes on the N6 and then the N10. Instances this year like Srichikura, the one that has happened at Achimasaf. Last year, we recall what happened in Babatukuma and Kintampo. We recall what happened in Dompasi. We recall what happened in Chichiwari. All mirrored, and many of these that are happening as a result of headlong collusion. And a lot are dying, a lot are being charged. And we think the solution lies where? It lies in the fact that the safe system approach said that we should anticipate human error and ensure that such roads that are international, that passes through this republic, and we know them, at least two, Accra to Paga, Aflao to Elu. It is obvious that having run on it as single carriages have only become a death trap for us. And countries that during the same time that we're harboring these single carriages manage to invest in theirs and turn them into dual carriages. We don't hear of same. And there are thousands of vehicles that are on such roads, nocturnally and diurnally, and you don't hear of such. But on our roads, because we have allowed single carriage, it's obvious our report. And therefore, it is one area that this country must pay much attention to, not in the distant millennia now, in our present time, because whether we like it or not, these two roads are the roads that are fueling our economy. They are the roads that we are depending on this so much for, to the expectation from the report of GRA, of Custom Division, that Ghana had accrued so much from trade. It is because of these routes that are nerves, the nerve center for Tema Harbour and Takoradi Harbour. And it's the hope of blood artery that supplies the hearts of the economies of Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Chad, among other countries that depend on our ports and these routes for support. And this same route that many Ghanaians that are in Upper East, in North East, those that are in Northern region, Savannah, those that are in Ahafo, Bono, and Bono East, Ashanti, Eastern region, Accra, depend on for their essentials and their movement day and night. And the same route that gives us a bad report every day of mass death. Why? Because sections that are left single carriages are the very traps that are killing us. And we see it, and we give excuses that there's no money, and we give excuses that it will take such a long time before it is done, which is not so. That when we started today, by 3 years' time, you would have seen the effort that we have put in. It can never be that anybody is saying, do all roads, do all. That's not what we are saying. We said only 2 roads. Because those roads are very critical. It saves lives and it promotes the economy. And so this has been a challenge. Again, whilst we are rationalizing the fact that dualizing these 2 roads are difficult and can happen in a distant millennia, we have also refused in realizing that if you are building economy with a single carriage transit routes, then you must know to invest heavily in towing and recovery track system. Do we have it? We ask ourselves. Even that, do we have it? Can we boast of it? And we allow the road be littered with broken down, accidented vehicles, and it serves as traps for others, particularly nocturnally. These are matters that are critical. Again, in a country where you have such a poor public transport system, which is private-led, it smacks that over time you see others coming in with cheap alternatives, affordable alternatives, accessible alternatives. And I'm not surprised in our lifetime, because we have not been able to invest in mass transit bus systems, even in urban and peri-urban environment. What we see is that our hope and solace is found only in shamefully motor bicycles, motor tricycles, and we have given them nicknames, priding ourselves. Some call it Okada for the service it delivers. Some call it Aboboya. Some will call it Pragya. Some will call it Mahama can do or Kubu. In all this, if you look at the data, as I have it in front of me, last year, for example, with 2,589 that died, few motorcycles or few motorcycles, 5,684 that got crashed, killed 1,056 out of the 2,589. It's continuing this year with the 517 dead. Few motorcycles, 974, have killed 222 out of it. Then I'm telling you that these are where the main problems are. And therefore, even with these, you can now suggest solutions. Okay. So, these are clear indicators that if you don't, we are not able to hold it. Now, it looks as if with any 100 deaths, about 45 are attributed to motorcycle-related injury. Motorcycle-related injury are leading to these deaths. 100 deaths. Okay. 45. But these vehicles are few. But they deliver such essential services that Ghanaians decided to cling to it like flea for their livelihood and basic service delivery. So as a way forward, it should be a matter for national discourse. We should stop pretending that motorcycle is in the urban, the heart of the CBDs. Motorcycles are within the metropolitan area, in municipal areas, and in peri-urban Ghana, and in the rural states, and in our farm states. Motorcycles seem to be the most common, affordable, accessible, and those that are pronouncedly used by Ghanaians.
But how can that be inculcated in our system, our road usage system?
You know, nothing. That's what I'm saying. That we should have hands on deck because we are overwhelmed, and this is everywhere, and everybody is using it, and it's affordable, and we seem to be a job, generating a machine to the youth who are also looking for job, and they think that they have gotten job. What do we do? Everywhere. And everybody is patronizing. And it seems to me that there is a gap there, a policy gap. It seems to me that there is a aloofness gap on the part of all of us, that as if it doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you so much, Superintendent Alexander Obeng.
Thank you
for this opportunity. This has been part of our conversation on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. My name is Lord Harris Idwasare. Now, do send us some of your videos on our social media platforms. On Facebook, it is GhanaWeb. On Twitter, it's equally the GhanaWeb. And on YouTube, it's GhanaWeb TV. Do join us for our other interviews or interactions with some of our stakeholders.
Your friend me Yausapon, me a gospel musician, Yausapon and Nasumafo. You knew I won't hear me. I did meet him a catcher one say, yesterday say, ye be bought or crabia home by. It's say accident no. A kumuni person ya be a wovias. Timino me no dear near Baya. Ye meet him accident is only will beat you no a crowd to quine. Next time the overtian say ye fro, only mini power. Waka baby, ɛnyɛ biribiara yɛ accident nti mesrɛ me nuanom ɛnyinaa yɛnyɛ baako na yɛhwɛ kwan a yɛbɛtumi atu saa nneɛma ase na me ne wo mmienu na yɛbɛtumi ayɛ so do the right thing save a life.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Although you waiting be the matter, I see the cry from my head. I do hope it'll be better where you carry. This song rings a bell, right? Yes, the man behind this very song is our guest for this edition of Talk Assignment. So if you want to get to know him better, don't go anywhere. Stay with us. This is Talk Assignment, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. That's impressive. Yeah. As you can see, we've been joined by the one and only Camido. Yes. Mido, what? Mido
Pondetin.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Camido.
Thank you so much.
How's life?
Life is good, LG.
Your blue hair though, how do you maintain it?
I just try to always keep it oiled up and wash it from time to time.
Is it always going to be blue?
For as long as I can maintain, for as long as maintenance can take us. Cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. You were
Thank you.
Nominated 3 music awards for 3 categories.
Yeah.
I want to focus.
I think
on
about
one.
four categories. Yeah.
Okay. I want to focus on one because that kind of drew a lot of controversies, which is the Digital Artist of the Year category. Yeah. People came out to say all sorts. They were like, you were not fit enough to be nominated for such category. How do you respond to that?
People are always going to think that people are not deserving of any forms of like nominations or awards or praise. There's definitely always going to be people who think otherwise of whatever praise you are given. So I thank God for the people around me that have made me to understand that this is how it plays out in the industry. So for me, I knew that like we did some work and we did a lot of digital work during, especially at the time where like Corona came to hit us and all of that. So I just knew that wow, it's just okay to be acknowledged in that category. And so I really didn't pay so much attention to what these opinions were like talking about. I really just focused on the goal, which is to thank God and also stay motivated by these like nominations and acknowledgements and move to the next level. It really didn't cause no down moods in my life. It just kind of like affirmed what these people the people around me told me, that it's always like this in the industry. When you're doing good, people still think that you're not deserving of the awards or of the praises. So it's cool. It's normal.
Yeah. Personally, what were some of the things that you feel you did right that somewhat merited the nominations you had amidst the backlash?
Yeah, I just think that the major thing is not letting Corona hold us back. Is to always focus on the fact that we had a goal and then we had to be consistent at working. And I think that's major. That one of the major things that we did. Like during Corona, I was able to do my Save the Kids with Camido event. I did the media rounds, put out an EP. I did video calls with the fans, you know. So I did a whole lot that was like digitally inclined, you know. So I feel like I was just consistent, you know, and that kind of like allowed me to merit these things.
Still on the awards, were you expecting to win?
Well, my manager used to say one thing, and he always tells me like one thing, which is that as long as you've been nominated, it means that you are deserving of the award. At the end of the day, votes are gonna allow the award to be given to one person. You understand? At that time. So I just knew that if I don't think that I've blown or I've broken through the whole of Ghana. We still discuss like me pushing my works to like the Upper East, the Northern Side, and all of that, Takoradi and all of these places. So I still feel like the nomination was just a recognition that, yo, this guy has been doing some work, but we still have more work ahead of us to do, you know. So I really didn't put my mind on the win. I was really motivated by the nomination. I'm not gonna lie. The nomination alone did a lot of like motivation for me, you know. Yeah.
Speaking on what you just mentioned, that you feel you are not putting your works are not loud enough, as in it hasn't gotten to where you wanted to be, as in other parts of the country and beyond. What are some of the things that you feel personally you are not doing right, that, you know, it's not getting to that stage? Because how long have you been in the industry?
I think that I've been here for like 3 years.
Yeah.
Professionally, like let's just say like mainstream, you know, 3 years, and I'm learning. And not to say that I haven't done anything right. You can do all the things right, but this is a process. It's a journey that we embark on. And some people are in the industry mainstream for like 7 to like 8 years before they get that big break that takes them all across the country, like, you know, evenly. Not all the songs can take your name across the country evenly. Some of the songs will take you only in Accra. Some of the songs will take you Accra, Kumasi. Some of the songs, you know, but some songs also come out to take you evenly, like express the blow across the country. And that can only be achieved through consistency, you know. So that's not to say that, so I wasn't saying that we haven't done some things right or like wrong. All I'm saying is that the journey continues, you know, and I haven't reached that peak yet. If you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Perfect.
Speaking of songs, can you attest to the fact that a lot of people know your songs, but they can't put your face to it?
That was before. I think that we had that problem like mainly before I even met George Britton, or I started working with George Britton. That was the problem. Like a lot of people, if you tell them that, where to be the matter?
And they go like,
do you know the song? Like, I know this song. So that was the main problem that I had. When George Britton came on board with his expertise, he put my face to the music, you know. And so, unlike before, now when I'm driving through town, people are able to like pinpoint and they're like, yo, that's Camido, you know. So I don't think that we're having that problem now than before. So now people are able to like put my face to the music. Only that, like, 90% of that, or like let's say 80% of that has been done. We need to cover the rest 20%. There are some people still who can determine that this, unless I say I'm Camido, and they're like, oh, you sang the song. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think 70 to 80% of the work is being done, but the rest is also work. It's just a process. Like, we just need to take our time and just do it. Like, I feel like this industry is not one that you need to speed through. Other than that, you just become like a shooting star. You know, so it's just like, it's a process. We just need to take our time and just do it. Yeah.
Congratulations on your VGMA nomination.
Yes, so that one also made me feel very happy and grateful to God and also to the industry. You know, like VGM is like the top. Like, it's like the most, it used to be like the most recognized award scheme. It's like when you are nominated for VGM, and then you know that, okay, you are proper in Ghana music.
But
like,
how sure are you that you are going to be clocking all the categories that you were nominated for?
I don't need to clock it. I don't need to win the award to show that, like, you know, VGM is just like growing up, that has been like the mark, you know, to show that yes, this artist is in the industry. Do you understand? So getting to this level, I'm just happy, and I don't need to win the award to confirm or to validate the fact that there's an artist in Ghana music called Camido. I've made some impact. If I haven't made any impact, I don't think that I will be nominated in the BGMs, in the 3 music awards. Do you understand?
Which of them is a cool chop for you?
Cool chop.
Don't tell me. Well, definitely, you know that this one, there's this particular one, dear. I know I'm going to win it hands down. There should be one like that.
I don't know, man.
No, you need to know. You need to know.
I've been nominated as a breakthrough artist, and I've been nominated as Afropop Artist of the Year and Afropop Song of the Year. I think that all of these songs are deserving. Like, I could just win any of them hands down.
Name one.
I could just win any of these categories hands down. Like, knowing that the songs that have been nominated in these categories, like that song, Maria has done a great job, you know. So I'm just saying that everybody's deserving of the award, and so if I get it, cool chop still.
So you didn't tell us which one you think that you are sure of winning.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you should have but quite a number of threats in there.
It's not
Who
threats.
do you see as a threat?
Nah, it's not threats. Like, I don't think it's threats. I just think that we're all. It's still not competition. Still, like, I'm telling you that being nominated makes the artists in the category winners.
We know.
That's the mentality that we should carry on. You know, it's always been like, oh, who is your threat? Who is your... Bro, like, you can't be the only artist. You can't be the only... So imagine that there are like 5 major shows in the country in one day, and all of them are looking for the top Afrobeat artists to perform. I can't be the only Afrobeat artist to perform in this 5.
But you know it's showbiz. And even in business, people have competitors.
Yeah.
So this cuts across. So you should be able to see someone that you feel like, yo, if I'm not there, this person is there, like he's the boss.
Yeah, if I'm not there, then the rest of the people in the category should fit in. If they're not there, the rest of us should fit in. That is what it is. Yeah. Straight talk, real talk.
How did your album Contingency Plan?
Yeah.
How did it fare for you?
I think that it did really well.
What targets did you set for yourself with regards to the EP?
Number 1 target was to be recognized as an EP being released in the industry. Number 2 was to also help to further put my face to my music, put my face to my name. And I think it did just that. And not one person in the industry can say that they don't know, you know,
Meet up on a thing. Yeah.
that they don't know that there's an artist called Camido.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like big shout outs to the EP that helped us to be able to achieve these things. So I think that it really did the job that it came to do. That was what we wanted it to do, you know, and it did just that. So I'm happy and I'm grateful. I'm moving on to the next, which is the album.
Oh, okay. You answered my next question.
Yeah.
Tell us about the album, which is your next project.
Yeah, which is my next project. It's called Lighter, Lita, and it basically means that love is the answer. And I've always, like, growing up, I've always been loved by the people around me. I've been shown a lot of love and made me understand that love really is the key to, like, achieving the things that we as a people want to achieve. But many times we see other options above the love, and we really never understand what love means. Do you understand? So I just thought that I could maybe use my album to sell love, which is also the greatest of all commandments from God, the ultimate, you know. Yeah, and it's likely to have like 14 songs, and you know, it's a beautiful body of work that I'm looking to release at the end of the year.
On this love note.
Yeah, you see, say when they talk about love, beautiful breeze, like they blow, you know, to affirm the fact that love is indeed the key, you know.
Before we continue with our chat, I'm giving you a sneak peek into Camido's performance during our mid-year party somewhere in 2020. Enjoy.
Listen now. You want more of my comedy, cause it gets rid of your allergy. Yo, 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 hey. Yo, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, your leg no fit my wallaby, so you chose to wear Charlie water for me. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Charlie, my girl, no get shame. MG Maria, oh, Ria, oh. Everybody say, it be you will bring me blessing. Although you they bring me blessing. Oh, baby, you they bring me blessing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. MG. Yeah, see, like a millipede, take it slow for me. Killy, killy, la russo, go sing. Killy, killy, I dey show you ring. Yeah, yeah, ah. I call you tinini and you come to me. Give it to me and you make her eat. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Baby, you make my hair to the sweet. Oh, intimate me with a better now. Forever and ever you're mine. You want me to put that thing like this. Continue to do me like this. Oh, OMG Maria. Everybody say, baby, you will bring me blessing. Oh, although you they bring me blessing. Oh, baby, you they bring me blessing. Whoa, 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 OMG Maria. So Maria, let me put my hands around ya. Let me take you to my home, baby Gigi. I no go palanga lekwa, no, no, no. Say Maria, let me put my hands around ya. Let me take you to my home, baby Gigi. I no go palanga lekwa, no, no, no.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen for yourself Camido's performance, which wouldn't have been possible, of course, without his manager, George Britton.
Yeah. Nah, still wouldn't have been possible without GhanaWeb. Like, you guys welcomed us, and I remember very well, you guys were really, really like lovely. Like, everyone was lovely, and I just wish we had continued throughout the night. It was fun.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
It's because of you. You were not boring, so yeah.
Yeah, man.
Speaking of your manager, George Britton.
Yeah.
How do you feel when he goes out to say controversial stuff and people bash him for it? How do you feel?
I mean, that's the other brand. So that one, it has nothing to, it's limited to the other brand, you know, him as a pandit or whatever, you know. So that one there, I don't feel anything. I feel like it's part of the job, you know. Every job comes with, you know, the bashments and all of that. So me, I'm not really like, so long as he's healthy for us to continue the work that we're doing, the beautiful work that we're doing, I'm good to go.
But sometimes you don't go like, hey, this statement you made there.
Oh, George, he knows what he's doing. Like, he's been in the game for quite some time, so he knows what he's doing. So that one, yeah, I don't have anything. Me, what can I say? I'm a baby.
He made a comment about Miss V's comeback. I'm sure you.
And I'm sure that if you actually went to listen to I was there during the interview. I think, you know, if you actually listen to the proper interview and you heard what he said, I don't think that people always take people's comments out of context and then they come back to write their blogs and all of that. So what did he say? Right now, I chop plenty of I forget that one. You know, it was in 2020. You know.
So you were like, if I heard what he said, so you should tell me because I didn't.
Yeah, but I was there, and my mind can tell me that he didn't say anything bad about an artist, because I will not be happy if my manager makes a silly statement about another, like my colleague artist. You know, it will not be a good thing because another artist's manager can say a more silly thing about me, and he will also not be happy. But I know for a fact that, you know, true for God, life was it. He didn't say anything bad. So yeah, you know, so I'm good.
What are some comments, ever since you started music?
Yeah.
What are some comments that you have heard about yourself that you are surprised that, is this really me or there's another Camido somewhere else?
I don't think that I've so far heard any negative thing about me that I wasn't cool with. So far, it's always been and I like the way, because I think that if you give people something ill to talk about, then they will talk about it. Do you understand? But if you don't give people, if you always frown your face, people will say, why is he always frowning his face? But if you always give people a cheerful face, they will, unless of course these people are crazy, you know, they say
so
what they haven't seen.
So you haven't really heard any
Nah. So far, so good.
Stuff.
So far, so good. It's Camido, you know. Oh, nah, they just say that Emma be pay me because they haven't seen me paying ma, you know.
And why do they say Emma be pay though?
They just think that with the nature of my music and I'm good looking, obviously, they think that ladies love people like me. But, and also, you know, they say what they want to say.
Now, one cause I was shy Emma pay.
Oh, man can't try me. So far, no, a man can't try me. Say, oh, me pearl. So I cannot say that a man pay me. But if I get more than 10 ladies telling me at a go, say, you pearl, say.
But that's impossible. They can't tell you at a go.
Like
I'm
in
sure
a day.
They are in your DMs.
In a day. But if I get one woman in 2 weeks, you know, one in 2 weeks, I cannot make a statement that Emma pay me. Do you understand?
Which you are not getting?
Yes, I'm not getting.
Hey!
It will not be easy. Oh. The last time I saw Bosom P. Young tweeted, he was like, these girls think that we get girls, but we indeed don't get girls. We indeed don't get the girls. People think that we the artists, we get the girls, but we indeed don't get the girls. We did not pass everybody.
I don't believe you on that one, but let's move on.
Open me.
Let's move on.
You see, pay me. You know, jokes on me.
So, some veterans actually have come out to say that the music that the new school artists are churning out these days, and really nothing good to write home about.
Nothing good?
Yes, in that, with respect to lyrics, with respect to even instruments and a whole lot, some of them have actually come to express bitterness about it.
We all cannot sing about the same stuff. We all cannot sing the same way that the predecessors sang. That's a no-no. Like, that's like putting people in a box to sing about the things that you thought that was nice at that time. And you cannot put people in a box. Like, people, creativity. Remember, it's about creativity. People have to, like, exploit what is in them. People only can give you what is in them. They can't give you what is in a Machididi. If you are getting the point I'm trying to make, like,
your point.
I can only put what is in me. Let me not burn in the process of trying to express myself passionately.
I'm getting your point.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is there's one thing to be creative.
Yeah.
And there's another to turn out something of good quality. And whether you like it or not, I'm not going to ask you, but deep down, you know that there are some artists now that their songs are like, yo.
There have been bad artists at that time. Also, there have been bad artists, and which they also know that there have been bad artists at that time also. So I think that every era is going to come with good artists and bad artists. Let's not try to make it seem like the new artists are not good. Don't you like my music? Don't you like Mr. Drew's music? Don't you like King Promise's music? Don't you like Jackie's music? Don't you like so many Malcolm Nuna's music? Don't you like so many new artists coming on the block bringing positive music? The ones that are not bringing the positive ones too, I think that you know, are listening to the criticisms, and if they want to go far, then because only good things go far or go farther than, you know, negative stuff. Even though the media, you know, really highlights the negatives a lot, you know, for people to know. But I just think that once you're doing good music, you will go far. And if you want to go far, you will focus on doing good stuff. So, like, I really just think that this era has good musicians.
I'm sure before you entered music, you set certain targets for yourself.
Yep.
Do you feel you have been able to achieve them?
Plenty, by the grace of God. Plenty. 3 music awards. Bagam. BGMA. Bagam. Performing at GhanaWeb. Bagam. Performing at, like, all them big stages. Bagam. Rapperholic. December to Remember. All of them shows was like, when I was coming up, I was really praying God. I really want to, like, you know, show my talent on these, like, stages, award schemes. I wanted to perform so bad. And now we're here. Travel to, like, do a tour in London. Bruh. Like, who wouldn't be, like, this grateful? I'm grateful. I'm happy. You know, I feel a little bit fulfilled. The journey still continues. Like, a lot of things. I still want to do, like, a major show, like, in London, like, all them halls, fill the dome, from Ghana to UK to America. Like, I want to do concerts. I want to do proper concerts, bring my Ghanaian brothers along. Like, I see the Nigerians doing a lot. and I want to do it. Sarkodie did it before when it's like his show called History in the Making, and you know, I want to do it. I really want to do it. These are like my targets.
Did you grow up in the UK?
I didn't grow up in the UK, but I had a lot of UK people around me.
Is that why you have a UK accent?
I know they say lafa one or two times, you know, but I look forward to like really perfecting my English. I don't love. It's not like, you know, it's not like Ghana has an accent. It's not like Ghana has an accent, but we take all the mix inside, you know. But I just love, and the UK is more about English, and I love to like better my English, you know. So sometimes
you have a huge audience in UK.
Plenty.
So do you look forward to working with some of the artists like YX Bane,
Skepta?
Yeah.
I've already begun.
Fans and stuff.
I've already begun with UG, and big shout outs to UG. Like I know that's gonna open the door, you know, to Skepta. I want to sing like some slick hook for Skepta, you know, something beautiful for Skepta. Geeks. The group. What's the name of the group? NSG. Like, get the gang, man. Make music with these people. Like, I love all these people, but it has to start from Ghana. Also, like, I obviously want to make like collaborations with like Ghanaian artists, like plenty Ghanaian artists. I want to do plenty collaborations. Yeah. So, hopefully, you know, God give us life, strength. We do it.
I know the conversation is getting interesting, but let's take a pause here and go over to Abrante Pa, who will be bringing us the Discovery segment.
Yeah, I say me to rap, but me boy when can I began to clap. Hey, punchlines in the flow set up. Abrante Pa Discovery, I biggie the bab.
Yeah, what up? My name is P for Prince. Let's take it from there. Bunch of lyrics. Yeah, I wanna know the way I do my rap. Me ma kasava ne pa me hold a big man. Me say there say madam am gap. Manya wade no be sorry pay you can plan. Ka wo pese we didi me but you can't. Mokotena me ye one zam. And you show this am me pen and me brand. And this come ni bi na me clan. Ya na me pese me dibi na we dibi fisa na me to wa me hu no wa sorry pay you can see. Me say na ponche black got for me on the daytime you deny you can never find me.
Bunch of lyrics. Charlie. What's up? P for Prince. 90 bunch of lyrics is in everything. Why bunch of lyrics?
Okay, bunch of lyrics is you free. You team ni team vem. Na you moto ni ya bunch. Because I have bunch ya. Just eka. It's no we bunch ni free. We know your slogan, a team ni slogan and me add it to me immediately. It's a bunch of lyrics.
But the name actually you are using is P for Prince.
P for Prince.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Prince your real name?
Yeah, Prince my real
name. Okay. Where do you get your inspiration from?
Actually, I don't know, but when I just started music, I was following someone. I'm follow Sarkodie.
Okay. Yeah,
like
because
he inspired me, like
a bit of Sarkodie.
He inspired me to do music, and as time goes on, I started, feeling my own. Like I started doing my own thing like doing things on my own. Like, yeah, so. Right now, I'm feeling myself.
Yeah. And you know, they say Jenny no, it is saying, we shall see free him and a hen no bit.
Okay, so I say 5 years ni after say me complete SHS na shall say. But before I say me SHS na yeah music, but now I wasn't that serious. See after say SHS 2016 na me before music and it's so tight up till now. You be switching them here.
I see. So far, no sha. Sign it here. Who so? Who any obey me? But ma and I said then who progress no say na sha obey measure.
Okay, progress no there. Sometimes you know artists be here more, but I thought that hard work and so then it pay. Because right now no and che bia ya shall say ya she she ase. No we kasa about artist, favorite artist. Yeah, Ghanaian favorite artist. And then you better travel, but yes, right now, you shall say, it's artist be a so Ghana be a fan once a man in the form of rap. Me a year about it by you now, at the 20. And no one say a movie because there are some people who say a good work. Say GhanaWeb TV, ne Fox TV, na into one more share content na so. What was like hard work and so. And also pay.
And you say musician ben much run home
so far I have 4 episodes.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarkodie, yeah, Obrafo, yeah, Reggie Rockstone, and our Kwame.
I see.
Yeah.
You mudi na be person be perform my SSA. And I'm here.
Ni na pi ni our YouTube.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm sure say we say
Okay, shall
all right, let's see. Fiti ase na ye penny for say rap na m want we busu ka menya fa ko adru tema boy ya mete so na rap na me bubo me se dom peka de ene manyim onyam bio afi ne me dai so ne se me de me ma bedu baabi na se wo bi anyim ayempo a me ankasa me gina ma na mu na ma hye me trumpet apotra me kumi dansuom obede be pon obede na so we di na ye de to me ne Michael obusu kwasi ado me peka saba me ho hene July 10th na ye wo me se Ghana for me rapper na ba ne matene na be gi nchene maso me gya ne fi se rapper na me sensene tema me to this day na me wie na me call as a rapper she me mini mu na me mene Adam kasa high level na me gina mu pampe and I'm so na rappers in the be my die me twa kan to be du pene mani wana so gase e komode me ba wodwe ne sam high no mu na me share dan kan me twist na me so me yi ni 1-1 wo entertainment level la me person be bedom wo bo modem na te be pam me ne mo teptin tam ha ma te me ne pe na wo follow ma me na wo se hwan ba ne mu fa ko me gu ni ma me ye
say who release enyum na response no at saying what's the feedback that you are getting?
Okay, response ni good say right now no minya so far started minya comment bi as obi a comment say it's bad or na yinye ni say I think say every episode sana say send ye ko enim bia no it's all they need so that's what we're doing.
I see. Is it future no who is saying one man who a certain number of years wo sha I was say by then no blow just what blow obi a te unka.
Okay, and this year. This year. So I said this year we're gonna be here.
And how are you working towards it?
Okay, right now on there we need to a team you go so ejuma and so far there shishi anana they are focus for because it's a big whole thing.
Bunch of lyricists, P for Prince. Social media handles
P for Prince large.
Okay.
Instagram P for Prince large, you pay Facebook and P for Prince official. YouTube. It's in a P for Prince, baby.
Okay.
Then rappers are madame TikTok fans. Try to give a chance and I'm to what's with you saying so what I go fi be the deadline. Uni permit na wana kasa where your rapper I bet me with the stamina my border saying, hey, se bona kasa na yebi kuna be this sala what na ho se bu kuta ojan and I don't really wanna do this. Me person who be too big. So I can rap in you na be do me kwa chia. I feel na manya me piu big. All right, let me do my music. O kasa do masa music. E kasa wa na tribuna na wa jane say wuni man na bro ne kind of bullshit. Large. Bang.
By default, oh, by default, I would like to hold you down. I would like to show you nicer things inside me. Oh, baby, mega hesitate you. That's why I'll be available. I'll be available to you. Anytime you want me, you can have me. You can have me anytime. I'll be available. I'll be available to you and you. Anytime you want me, you can have me. Boomba, Dana.
Yes, we'll be available. We are still here with Camido, and we're moving on to our next, segment, which is like a game sort of. But before we get to that segment, let me ask you this: how would you feel if a girl you are so much into, all of a sudden is insecure about your career? How would you feel about that? And what are some of the things that you tell her as an assurance?
Yeah, there's nothing, trust me, like that. I think that many artists, many creatives in the industry are facing. Many just don't talk about it. It's one of the things that push partners away from us. It's one of the major things because people feel very insecure because we're exposed to ladies, vice versa. The ladies are exposed to men every single time. And, our work kind of like takes us deep into the night, doing concerts and all of that. And it's crazy. Not everyone is able to handle it. Many people fail at marriages in the industry. That is the bitter truth, But we just pray that the Almighty God who has given us this path, who obviously has a plan for us. Some people, they find a way around it. People find a way around it. And I think that as long as we commit it to God and we're determined, we will find our way around it. So media. I'm not stressed about
You
that.
haven't answered my question.
I just think that okay, well, to answer your question, I have been through that before.
So what did you tell the girl?
I didn't say anything. It got messed up. I say, I shit. It's kind of shit. You know, I lost the relationship to insecurities that my partner was feeling because I was like, you know, in this line of work, you know, and it hurt me so bad because she was one beautiful lady. And
is that what inspired you to sing the...
For my lover?
Yes. Because it has similar lyrics.
No, that particular lyrics was not really about my case, but it was knowing that I have been through that, and so I knew that people...
You drew inspiration.
Yeah, I drew
from
inspiration, like, you know, from that to sing that song, like especially the intro.
Yes.
Yeah.
You always do music.
Yeah, right. It's not easy. It's not easy, like for you to be out there and not even have time for your partners, travel all around the world, and you are seen on TV. These same people see you on TV hugging girls and all of that. It's not easy, babe.
Are you as romantic as your songs portray?
I am very romantic. That one I can't lie. I am very romantic. Yeah, I'm very romantic. and, you know, unfortunately, it's not something that we can just experiment. So.
No, but
yeah. I'm just joking.
Okay. You can still name 2 instances where you have been romantic. Not like the intimacy aspect, but there are some other ways, by all means, that you have been romantic.
Yeah. Like, you know, I remember like me traveling basically because my partner said that she missed me. Aww. And she wanted to just spend time with me. She was just feeling like lonely, and I had to travel from I think we were in Takrady, so I traveled from Takrady back to the Volta region just to spend time with, like, you know, this lady. And I felt like I did something very romantic because if I could leave my work and come just to have, you know, time, spend time on the bed. We didn't go out or anything. It was just me lying by her on the bed and just talking stories and all of that. And you know that, you know, ladies, they love that a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was just one example of how far I can go for love.
Have you ever had a one-night stand?
One-night stand? No, I don't think I've had that before. Like, it's not really a one-night stand because obviously we talk before these things, you know, start to happen, you know. But it's not. I've not had that before.
But
I don't think I'm easy like that. I don't think I'm easy to have a one night stand. I don't think that I'm that easy. Yeah, I'm hard to get actually. Yeah.
I see. So okay. So back to the game.
But we cry if I'm
you are you know, artist, so we need to know. We are curious.
I have to start limiting some things that I say.
No, you don't have to. So far as you put yourself out there, be ready to tell it.
Yeah.
So we are playing a game. So okay, you are going to name, I'm going to mention 3 things, and then you are going to point out one that you cannot step out without as a man. Are you ready?
I'm very ready.
Okay, so number 1 is a condom. Number 2 is an after morning pill, and then number 3 is extra money for in case of any contingency plan.
That one there, the money has to do with that. I can move without a condom because obviously like I said, I'm not easy to, you know, get, so I don't just have sex. Obviously that is like godly. Sex is godly for me. I feel like sex is really like godly. I take my time and I, you know, whom I'm having sex with is really important. So I can actually do without a condom, and then money after pill. Who has time for that? No.
Are you serious?
No, I'm just saying, like, if I'm gonna have sex with somebody I don't want to marry, then like obviously condom, you know. But if, like I said, I really mind who I'm having sex with, you know. So I don't think that it will get to the point where I have to be taking after pills and all of that because I have to protect the sex. You know? Don't you protect your sex?
So what's your take on weed?
Please,
okay, do you no. I'm the one doing the questioning here. So do you smoke your weed or you put it in your stuff? Like your tea or your porridge or stuff?
My weed is like, is different. My weed is in my head. My weed is in my head. So I don't have to smoke it. My weed is in my head. I don't have to smoke it. You can ask anybody. They ask me, they like, so the weed way that we hear say people go feed smoke and way they make lively, you know how they come. I'm like, my only they emit them, my body they emit the weed.
How does your body emit?
Check my body.
Camilo, stop putting me in a bottle.
Shake my body, weedy. You know. Yeah. Next question.
No, we are not going anywhere. We are stuck here. Do you put it? Do you put it in? No,
you like to smoke it?
no.
You smoke your weed?
I'm not answering that. I'm asking you. Do you smoke it, or you put it in your brownies, or your porridge, or your tea?
I haven't tried that before, but I think that on my 29th birthday, I'll definitely want to try brownie. Yeah, like when people are bringing me cake on my 29th birthday, just make it like one of those. Yeah, and the funny thing is, me self, I know they chop the cake. So George Britton and the team, and them go crazy.
Are you saying George Britton to?
No, because if them go taste the cake before I go chop up. You know,
But
me too, I don't like cake.
does George Britton also push?
Maybe the way in beer day too, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
The beer gang crew will come for you.
I'm just playing. If you want to get all the news, live, get on GhanaWeb. Me don't say so. Don't go nowhere. News available on GhanaWeb. Boom, that no. Me up on the team, aka Mr. Grind Non-Stop. And I'll be available on all digital streaming platforms. Look out for the album Lights Out on the way coming. Peace and love. Always log on to www.ghanaweb.com. Boom, say so.
Finally, we have come to an end of this interesting conversation with Camilo. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. We hope to come your way another time with much more interesting conversation with your favorite artist. This has been Talkatainment, and I am your host, Elsie Lama.
Say them, they follow me, oh, follow me, oh. They follow me, cause they know say, bounce up bodies and give me blessing. They follow me, oh. Oh, the munye, oh, jipe macharava. Eh, makwaba, oh, jipe make for what I like, ba. Lo, ole munye, ojiba machara palo, makwabe wojiba make for what I like ba. Yeah, say me I came from a miracle. Nobody thought I will survive. Way back in my middle school, yo, my teacher tell me, boy, you so different. My uncle na de day na ba matovo for la moto me. I'm a wajiha, bobo. For nyapa hadeka, kwetovo fole. Odome.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.